Chapter 151, Playing Jumanji. Malia grabbed the dice, a wild grin spreading across her face. She shook them in her hand, then threw them onto the board. She rolled a 3. Her token moved. Green light pulsed from the crystal ball in the center of the game, and glowing letters formed a riddle. Malia leaned in and read aloud, "They crawl the walls, they swarm the floor. Neglect their threat, your life's no more." She looked around. What does that mean? Before anyone could answer, a scuttling noise came from the kitchen. Jacob wrinkled his nose in disgust. The smell hit him like dirty socks in sewers. Cockroaches. A large dark brown shadow burst out of the kitchen and flew straight toward Malia's team. Jacob waved a hand. The shadow froze midair. Everyone finally saw it clearly that it was a massive reddish-brown cockroach, wings spread wide, its 6 legs covered in rows of sharp, prominent spines. All the girls screamed, except Malia and Victoria. Stiles let out a high-pitched shriek. Scott stared at him. "Really, dude?" Stiles ducked behind Scott, peeking out. "I hate those creepy crawlers." He pointed at the frozen creature. "Look at it. It's the size of an adult Rottweiler." Allison composed herself. "Jay, send it back to the kitchen and seal the door, please." Jacob flicked his wrist and the giant roach flew back through the kitchen doorway. He stepped closer to peer inside and immediately recoiled. The kitchen was a writhing mass of giant cockroaches. They were everywhere, on the counters, the walls, the ceiling. More were crawling out of a large hole that had opened in the floor. The sound of chitin scraping against tile was almost deafening. Some of them noticed him. A group launched into the air, wings buzzing. Others skittered across the floor at terrifying speed. Jacob stomped his foot. A wall of solid rock erupted from the floor, sealing the kitchen doorway completely. He returned to the group and sat down. "There are hundreds of them in there. Maybe thousands." He shuddered. "I can still hear them. I feel like they're crawling on me." Stiles raised an eyebrow. "Are you scared of roaches too?" "No," Jacob said flatly. "I just hate them." Malia cracked her knuckles. "Let's go kill them all." Jacob shook his head. "We can't. They're still crawling out of a hole in the floor. Killing them won't stop more from coming." He paused. "Just forget about those creepy things for now." A window shattered in the kitchen. Jacob and the others looked outside just in time to see the roaches abandoning the house, streaming across the lawn toward the town. Noah exhaled. "Lucky this isn't the real Beacon Hills." Lydia picked up the dice. "Okay. Let's get back to the game." She rolled. A 5. Her token moved. The crystal ball pulsed again, new letters forming. Lydia read aloud, "They stand so still, they seem asleep. One touch, their screams will pierce your ears." A crack split the floor. From it, slender green stems pushed upward, unfurling heart-shaped leaves. More cracks appeared. New shoots coiled around furniture legs and snaked up the walls. One tried to wrap around Jacob's ankle, but he moved away. Everyone stood. Jacob grabbed the game board and they watched as flowers bloomed, each shaped like a gaping mouth. The mouths turned toward Lydia and the others. Allison gave Lydia a sidelong glance. "Screaming flowers. The game really knows you, doesn't it?" Lydia huffed. "I am a beautiful flower and I can scream. But don't compare me to these ugly things. If you want to compare me to a flower, choose a red tulip. Or a red daisy." Allison ignored her. "Jay, should we leave this room?" Stiles was already backing away. "More like leave the mansion. Those things are spreading fast." Jacob nodded. "Let's go. Try not to touch the flowers." They moved toward the exit, only to find thick vines already blocking the door. Cogman's arm shifted into a blade, and he sliced through them with ease. But that was a mistake. The flowers screamed. The sound was unbearable, a high-pitched wail that drilled into everyone's skull. Chris, Victoria, Natalie, and Noah, with only beta-level strength, stumbled, blood trickling from their ears. Jacob, Malia, Kitty, and Scott clutched their heads, their supernatural hearing making the pain far worse. Lydia acted fast. She raised her hands and threw up a sound barrier around the group. The screaming cut off instantly. Cogman looked at his bladed arm with dismay. "My apologies. I thought it was only the flowers we shouldn't touch." Jacob waved his hand, and his telekinesis crushed every screaming flower in the room. "Let's get out of here. More will grow." They left the mansion, but just as they stepped out the front door, they were attacked by a swarm of giant cockroaches pouring from the kitchen's broken window. Fireballs, ice arrows, and lightning bolts flew. Jacob, Malia, Allison, and Lydia killed wave after wave, but more kept pouring out of the mansion. After a moment, the roaches seemed to realize they were hopelessly outmatched. They stopped attacking and scurried past the group, heading for the town. They left the mansion behind and walked out onto the asphalt road. Jacob handed the game board to Allison. "Your turn." Allison opened the board and placed it on the road. She took the dice and rolled a 6. Her token moved. The crystal ball glowed. Allison read the new riddle. "Beneath the water, still they lay. For months and years they wait for prey, so watch your step, don't tempt the tide, or in their jaws you'll soon reside." Malia raised a hand eagerly. "I know this one. Crocodiles, right? I just watched a documentary that said crocodiles can survive for over a year without eating." Stiles was about to respond when the asphalt road beneath their feet suddenly dissolved into churning water. Everyone plunged into the river, except Jacob, who levitated with telekinesis, snatching the game board out of the water and floating it beside him. Cogman shot out of the water on his thrusters. Allison rose on a column of wind. Malia's wings snapped open and she flew out of the water. Lydia floated up gracefully beside Jacob. "Ja!" Cobb waved his hand and Melissa, Natalie, Chris, Victoria, and Noah were lifted out of the water, hovering in the air around him. Melissa looked down at the river, where Kitty, Stiles, and Scott were still swimming. "What about them?" Jacob folded his arms. "They can handle crocodiles. Let them have some fun." He called down to the swimmers, "What do you think, guys?" Stiles treaded water, grinning. "Yeah, leave us down here. I want to fight a crocodile." Kitty said, "Me too." A massive shadow glided beneath the water toward Stiles. Noah's eyes went wide. "Stiles? Behind you!" Stiles spun around just as a 15-meter crocodile exploded from the surface, jaws gaping wide enough to swallow him whole. Stiles's confidence vanished. "Okay, nope. I changed my mind. Get me out of here. This is no crocodile, this is a prehistoric nightmare." Kitty swam to Stiles, climbed onto his head, and launched herself into the air above the crocodile. She drew her tiny rapier and thrust it down, but the thin blade shattered against the creature's armored skull. "Ah! My sword!" Kitty shrieked. Enraged, she punched the crocodile with her free paw. The beast's skull caved in and it sank to the bottom of the river. Jacob waved Kitty up to him and patted her head. "Don't be sad. Your sword will be back to normal when the game ends. And if you love it that much, keep it safe at home. Ask Cogman to make you a stronger one." Kitty sniffled. "Okay." Below, Scott yelped. "Something bit my leg." Stiles turned to him, then froze. On the shallow shore behind Scott, 2 massive hippos were charging toward them. Stiles's voice cracked. "Those are hippos. No one said anything about hippos." He looked up. "Jacob? Get us out." Scott screamed as something bit him again. Jacob waved his hand and both of them flew up to join the group. Everyone stared at Scott's backside. A piranha was clamped onto his ass, thrashing. They burst out laughing. Scott grabbed the fish, ripped it off, and crushed it. "Stupid fish." He hurled the mangled remains into the river. Stiles caught his breath and looked at Jacob. "Okay, I need to ask something. When you killed the roaches, and when Kitty killed that crocodile, and when Scott killed that fish, their bodies didn't disappear. You said these creatures are real, and when we defeat them, they go back to their world. But they look pretty dead to me." Jacob shrugged. "They'll return alive to their world when the game ends. How it works, I don't know." Stiles looked down at the river. The crocodiles and hippos were still watching them with hungry eyes. An evil grin spread across his face. "Now that you can't reach me, let me show you how strong I am." He raised his hand. Lightning gathered above his palm, swirling into the shape of a large weasel. He shot it at one of the hippos. The creature convulsed, smoke rising from its mouth. It tried to dive underwater, but Stiles sent another lightning weasel after it. Then he turned his attention to the crocodiles and the remaining hippos, laughing maniacally as he sent one lightning weasel after another toward them. Lydia watched him. "This is the first time I've seen Stiles use the lightning beast technique." She glanced at Cogman. "If an alpha werewolf bit him, do you think he'd turn into a weasel?" Cogman considered. Weasels are known for being cunning, untrustworthy, and exceptionally sneaky. They can kill prey much larger than themselves and are known to dance to confuse their victims. He nodded. "I estimate an 80% chance he would become a weasel." Noah watched his son electrocute river monsters with gleeful abandon. Or a fox. Stiles lies a lot. He's clever. He plays pranks. I always thought of him as a sneaky little fox. Chris added, there is a supernatural creature called a kitsune. A fox shapeshifter. Known tricksters. He nodded toward Stiles. It would fit his personality. Stiles overheard and looked up indignantly. Hey. If I become a supernatural creature, I'm becoming something legendary and majestic. Like Jacob. For a moment, everyone just stared at him. Then they burst into laughter, like they'd heard the funniest joke of their lives. Stiles, frustrated, took out his anger on the remaining crocodiles and hippos with renewed vigor. When the laughter died down, Jacob said, "All right, let's find somewhere else to play. It's my turn." He wrapped everyone in his telekinesis and teleported them to a stretch of land far from the river. Near the Beacon Hills Preserve. He opened the game, placed it on the ground, took the dice and rolled a double. His token moved. The crystal ball glowed and new letters formed. Jacob read aloud, "They mean no harm, they mean no fight. They just want kisses day and night. They have seen your pretty face. Now you're the target of their chase." A chill crawled down Jacob's spine, his blood running cold. Something bad is coming. I can feel it, he thought. He ducked behind Stiles. Scott, noticing his panic, hid behind Noah. A moment later, 4 female bonobos emerged from the woods. Since Jacob had thrown the dice, they ignored the other teams entirely, but they didn't see Jacob or Scott. Their eyes locked onto the only visible member of Jacob's team, Stiles. The apes chattered excitedly in their own language, then charged at Stiles, puckering their lips and opening their arms wide. Stiles spun around. Jacob was hiding behind him. Scott was hiding behind Noah. Stiles ran. The bonobos chased him, ignoring Scott and Jacob completely. Stiles screamed as he fled. "Why are they chasing me?" Lydia called after him, barely containing her laughter. "Because you're in Jacob's team," the riddle said. "They have seen your pretty face. Now you're the target of their chase." Jacob and Scott hid. "But you just stood there like an idiot, waiting excitedly for whatever was coming. The apes decided you were their target of affection." Everyone burst out laughing. Stiles dodged a lunging bonobo, shouting at Scott and Jacob. "Traitors." Scott was laughing so hard he could barely speak. No. I just heard something that wanted kisses day and night was coming out of the game and thought I'd leave it for you. You're my good brother after all." Tiles narrowly avoided another embrace. "If I'm your good brother, come take my place." Scott shook his head. "I would, but it seems those apes only have eyes for you. Enjoy." "Screw you." Jacob finally stopped laughing, wiping a tear from his eye. "Phew. That was close. I almost got tricked by the stupid game. Good thing I have a good sense of danger." Allison gave him a sideways look. "Seems the game knows you're a pervert. It sent you a bunch of perverted apes." Jacob snorted. "The game doesn't know me at all. If it did, it would have sent a group of beautiful barbarian women." Allison rolled her eyes and ignored him. Stiles had finally had enough. He stopped running, spun around, and punched each of the 4 bonobos in the head. "Stop. Go find someone else to kiss. I'm not interested." The bonobos clutched their heads and stared at him with aggrieved, heartbroken eyes. Lydia and Malia walked over and began patting the apes' backs soothingly. Lydia glared at Stiles. "How can you be so heartless? They just wanted to hug and kiss you." Melissa smirked. "Yes, Stiles. Be a man. Take responsibility." Stiles stared at her. "Take responsibility?" Malia laughed. "They're in love with you. Be a man and love them back. If you're shy, you can find an empty house with your 4 new lovers. We won't judge." Noah placed a hand on Stiles' shoulder, fighting to keep a straight face. "You should spend as much time with them as you can, son. The game will end soon and they'll go back to their world. You'll regret not spending more time with them." Stiles' voice cracked. "Not you too, Dad." He turned to the 4 apes with an evil smile. "I get it. I'm too handsome. Females from all species can't help but fall for me. But nothing can happen between us. So let me spare you the pain of heartbreak and end your miserable lives." The bonobos squeaked and hid behind Malia and Lydia. Stiles raised a hand to attack, but Lydia stepped forward. "Don't you dare attack them. They're too cute." Stiles lowered his hand. "Then you'd better keep them away from me. Or I will kill them." Jacob picked up the dice. He had rolled a double, so he got another turn. He threw them onto the board. A 7. The crystal ball glowed again. Jacob read the new riddle. The warlord comes with iron will. His savage horde descends to plunder and killed. He seeks a jewel that isn't there. He'll burn this town without a care. Jacob's lips curved into a slow, dangerous smile. I know who he is. I just hope he can take a punch. Chapter 152, Playing Jumanji PT2. Jacob threw the dice onto the board. A 7. The crystal ball glowed again. Jacob read the new riddle. The warlord comes with iron will. His savage horde descends to plunder and killed. He seeks a jewel that isn't there. He'll burn this town without a care. Jacob's lips curved into a slow, dangerous smile. I know who he is. I just hope he can take a punch. The forest went quiet, then branches snapped. Leaves rustled. The ground trembled faintly like something heavy was moving through the trees. Stiles frowned, looking toward the woods. What now? Noah's expression darkened as the noise grew louder. Boots, engines, metal clanking, distant animal snarls. That sounds like an army. Jacob's grin widened. This is going to be fun. He turned to the group, his tone turning serious. Okay, those guys probably have weapons. Victoria, Chris, Natalie, Noah, be careful. Don't get hit by a bullet, or a rocket, or anything like that. Melissa stepped forward. I'll protect them with my energy shield. Jacob nodded. Good. He reached into his pocket dimension and produced an array of weapons, assault rifles, sniper rifles, handguns, all the spoils he'd collected from fallen hunters over the past months. He handed them to Victoria, Chris, Noah, Natalie, and Melissa. You can use your lightning and fire spells, but that'll drain your energy. Use these guns to have some fun. The forest exploded with movement. Trees shook as figures poured out of the woods. Thousands of them. A savage horde emerged, spreading across the edge of the Beacon Hills Preserve like a living tide of violence. The front of them all. He appeared. A towering, broad-shouldered warlord with a scarred, savage face, wild unkempt hair, and a thick beard. His armor was a mix of leather and metal plates, worn and dented from countless battles. At his sides walked two massive spotted hyenas, their eyes burning with hunger and violence. Behind him stretched his army. Rows upon rows of raiders clad in desert armor. They carried axes, curved blades, spears, crossbows. Dozens of vehicles followed, spiked trucks, armored off-road cars, roaring dirt bikes kicking up clouds of dust. Some warriors stood atop them, shouting, raising weapons, waving crude banners. The entire army stopped, facing Jacob and his group. The warlord stepped forward, his voice deep and commanding. I heard you have the Falcon Jewel. His gaze was cold. Hand it over, and I will grant you and your friends and everyone in this town a quick death. Jacob's eyes gleamed with anticipation. As I thought. He's Jurgen the Brutal from Jumanji, the next level. According to the movie, he possesses immense superhuman strength and endurance, outclassing even Dr. Bravestone. I'm looking forward to fighting him, he smiled. I don't have this jewel you're talking about. And even if I did, I wouldn't give it to you. His smile widened. And I do hope you can take a beating, because I won't grant you a quick death. Jurgen laughed. He looked back at his army. Did you hear that? He laughed again. The pretty little boy wants to kill me. The army burst out laughing, mocking Jacob with crude gestures and jeers. Jacob just smiled. Allison and the others didn't react either. They knew how strong Jacob was. Stiles shook his head. What a bunch of clueless idiots. He nudged Scott. Scott, let's see who can kill the most of them. Scott hesitated. Stiles rolled his eyes. Come on. Don't tell me you don't want to kill them. They're not real. Well, they are real people, but they won't really die. Even if you cut them to pieces, they'll just go back to their world when the game ends. Scott's resolve hardened. Fine. I'll kill them. It's good training. Chris stepped up beside Jacob. Do you have a sword I can borrow? Jacob raised an eyebrow. Why? I want to fight. Jacob reached into his pocket dimension and pulled out an M16 rifle, Tony Montana's little friend. He handed it over. Use this. It has infinite ammo. Chris took the weapon, his eyes lighting up as he examined it. What a beauty. He looked at Jacob. This is mine from now on, right, son? Jacob smiled. Sure. He glanced at Allison. Keep an eye on him. Allison nodded. I will. She drew her katana shusway from her ring and moved to her father's side. Let's fight together, Dad. Chris's expression softened with pride as he stood beside her. Jurgen finally stopped laughing. He raised his hand and a small wave of his warriors and hyenas charged forward. Jacob punched the first attacker, a man swinging an axe. The blow was so powerful the axe shattered like glass, and the man's chest caved into a bloody mess. He died on the spot before his body flew backward toward Jurgen. Jurgen raised a brow at Jacob's strength but didn't seem to care. With a wave of his hand, he swatted the incoming corpse aside like a fly. Then his gaze shifted. He saw Cogman cutting a hyena in half with his arm-turned blade. Lydia opened her mouth and unleashed a powerful sonic attack that sent 2 of his men flying back into his army before more were caught in the blast. Allison waved her katana, and a green wind slash flew, cutting a hyena and the man beside it charging at her in half. Chris opened fire beside her, dropping another man before aiming at the army and launching a grenade from the launcher attached to his M16, killing a few and injuring more. Malia used her lightning, electrocuting 2 men into blackened chunks of charcoal. Stiles unleashed a lightning beast spell, sending a crackling weasel toward the men attacking them, electrocuting them to death. Scott hesitated for a second, then raised his hand. He used the Faraga spell, sending a fireball toward a hyena and a man. It exploded on contact, killing both. Jurgen was now startled. He looked at Jacob. "How can you have powers like that? Did you use the jewel?" Jacob smirked. "Like I said before, I don't have any jewel." Then he disappeared, and reappeared directly in front of Jurgen, punching him hard in the face to his delight. Jurgen's head didn't explode. He withstood the force of the punch, but still flew backward, crashing through several of his own men. Jurgen stood up, rubbing his jaw, now staring at Jacob with deadly seriousness. "Attack!" he roared, gesturing wildly at his army. "Kill them all." Then, instead of charging, he began slipping behind his troops, retreating into the safety of the horde. Jacob was in no hurry to chase him. He stored the game board safely in his pocket dimension, his eyes glowing red as he faced the massive army charging toward them. An excited smile spread across his face. "Guys, let's have some fun." He charged into the army. Behind him, Allison, Lydia, Malia, Kitty, Stiles, Scott, Cogman, and Chris joined the fray. Melissa, Noah, Natalie, and Victoria stood protected behind Melissa's energy shield, firing into the horde with the weapons Jacob had given them. Jacob didn't hold back. Fire erupted from his palms in roaring torrents, sweeping across the front lines and reducing dozens of raiders to ash. He thrust his hand forward and a serpent of magma burst from it, coiling through the enemy ranks, melting weapons, armor, and flesh alike. Lightning arced from his fingertips, branching into a dozen jagged paths that jumped from warrior to warrior, leaving smoking corpses in their wake. He clenched his fist and the ground beneath a charging platoon buckled, swallowing them whole before snapping shut like a beast's jaw. He turned his gaze on a group of armored raiders trying to flank him. His eyes glowed crimson, twin beams of searing heat lanced out, cutting through them like a hot knife through butter. Bodies fell in halves, their weapons clattering to the ground beside them. A dozen archers drew their bows. Jacob inhaled deeply, then roared, unleashing his dragon shout. "Fus ro da!" A concussive blast of raw energy exploded from his mouth, rippling outward in a visible shockwave. The archers were lifted off their feet and hurled backward, their bodies slamming into trees, rocks, each other. The closest ones simply disintegrated, their forms scattering into ash before they hit the ground. The shockwave didn't stop there. It tore through the army like a hurricane, flinging warriors, vehicles, and debris in all directions. A spiked truck lifted into the air, spun twice, and crashed into a cluster of raiders, crushing them instantly. Jacob didn't slow. He raised both hands and lightning rained from the sky, each bolt finding a target. Fire, earth, lightning, telekinesis, he wove them together into a symphony of destruction, each movement effortless, each attack devastating. A raider swung a curved blade at his head. Jacob caught it with 2 fingers, shattered it with a flick, and backhanded the man so hard he flew through 3 of his comrades before all 4 of them crashed into a tree that splintered on impact. Another tried to shoot him from behind. Jacob didn't turn. The bullet stopped midair, inches from his skull, then reversed course and tore through the shooter's own chest. He was everywhere and nowhere, dodging, weaving, striking with impossible speed. Warriors fell before they could scream. Hyenas fled, their predatory instincts screaming that they had picked the wrong prey. Across the battlefield, Lydia and the others had stopped fighting. They stood in stunned silence, watching Jacob slaughter the enemies with ease. Stiles lowered his hands, the lightning weasel he'd been about to send fizzling out. That's cool. That's the kind of power I want to have someday. Allison sheathed her katana, her expression a mix of awe and exasperation. He's showing off. Chris stared, the M16 hanging loose in his grip. This is the first time I've seen him fight seriously. I'm glad he's on our side. He glanced at Allison. And that he considers us family. Allison shook her head, a fond smile tugging at her lips. You're wrong, Dad. He's not being serious at all. Chris blinked. This isn't serious? Lydia stepped up beside them, arms crossed, watching Jacob tear through another wave of raiders. Not even close. You know that lightning spell he gave you? When he uses it himself, he can summon a giant, terrifying lightning dragon that could probably destroy half of Beacon Hills, if not all of it. Allison nodded. He also has a fire domain. It makes his fire attacks devastating. And all of this without him shifting into his dragon form. Chris's eyes widened. He has another form? Lydia smiled faintly. Oh yes. He becomes a nightmare with wings when he shifts. Chris looked back at Jacob, who was currently using his telekinesis to juggle 3 armored raiders before hurling them into a burning truck. Are you girls seriously telling me this is him holding back? Malia watched Jacob with undisguised pride. Yes. He's never needed to go all out. Not even when he fought that Yeti. Not even when he spars with us. Stiles sighed. You know, hanging out with him every day, I forget just how much of a monster he is. He paused, watching Jacob punch a raider so hard the man's body tore apart. I'm glad Scott and I met him that night when we were looking for the body in the woods. Glad we became his friends. Scott, who had been quietly observing, shook his head. Look at him. He's smiling. He's enjoying this. He looks like a psychotic, murdering maniac. As if to prove the point, Jacob's crazy laughter echoed across the battlefield. He caught a charging raider, spun him around, and used him as a club to knock down 3 more before tossing the dazed man into a group of archers. Then they heard another laugh, this one sharp, unnerving, and somehow crazier than Jacob's. They turned toward the sound. Cogman hadn't stopped to watch Jacob. He was too busy enjoying himself. Energy blasts erupted from his palms. Laser beams shot from his eyes. His hands shifted into all kinds of sharp weapons as he moved through the raiders, cutting off heads and limbs with mechanical precision. They watched as he ripped a still-beating heart from a man's chest with his bare hands. He held it out to the dying raider. It's still beating, Cogman said pleasantly. If you find a good doctor, he might be able to put it back. The confused man took his own heart, stared at it for a moment, then dropped dead. Cogman laughed, a cold metallic sound that sent shivers down the other raider's spines. A brave raider tried to hack Cogman with an axe from behind. Cogman spun, caught the axe mid-swing, and then, without breaking rhythm, tore out the man's windpipe. He held it up, turning it over like a curious specimen he was studying. The raiders nearby panicked and tried to flee. Cogman caught one, drove his hand into the man's back, and ripped out his spine in a bloody, disturbing display. Allison and the others collectively shuddered and looked away. They shook their heads and made a silent agreement to ignore the creepy Cogman. Stiles cracked his knuckles, a grin spreading across his face. Shall we rejoin the fray? I want to see how many I can take before Jacob clears the board. He raised his hand and summoned another lightning weasel, sending it crackling into the army. The others followed suit, charging back into the chaos. Chapter 153, Playing Jumanji PT3. Jacob's excitement grew with each enemy he cut down. His body began to shift, horns pushed through his hair, wings tore through the back of his shirt, and black scales crawled across half his torso. He rose into the air, floating above the savage horde. The raiders opened fire. Bullets and rockets streaked toward him, but stopped dead in their tracks, suspended in midair by his telekinesis. He raised a hand. Molten magma gathered above his palm, swirling into a ball 3 meters wide. Then it compressed, shrinking down to the size of a basketball. Allison's eyes widened. Everyone, get back to Melissa. She grabbed Cogman and dragged him toward Melissa. When everyone had gathered close to Melissa, Allison shouted, Malia! Lydia! Kitty! Energy shields. Now! Combine them with Melissa's. Lydia, Malia, and Kitty threw up their shields. Allison added hers, reinforcing Melissa's energy shield and protecting everyone inside. Jacob glanced at them and, with a wave of his hand, added a telekinetic barrier of his own to strengthen their defense. then he turned back to the horde below him, a grin spreading across his face. He launched the magma ball at them. It struck the center of the horde like a falling star. The magical compression holding the molten ball together snapped upon impact, releasing all the force at once. In a fraction of a second, the basketball-sized sphere expanded back to its true 3-meter volume, the sudden, violent expansion creating a catastrophic explosion. First, a blinding white-orange flash vaporized the inner circle of warriors instantly. Then a shimmering shockwave tore outward, a wall of supersonic air that liquefied organs, shattered bones, and sent hundreds of warriors and their heavy equipment flying like ragdolls. A rain of molten shrapnel sprayed across the battlefield, each white-hot droplet piercing through steel armor and shields. In a single heartbeat, the center of the horde was reduced to a scorched crater surrounded by ignited debris, broken bodies, and the dying screams of hundreds. Jurgen, who had retreated to the back of his army, stared at the devastation. More than 1,000 of his men had been slaughtered in one attack. He looked up at the figure floating in the sky, and for the first time in his life he felt true terror. What kind of monster is that boy? Jacob admired his work. The destruction sank to something deep in his blood. His violent, cruel dragon nature surged to the surface. His human frame shifted and grew, expanding, transforming, until a 20-meter black dragon with a 40-meter wingspan hovered above the battlefield. His dragon aura exploded outward, a physical shockwave rippling through the air. Then he opened his jaws and roared. Scott instinctively flinched inside the protective barrier. The aura wasn't focused on him, but it still pressed against his chest like a weight. He looked at Malia, who stood perfectly still, her golden eyes locked on Jacob with pride and fascination, not a trace of fear. "Malia," Scott said, his voice tight. "Can't you feel his aura? Aren't you scared?" Malia didn't look away from Jacob. "Nope. When I feel his aura and hear his roar, I feel stronger. I'm his wife." Melissa's brow furrowed. "But he feels different." Allison nodded slowly. "I feel it too." Chris, Victoria, Natalie, and Noah, seeing Jacob's true dragon form for the first time, were frozen in shock. Chris finally found his voice. "What do you mean? What are you feeling?" Allison kept her eyes on Jacob. "You know that we share a connection with him, right? I can feel that he's excited right now, but also terrifying. I don't know how to describe it." Lydia said, "I feel a dark, insatiable hunger. A hunger to destroy everything in his path. It doesn't feel like him anymore. It feels like a monster that finally broke its chains and is actually enjoying the slaughter." Stiles's face went pale. "What? Did he lose control? If that's the case, we're all doomed." Malia waved a dismissive hand. "You guys are overthinking it. He's just enjoying the fight." Stiles's voice cracked. "But what if he really lost control?" Malia shrugged. "I know for sure he won't hurt me, Allison, Lydia, Melissa, or Kitty. As for the rest of you, good luck." She smiled. "But if he really wants to kill you, there's nothing you can do." Allison said, "Malia, stop scaring Stiles. Jay would never harm any of us." She looked at Stiles. "Besides, you can always teleport to Sarandel." Stiles's eyes went wide. "Can we even teleport to Sarandel? We're in the game's illusionary dimension." He concentrated and nothing happened. His face went white. "Gee guys, I just tried to teleport to Sarandel. I couldn't." Scott tried too. His face joined Stiles's in panic. "I couldn't teleport to Sarandel either." Malia laughed. "You guys are doomed." Melissa stepped forward and punched both of them on the head. "Stop overthinking, you idiots. Jay won't hurt you. Malia's just messing with you." Above them, Jacob's vertical pupils locked onto the horde below. 6,000 warriors remained. His red eyes held no pity, only the dark, intoxicating satisfaction of a beast realizing that everything in his sight was nothing more than brittle kindling for his wrath. He opened his jaws and unleashed a torrent of fire. He swept across the battlefield, flames washing over the raiders below. Hundreds burned. He circled, dove, and let loose another wave. More burned. Allison and the others watched as Jacob incinerated over 3,000 men in minutes. Cogman suddenly sprinted out of the energy shield, thrusters flaring. "Sir? Stop. Leave some for me." Jacob ignored him, still raining fire on the fleeing raiders. Cogman shot up beside Jacob's massive head. "Sir, please. Leave some for me." Jacob's dragon arm shot out and caught Cogman in his massive claw. "You're too loud, you annoying tin can." On the ground, Stiles's voice wavered. "He's not really going to hurt Cogman, is he?" Allison sent a telepathic message. "Jay, are you still in there? You didn't lose control, did you?" Jacob's massive head turned toward her. His voice in her mind was calm, amused. "Lose control? Why would I lose control?" Allison exhaled. "Thank God. We were worried. The feeling you're giving off is terrifying." Jacob's mental voice reached all his wives. "I'm fine. Don't worry. I just got a little excited. You can keep fighting if you want. I'm only going after their leader now. If he's still alive, that is." He released Cogman. His monstrous voice rumbled across the sky. "Go on. Kill to your heart's content." Cogman's grin was feral. "Thank you, sir." He dove toward the horde, his arms shifting into gleaming blades. He hit the ground like a meteor, carving a bloody path through the fleeing warriors. Lydia smacked the back of Stiles's head. "Jay never lost control, but you panicked and made us panic too." Stiles rubbed his head, a sheepish smile tugging at his lips. "Sorry. It's just that your stupid overpowered husband scared me." Allison drew her katana. "Okay, Jay said we can keep fighting. Let's go." She looked at her father. "Dad, stay inside Melissa's energy shield. I want to use my powers, so I can't watch your back." Before Chris could respond, Allison's body crackled with electricity. She shot forward like a lightning bolt, katana raised, and tore into the horde's flank. Malia's wings snapped open as she coated herself in lightning. She launched into the air and dove, lightning arcing from her hands into clusters of fleeing raiders. Lydia teleported above the battlefield, floating effortlessly. She rained down fireballs and lightning eagles on the horde below, her energy shield deflecting the rockets and bullets the horde shot at her. Scott shifted. His eyes blazed red, his body swelling to 2.5 meters of corded muscle and dark fur. His face elongated into a wolf's snout, a tail sprouted behind him, and he charged, tearing through warriors like a force of nature. Stiles and Kitty followed in his wake. Stiles grabbed an axe from a fallen raider and hacked his way through the panicked survivors. Kitty snatched a dagger and moved like a ghost, slashing throats and vanishing before anyone could react. Jacob shifted back to human form. He pulled on a pair of pants from his pocket dimension and scanned the battlefield. At the edge of the woods, Jurgen was retreating with 30 of his generals, slipping deeper into the forest. Jacob teleported directly into their path. "Going somewhere?" Jurgen stumbled back, his face pale. "Kill him." Jacob waved his hand. Before the generals could move, their bodies collapsed into bloody mush. 30 men died in an instant. Jacob wiped a speck of blood from his cheek. "Now, can we fight?" Jurgen roared and hurled his axe at Jacob. Jacob teleported. The axe whistled through empty air. He reappeared directly in front of Jurgen, caught his arm, and punched him in the face. Jurgen's nose bled, but his head didn't explode. Jacob raised an eyebrow. "Interesting." Jurgen tried to pull free, but Jacob's grip was iron. Jacob shook his head, disappointed. "I was expecting you to be much stronger." His lips curled into a cold smile. "Let's test how much of my strength you can handle before your head explodes." He punched. Once. Twice. 3 times. Each blow hit harder than the last. Jurgen's face swelled grotesquely, teeth flying from his mouth. Jacob paused. "I'm surprised you took 6 punches without dying." He drew his fist back. "If you survive this, I promise I'll let you go. You'll live until the game ends, and then you'll go back to your world." Jurgen's eyes went wide with terror. Jacob's fist shot forward. There was a sickening crunch. Jurgen's head didn't explode. Jacob's fist punched straight through his skull. The warlord crumpled. Jacob shook the blood from his hand and cast a cleaning spell. He sighed. "Jurgen wasn't as strong as I thought he'd be. But at least I had fun with his horde." He teleported back to Melissa and wrapped his arms around her from behind. They watched Allison and the others chase down the remnants of the horde. After a moment, Jacob looked at Chris and Noah. "Don't you two want to join the fight?" Chris shook his head. "I'd love to, but there are too many of them and they have guns. 1 rocket, 1 stray bullet, and I'm dead." Noah nodded. "Same. I'd fight beside Stiles if I could, but there's no point risking my life just to have some fun." Jacob studied them for a moment. "I wasn't planning on giving them the Hulk serum, but they're family." Victoria and Chris even treat me like their own son. They deserve this. He reached into his pocket dimension and pulled out 4 test tubes filled with vibrant, translucent green liquid. He handed one to each of them, Chris, Victoria, Noah, and Natalie. This serum will grant you immense physical strength, far stronger than an alpha werewolf. It'll make your skin highly resistant to small arms fire and enhance your existing healing. No side effects. He paused. It'll hurt a little after you drink it. You might want to sit down. They took the vials, thanked him, and sat. They drank, their skin flushed deep red, veins standing out beneath the surface. They grimaced as waves of heat and pain washed through them, intense, but nothing they couldn't handle. 40 minutes later, the transformation settled. They stood, stretching, testing their new strength. Chris flexed his hand, marveling. Thank you, Jacob. I feel incredible. Jacob waved him off. You're welcome. Then he looked at the others who were about to thank him again and added, You don't have to thank me again. You already did. Noah grinned. All right. I'm going to fight. He jogged toward the woods where the horde was retreating. Chris and Victoria followed. Jacob, Melissa, and Natalie stayed behind. Jacob looked at the 2 women. Don't you want to fight? Melissa shook her head. I don't. Natalie echoed her. Me neither. I don't like violence. Jacob nodded. Then let's go somewhere else and wait for them. It'll take a while to wipe out that horde. He wrinkled his nose. And I'm starving. I don't feel like eating surrounded by corpses. Melissa smiled. Let's go to my house. Jacob teleported them to Melissa's house. He pulled food from his pocket dimension, and they sat together at her kitchen table, eating and waiting for the others to finish. Chapter 154, Playing Jumanji PT4. The survivors of Jacob's dragon fire scattered into the woods like ants from a burning nest. 3,000 raiders, the ones lucky enough to be at the edges of the destruction, fled into the trees, their earlier bravado replaced by primal terror. But Allison and the others had no intention of letting them escape. Allison landed in the middle of a fleeing group of 100, her body crackling with electricity. The raiders nearest her stumbled back, weapons raised. She didn't give them time to aim. A wave of her hand sent a freezing blast of ice across the forest floor. Frost exploded outward, flash freezing the legs of a dozen warriors. They screamed as the cold bit into their flesh, their feet anchored to the ground. Within seconds, they froze completely, turned into screaming ice sculptures. Allison drew her katana and moved like lightning between the remaining raiders. Her blade found throats, hearts, spines. Each stroke was precise. Heads flew from shoulders. Bodies and weapons were cut in half. She was a dancer, and the battlefield was her stage. When the last of that group fell, she raised her free hand. Lightning gathered above her palm, swirling into the shape of a massive tiger. It snarled, eyes blazing, and she sent it into the next wave of raiders foolish enough to charge toward her instead of fleeing. The giant lightning tiger tore through them, leaping from man to man, leaving smoking corpses in its wake. After dealing with that group, she chased after the other raiders. This time they were scattered, running away from her. She raised her hand and 40 green wind arrows appeared above her head. She sent them flying, 40 arrows, 40 kills. She pulled the Spartan laser from her ring and aimed at a fleeing armored truck. A thick red laser beam shot out and the truck exploded. She smiled with satisfaction, then aimed at another fleeing car and destroyed it. She put the Spartan laser back in her ring and chased after the fleeing raiders. Lydia floated above the tree line. Below her, 100 raiders had regrouped, forming a defensive circle with their shields raised against the sky, shooting at her with machine guns and crossbows. Her energy shield held perfectly, deflecting every shot. She teleported directly into the edge of their formation. Before they could react, she opened her mouth and screamed. The sonic blast lifted men off their feet and hurled them into the trees. Shields shattered. Bones cracked. The circle dissolved into chaos. Lydia kept teleporting around them, unleashing her sonic screams again and again. Each time she appeared, she sent dozens of them flying into trees, their bodies breaking on impact. She alternated with her spells. Faraga fireballs and lightning eagles erupted from her hands, killing dozens more with each strike. The raiders were terrified. Edition. Some tried to shoot her, but bullets and crossbow bolts passed through empty air where she had been a second before. She appeared behind them, opened her mouth, and instead of a loud scream, she let out a controlled sound wave that popped their eardrums and eyes before exploding their skulls like watermelons. One raider, faster than the others, managed to get close enough to stab her with his scimitar. Lydia sidestepped the blade and kicked him hard. He flew backward, crashing into 3 of his comrades. All 4 slammed into a tree, and Lydia sent a Furaga spell after them, blowing them into pieces. She dusted off her hands and teleported after a new group. Malia dropped from the sky like a thunderbolt, her wings folded tight against her back. She hit the ground in the middle of a group of fleeing raiders, the impact cratering the earth and sending a lightning shockwave through them. The closest ones died instantly. Those farther away flew through the air, their bodies convulsing from the electricity. She rose from her crouch, lightning dancing across her body. Bolts shot from her hands, ending the lives of the raiders still twitching on the ground. She grinned and charged at another fleeing group. They saw her coming like a lightning bolt and tried to brace themselves. A raider swung a barbed club at her head. She punched it, the barbed club splintered, her fist continued, caving in his chest. He flew backward, crashing into 2 of his comrades, sending all 3 flying. As soon as they hit the ground, a Furaga spell blew them apart. Another raider tried to stab her from the side. She spun, grabbed his spear, and swept his legs out from under him. Then she stomped on his chest, caving in his armor and killing him. She coated the spear with electricity and threw it into the middle of a group of raiders. The spear flew like a lightning bolt, piercing through 10 men before stopping. She spread her arms and wings and roared, releasing a lightning shockwave from her body that struck every raider around her. They flew through the air, convulsed, smoked, and fell dead. Malia looked around. Satisfied that everyone nearby was dead, she ran deeper into the woods. Soon she found a group of 200 raiders fleeing. She used her lightning beast spell, and 2 giant winged wolves of pure lightning formed around her. They roared like thunder and launched themselves into the densest part of the fleeing horde, tearing through them like wolves among sheep. Malia grinned and followed them in. Kitty moved through the shadows of the trees like a ghost. She was small, fast, and silent. Deeper in the woods, she found a group of 30 raiders hiding, catching their breath. One of them leaned against a tree, breathing heavily, trying to rest. He didn't see the flash of movement behind him. He didn't feel the dagger until it was already across his throat. Kitty caught him as he fell, lowering him silently to the ground. She wiped her blade on his shirt and moved on. The group didn't hear a thing. They were drinking and resting, thinking they had fled from their terrifying enemies. She crept behind them, dagger ready. The first one died without a sound. The second turned at the wrong moment and saw her, but by then her blade was already in his chest. The third managed to scream before she cut his throat. The others spun around, but Kitty was already gone, hiding in the shadows of the forest. They fired blindly into the shadows. Arrows and bullets hit nothing. Kitty appeared behind another one, slit his throat, and used her speed to weave between them, killing them one by one before they could even react. Some panicked and opened fire on their own men, hoping to land a lucky hit. But she was moving like a ghost, and soon all of them were dead. After making sure everyone was dead, Kitty disappeared into the woods, looking for more victims. Stiles ran through the chaos with an axe in each hand, laughing like a man possessed. A raider charged him with a spear. Stiles sidestepped and swung his axe at the man's chest, cutting him in half. He fell, and Stiles was already moving. He spotted a cluster of raiders trying to form a shield wall. He raised a hand and sent a giant lightning weasel crackling toward them. It weaved between their shields, striking each man in turn, leaving them electrocuted on the ground. Stiles ran past the dead bodies and caught up with another group of raiders, hacking them with his axes like a maniac. A big man with a warhammer stepped in his path. He was twice Stiles's size, and he swung the warhammer like it weighed nothing. Stiles's eyes lit up when he saw the warhammer. "I'll be taking that." He dropped both axes, caught the warhammer with his bare hand and stopped it cold. The raider's eyes went wide. Stiles grinned, pulled the warhammer from his grip, and hit him in the face with it, breaking his skull and killing him. He weighed the warhammer in his hand. "Nice hammer." He wiped the blood from his face and gave the stunned raiders watching him an evil grin. They panicked and turned to run. He followed them, shouting, "Come back. I'll be gentle, I promise." He caught up with them, running alongside the group. "How about I show you a new move? I call it whirlwind." He started spinning, his arms and the warhammer extending outward. He charged into the group, spinning faster and faster, the warhammer cracking bones and sending raiders flying in all directions. When Stiles finally stopped, raiders lay scattered across the forest floor, some dead, others with broken bones, barely alive. He leaned on his warhammer, breathing hard. He surveyed his work with a satisfied grin. Wow. That's a great move. Too bad Jacob and Cogman aren't here to witness it. He took a step, wobbled, and quickly leaned back on his warhammer. Whoa. Almost fell. I'm dizzy. After resting for a moment, he straightened up and headed deeper into the woods. Now let's find some more poor souls to play with. Scott moved through the forest like a force of nature. His werewolf form towered over the raiders, his claws tearing through armor like paper. They tried to surround him. He swung his arms and sent them flying. They tried to shoot him. Arrows and bullets bounced off his fur. They tried to run. He was faster. A raider with a heavy crossbow got off a shot that hit Scott square in the chest. The bolt shattered against his skin. Scott's glowing red eyes locked onto the man. The raider didn't think twice. He dropped his crossbow and ran. Scott caught him in 3 strides. One hand caught the raider by the chest, the other grabbed his head. Scott tore the head from the body, threw it aside, and roared. Then he charged at the remaining raiders, killing one with each strike of his claws. He raised a hand. Fire gathered in his palm, and he unleashed a Furaga spell into a group of raiders trying to flank him. The explosion scattered them like leaves. Stiles appeared beside him, looking at the massacre. You did all this while you hate killing? I'd be scared to see what you do when you don't mind it. He smirked. If your daddy was here, he'd be so proud of you. Scott turned. His massive arm swung out, catching Stiles off guard and sending him crashing to the ground. Stiles scrambled up, eyes wide. Hey. Why'd you hit me? Did you lose control? Scott snorted and walked away, leaving Stiles standing alone. Stiles watched him go, rubbing his shoulder. Well, he muttered, picking up his warhammer, he seems to be enjoying himself. A grin spread across his face. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm enjoying myself too. He turned and ran in the opposite direction from Scott. Now let's continue hunting. Chris and Victoria fought side by side, their movements synchronized after decades of hunting together. Chris had found a sword on a fallen raider. It was crude, unbalanced, but with his new strength it didn't matter. He cut through weapons, armor, flesh, bone. A raider swung an axe at his head. Chris punched the side of the axe, it shattered, and he swung his sword, cutting the man in half at the waist. Beside him, Victoria moved with deadly precision. Her dagger flashed, finding gaps in armor, arteries, throats. A raider tried to grab her from behind. She turned, caught his wrist, stabbed him multiple times in the chest in the space of a heartbeat, then slit his throat. Having fun? Chris asked, stabbing a raider through the chest. Victoria stabbed another raider and used his body as a shield against an incoming crossbow bolt. Yes. I haven't had this much fun in years. Maybe ever. She threw the body in her hand at a raider, aiming a bazooka at her, and followed it with a Furaga spell, making both the man and his weapon explode. We should do this more often. A group of raiders tried to rush them. Chris raised his hand and a lightning wolf burst from his palm, tearing through their ranks. I agree. Noah had found an axe.it was a heavy, brutal thing, and with his new strength it was perfect. He swung it in wide arcs, clearing space around him. A raider came at him with a spear. Noah chopped the spear in half, then the man. Another tried to shoot him. Noah threw the axe, embedding it in the shooter's chest, then ripped a sword from a fallen enemy and kept fighting. He raised his free hand and sent a fireball into a cluster of archers. They scattered, burning. Cogman was having the time of his life. He used energy blasts, lasers, shifted his arms into all kinds of weapons. But what he preferred most was using his bare hands, ripping the poor raiders apart. He tore limbs, spines, hearts, heads. The raiders were terrified, running from him screaming. But they couldn't get far. He caught up and kept slaughtering them with a maniacal laugh. The battle lasted for 3 hours. By the end, the forest was littered with bodies. Allison landed beside Lydia, breathing hard but smiling. How many did you get? Lydia dusted off her dress. Lost count after 100. Allison said, I got more than 300. Malia dropped from the sky, landing between them. I got at least 500. Kitty appeared on a low branch. I got 173. I counted them. Stiles and Scott walked out of the trees, bloody and grinning. Stiles held up his warhammer. I didn't count, but I know I got more than 200. Scott was now in his human form, wearing torn clothes from somewhere. Now that the fighting stopped, I kind of feel guilty for killing those guys. Even though I know they didn't really die. Allison shook her head. Don't feel sorry for them. They're bad people. And I hope they remember what we did to them after they go back to their world. Maybe one day we can go to the real Jumanji world and kill them for real. Chris and Victoria emerged together, their borrowed weapons discarded. Allison's eyes widened. Mom, Dad? Why are you here? Then Noah walked up to them, blood covering his body. She looked at him. And Noah too? Stiles's face went pale. Dad? Are you okay? Chris held up a hand. Don't worry, kids. We're fine. Jacob gave the three of us and Natalie a green serum. Made us very strong. Allison smiled in relief. Oh, I see. Noah ruffled Stiles's hair. Relax. The blood soaking my body isn't mine. Lydia looked around. Where's my mom? Noah said, she's still with Jacob and Melissa. Lydia nodded. I see. She raised a hand, casting a cleaning spell on Noah, Scott, and Stiles, leaving them spotless. A cheerful humming drifted through the trees. Cogman appeared, freshly cleaned. Jacob had given him the cleaning spell too, and in an excellent mood. Allison looked at him, amused. Did you have fun? Cogman nodded, a blissful smile on his face. Yes, my lady. The most fun I've had in years. Lydia clapped her hands. All right, we're done here. Let's go back to Jay. They returned to where they'd left Jacob, but he wasn't there. Allison and the girls closed their eyes, reaching through the bond they shared with him. It led them to Melissa's house, where Jacob, Melissa, and Natalie were waiting for them in the living room. Jacob had laid out a feast from his pocket dimension. Okay, eat and rest for a while before we continue the game. Stiles dove in like a man who hadn't seen food in days. The others followed, filling plates, laughing, recounting their kills. Chapter 155, playing Jumanji PT5. After they finished eating and resting in Melissa's house, Jacob leaned back and looked at Stiles with a lazy smirk. So, where's your harem? Stiles raised an eyebrow. Harem? Jacob's smirk widened. Yeah. The 4 kissy bonobos. Stiles shrugged. Oh, them. I don't know. They took off the second that Savage Army showed up. Probably went into town to find a new husband. Lydia smiled sweetly. They were cute. Aren't you jealous? Stiles snorted. Nope. I'm relieved. Now can we stop talking about the stupid perverted apes and get back to the game? Malia bounced in her seat. Yes. Jay, take the game out. It's my turn. Jacob pulled out the Jumanji board from his pocket dimension. The familiar drumming sound filled the room as he placed it on the table. Everyone gathered around with eager anticipation. Malia opened the board, grabbed the dice, and shook them dramatically. She threw a 5. Her token moved. The crystal ball glowed and letters formed. She leaned in and read aloud, a slithering tide of scales and fangs, their hiss foretells where death hangs. Malia frowned. Snakes? Kitty hissed. I hate snakes. The grass outside the window began to rustle. The porch steps creaked. Then something hit the front door hard and busted it wide open. Jacob and the others left the living room to see what had broken the door. It was there, hissing at them. A giant snake, easily 20 meters long or more, coiled in the doorway. Its hiss, amplified by its size, sounded like a deep rumbling growl. Stiles stared. What kind of snake is that? Chris's eyes narrowed. I don't know, but from those 2 giant fangs in its mouth, it's definitely venomous. A wave of serpents poured inside, hundreds of them, slithering past the giant snake. Rattlesnakes, cobras, vipers of every color and size, their scales gleaming in the afternoon light. They moved as one, a seething carpet of scales and fangs, sliding toward them with terrifying speed. Everyone tensed, ready to fight. Jacob released a fraction of his dragon aura. All the snakes stopped dead, coiling into themselves in fear. Even the giant one went rigid. He snapped his fingers. A wave of telekinetic force rippled outward from the house, lifting every snake off the ground. They writhed helplessly in the air for a moment. Then Jacob teleported with them directly deep into the Beacon Hills Preserve. He deposited them there and teleported back. He dusted off his hands. All right, snakes are dealt with. Let's go back to playing. They returned to the living room. Lydia took the dice, shook them, and threw a 3. Her token moved. The crystal ball glowed. She read, a tiny bite can make you itch, make you sneeze, make you twitch. Lydia sighed. It's the giant mosquitoes. Like in the movie. A low, droning hum filled the air. It started faint, then grew louder. Giant mosquitoes entered through the broken door and the windows, flying straight toward them. Lydia waved her hand, creating an energy shield around everyone. Gross. I hate bugs. Cogman stepped out of the shield. The mosquitoes ignored him completely, fixated on the group behind the barrier. They threw themselves against it again and again, each impact breaking their own stingers against the shimmering energy. Cogman began picking them off with precise lasers from his fingertips. One shot, one kill. Mosquito after mosquito dropped. The remaining mosquitoes, sensing their doom, scattered and fled into town. Lydia brushed a strand of hair from her face and looked at Allison. Your turn. Allison took the dice, shook them, and threw a 7. Her token moved. The crystal ball glowed, she read, the jungle's ghost with eyes of gold, a silent death both swift and bold. Stiles looked around. Okay, that sounds creepy. What is it? No one answered. A single leaf drifted past the window. Then another. Then the light outside seemed to dim, as if a cloud had passed over the sun. A creak from the second floor made everyone look up. A dark creature stepped into view on the stairs. It was massive, a black panther the size of a horse, muscles rippling under its sleek coat. Its tail lashed once, twice. Its glowing golden eyes fixed on Allison. Malia jumped to her feet. Oh, what a beautiful cat. I'll tame it. She walked toward the stairs. The panther's ears flattened. Its lips pulled back from teeth like ivory daggers. It let out a low, warning growl. Malia didn't care at all. The panther attacked, launching itself from the top of the stairs toward her. Malia caught its massive body with ease. It tried to bite her, but she punched it to the ground and pressed its head into the floor. The panther struggled. Malia's eyes glowed gold. An evil smirk spread across her face. Looks like I need to teach you some manners, huh? She sent an electric shock through its body. The panther convulsed for a few seconds until Malia let go. It stood, looking at her warily. It hadn't learned its lesson. It lunged again. Malia roared. The panther dropped to the ground, completely submissive. She crouched beside it and tried to stroke its head. It snapped at her hand. She punched it again. Be good. The panther tried to struggle a few more times, but it quickly realized it couldn't win. It gave up, letting her do whatever she wanted. Malia stood, scratching the panther's jaw. It leaned into her touch, its tail curling contentedly. She looked back at the group. I'm keeping it. Jacob shook his head. You can't keep it. It's from the game. When we finish, it goes back. Malia's face fell. Oh, I forgot about that. She sighed and went back to sit with everyone. The panther followed and lay down at her feet like an oversized house cat. She stroked its fur and looked at Jacob expectantly. Your turn. Jacob picked up the dice. I hope to be sent to the Jumanji world. He threw a double. His token moved. The crystal ball glowed with a brilliant green light. The riddle appeared. A hunter from the darkest wild makes you feel just like a child. Stiles perked up. It's Van Pelt. The hunter from the movie. A bullet shot toward Jacob's head from the window. Jacob waved his hand. The bullet stopped in midair, hovering inches from his face. With a FLICK of his wrist, he sent it back toward the window. Van Pelt, still visible outside, was frozen in shock. His bullet had simply stopped. He didn't have time to react before it punched through his forehead. He dropped dead on the spot. Jacob sighed. Boring. Since he had rolled a double, he got another turn. He threw again. A 5. His token moved. The crystal ball glowed. He read the new riddle. Your darkest fears will take their shape from deep within. They will escape. Before Jacob could process what that meant, the air in the living room shimmered. A group of figures materialized in the room, and Jacob's blood ran cold. There were at least a dozen of them, all with normal female bodies. But their heads belonged to animals. A duck with a flat yellow beak tilted her head and quacked softly. A horse with a flowing mane flicked her ears and neighed. A naked mole rat with wrinkled pink skin and buck teeth smiled awkwardly. An anglerfish with a glowing lure dangled from her forehead blinked her massive eyes. A baboon with a colorful face bared her teeth in what might have been a smile. A sloth moved in slow motion, her shy expression somehow endearing. An ostrich with wide eyes blinked rapidly. A frog's bulging eyes locked onto him. A vulture with a hooked beak spread her arms as if inviting a hug. and a cassowary gave him a somewhat charming look. Then as one they all cooed, "Husband!" Jacob screamed in terror and scrambled backward over the couch, nearly taking Kitty down with him as he tried to put distance between himself and the nightmare fuel now occupying the living room. Chris and the others, however, were not sharing his distress. They burst out laughing. Allison paused mid-laugh, wiping tears from her eyes. "Wow. Even your fears are perverted." She burst into laughter again. Malia grinned widely. "Hold on a second. Are we sure this is his fear? I mean, he does love monster girls." Jacob sputtered. "I like you girls when you shift into beautiful monster girls. Not whatever this is." He gestured wildly at the gathering of animal-headed women. "Look at them. There's one with an anglerfish head. And a naked mole rat." He shivered violently, then raised his hand. Flames erupted from his palm, and with a single sweep, he reduced the entire group to ash, making the nightmare disappear. Everyone else was still laughing. Jacob dropped onto the couch. "I'm starting to hate this game," he muttered. The laughter hadn't even died down when the crystal ball glowed again. This time, a small figure materialized in the center of the room, a doll. But not just any doll. Chucky, complete with red hair, striped shirt, and a kitchen knife clutched in his tiny plastic hand. The possessed doll's eyes locked onto Stiles, who had been enjoying Jacob's humiliation moments before. Chucky grinned, raising the knife. "Do you want to play?" Stiles screamed like a little girl. He launched himself behind Scott, using him as a human shield. "No. No, no, no. Kill him. Someone kill him, please." Jacob covered his ears. "Shut up, you're too loud. And are you really afraid of Chucky?" Stiles peeked out from behind Scott's shoulder, pointing a trembling finger at Jacob. "You're one to talk. You're afraid of women with animal heads. I mean, what kind of fear is that?" Jacob raised his hands in surrender. "Okay, you've got a point. But you better deal with your Chucky. He's gone." Stiles whipped his head around. The spot where Chucky had been standing was empty. "Where did he go?" he asked, panic creeping back into his voice. "Behind you," Malia said casually. Stiles spun just as Chucky lunged, knife raised. The blade came down and barely pierced Stiles's clothes, stopping against his skin. Chucky stabbed again. And again. And again. Stiles screamed bloody murder the entire time. "Help! Help! He's killing me. Oh my God, I'm being murdered by a doll. This is how I die." Everyone watched with raised eyebrows as Chucky continued his futile assault. The doll put his whole body into each stab, grunting with effort, but the knife simply refused to penetrate Stiles's enhanced skin. Finally, Chucky stopped. He looked at the knife, then at Stiles, then at the group of people staring at him with varying degrees of amusement. He cleared his throat. "Well, this is awkward." Then he turned and ran straight toward the kitchen, his tiny legs carrying him as fast as they could. Scott turned to Stiles, who had collapsed on the floor still screaming, and gave him a light kick. "Shut up. You're fine. And Chucky's gone." Stiles sat up slowly, patting his chest where the knife had struck. His eyes went wide with realization. "Oh, I'm fine. I forgot I have superpowers now." He grinned, then looked around. "But wait, where's Chucky?" Malia pointed toward the kitchen. "He went to the kitchen. And I smell gas." Stiles's face went pale. "Gas? Oh no. He's trying to blow up the house." Jacob was already moving. He vanished from the living room and reappeared in the kitchen, where Chucky was indeed standing on the counter, trying to turn the gas stove knob with his tiny plastic hands. Jacob grabbed the doll by the back of its neck, twisted the knob to shut off the gas, and teleported back to the living room in the span of a single breath. He held Chucky out to Stiles. "Here. You kill him." Stiles backed away so fast he nearly tripped over the coffee table. "No. You kill him. I'm not touching that thing." Jacob sighed. His hand burst into flames, and Chucky didn't even have time to quip before he was reduced to ash. Jacob shook the residue off his hand and sat down. The crystal ball pulsed again. Another figure materialized in the living room, and this time everyone went quiet. It was Jacob. Or rather, a perfect copy of him, smirking with a confidence that made the real Jacob's eye twitch. Everyone turned to look at Stiles. Allison raised an eyebrow. "What now? Are you scared of Jay?" Stiles threw his hands up. "No. That's not my fear. It's probably..." He trailed off, glancing at Scott. Scott coughed awkwardly, suddenly very interested in the ceiling. Jacob's gaze snapped to him. Why are you scared of me? Scott rubbed the back of his neck. I'm not scared of you. It's just, I used to have nightmares about you dating my mom. The fake Jacob laughed, a perfect imitation of the real thing. Those aren't nightmares anymore, Scott. Mel is already mine. He winked. And now I'm going to look for Tracy. His eyes slid to Victoria and Natalie, a predatory gleam in them. But not before I make these two beauties mine. He took a step toward them. Allison's hand shot out. Ice erupted from her palm, encasing the fake Jacob in a solid block of frost before he could take another step. Lydia opened her mouth, and a sonic scream shattered the ice sculpture into 1,000 glittering shards that rained down on the carpet. Then both girls turned to the real Jacob, eyes narrowed, voices perfectly synchronized. Stay away from my mom. Jacob frowned. What? That's not even me. That thing was Scott's fear. I never thought about going after your moms. He pointed accusingly at Scott. That's just Scott's wild and stupid imagination. Allison narrowed her eyes at him, suspicious. Lydia pointed 2 fingers at her own eyes, then directed them at Jacob. Jacob just shook his head with a helpless smile. Stiles, finally recovering from his own embarrassment, grinned. Malia, your turn. Chapter 156, Playing Jumanji PT6 Final. Malia grabbed the dice and threw them onto the board. A 6. Her token moved. The crystal ball glowed. She leaned in and read aloud, a storm above with icy breath will rain down stones of frozen death. The sky outside went dark. A low rumble rolled across the heavens, and then the first chunk of ice slammed into Melissa's roof. More ice followed, fist-sized, then head-sized, then boulders crashing down with enough force to crack the foundation. The house groaned, walls trembling as the storm intensified. Jacob wrapped everyone in his telekinesis and teleported them away, hovering above the ground as they watched a massive chunk of ice cave in the entire front of Melissa's house, sending splinters of wood and clouds of dust into the air. Another even larger boulder destroyed what was left. The hailstorm moved through the neighborhood, destroying roofs, shattering windows, flattening cars, leveling houses. The destruction rolled toward the center of Beacon Hills like a wave of frozen fury. Distant screams echoed through the chaos. Natalie shook her head. What a disaster. I'm just glad those people aren't real. Lydia held out her hand. Give me the game. It's my turn. She opened the board and threw the dice. A 4. Her token moved. The crystal ball glowed. She read aloud, fiery rocks from heaven cast, dodge them quick or breathe your last. They looked up. Lydia exclaimed, oh my God. That's a meteor shower. Fiery streaks of light blazed across the heavens, trailing smoke and fire. The first meteor slammed into the high school, obliterating it in a single impact. Scott stared at the inferno where Beacon Hills High School used to be. The entire building is gone. His phone rang. He pulled it out, frowning. It's Derek. Can we get calls in this fake Beacon Hills? Noah nodded grimly. Yeah. I got calls from my deputies when I was fighting that savage army. They said the road turned into a river, giant crocodiles and hippos were eating people, and cockroaches were everywhere. I didn't know what to tell them, so I just turned my phone off. Stiles waved a dismissive hand. Scott, ignore it. It's just fake Derek wanting to know what's going on. 3 more meteors struck in rapid succession, carving craters into the town center. Buildings collapsed. Streets buckled. The poor fake residents of Beacon Hills screamed and ran. They had survived a hailstorm that destroyed their homes, and now meteors were raining down on them. A massive meteor hurtled straight toward the group. Jacob teleported everyone again, this time to a hill overlooking the chaos. Noah watched a meteor obliterate the sheriff's station, his station, and something in his expression shifted. He turned away from the burning town, his voice tight. I think it's time to end the game. Melissa nodded. This isn't fun anymore. It's getting dangerous. I feel like the game is actually trying to kill us. Allison took the game and threw the dice. She rolled an 8. Her token moved. The crystal ball glowed. She read aloud, winds that shatter, rain that drowns, this storm will tear this whole town down. A massive spiral of wind began to form. The sky churned, clouds swirling into a funnel that stretched from the heavens to the earth. Heavy rain and lightning lashed the ground, and floodwater appeared from nowhere, sweeping through the streets. They watched as the hurricane tore through a large part of the town in seconds. Stiles swallowed hard. Melissa's right. This game is really trying to kill us. Jacob, end it. Jacob reached for the dice. Wait. Allison's voice stopped him. He looked at her, confused. What? She wasn't looking at him. Her eyes were locked on the hurricane. I want to get close to it. Victoria's face went white. Why? Allison's gaze didn't waver from the storm. You know I can control wind and electricity. And fairies evolve, reach alpha status, by deepening their connection to their elemental powers. She turned to her parents, her expression calm but resolute. I want to get close to the hurricane. See if I can understand it. Connect with it. Chris stepped forward, his voice sharp with worry. That's dangerous, Allison. I'll be fine. She glanced at Jacob, a small smile tugging at her lips. Jay will be with me. If anything goes wrong, he'll teleport me back. Jacob studied the hurricane, a beast of wind and fury, powerful enough to flatten the entire town. Then he looked at Allison, at the fire in her eyes, and nodded. All right. If this is what you want, I'll take you. He met Chris and Victoria's worried gazes. Don't worry. I'll keep her safe. He wrapped an arm around Allison's waist. She pressed against him, her heartbeat steady, her eyes fixed on the hurricane. Ready? He asked. She nodded. Yes. He teleported them to the edge of the hurricane. Allison shifted into her fairy form. Her hair deepened to a rich, dark green. Her ears lengthened into elegant points, and delicate freckles bloomed beneath her eyes. Her eyes blazed with emerald light. She turned to Jacob. Closer. Jacob wrapped his telekinesis around them both and floated forward, the wind screaming past them. He started to form an energy shield. Don't. Allison's voice was calm. I need to feel it. Jacob hesitated, then let the shield dissolve. The wind hit them like a physical force, tearing at their clothes, howling in their ears. Allison closed her eyes and opened herself to the storm. She let the pressure wash over her, feeling the subtle shifts where high met low, where air rose and fell. The wind wasn't just moving, it was breathing. A living thing, vast and ancient. She traced its currents, letting them pull at her senses, letting the chaos of the hurricane map itself onto her mind. The lightning came next. She extended a hand and used her own electricity to attract the lightning to her. A bolt connected with her palm, a pulse of raw energy she could feel in her bones. Then another. And another. She let it pass through her, let it deepen her connection to her elemental power. Jacob kept them circling the hurricane's edge, his telekinesis countering the pull of the wind, keeping them exactly where Allison needed to be. The rain lashed at them, the thunder shook the sky, but Allison was no longer aware of any of it. She was in a deep trance, connected to the violent wind and lightning. She could feel the cold fronts colliding with warm, the moisture rising from the ocean that shouldn't be there but had somehow appeared in Beacon Hills, the rotation building until it became something unstoppable. The hurricane was chaos, yes, but it was also order. A perfect, terrible balance of forces that had to exist exactly as they were. Her eyes snapped open. Inside, she said. Take me inside the eye. Jacob flew them above the wall of clouds, climbing until they could see the spiral laid out beneath them, a perfect circle of calm at the heart of the storm. He teleported them into the center. The eye was silent, the wind dropped to nothing. The rain ceased. Above them, the clouds formed a vast circular opening, sunlight streaming down through it like a spotlight. Jacob used his telekinesis to let Allison float alone in the center. She smiled at him and gave him a nod before closing her eyes, focusing and connecting with the hurricane. After half an hour, her eyes opened. They glowed brighter, turned orange, then blazed into deep, burning red. From her back, blue butterfly-like wings unfurled. Jacob stared at her, admiring her new form. You did it. Allison's face split into a radiant smile. She flew toward him with her new wings and threw her arms around him. He held her tight, spinning her once in the silent heart of the hurricane. He pulled back, brushing damp hair from her face. You look gorgeous. Then he kissed her deeply and she kissed him back. After a while they pulled apart and he asked, Can you control this hurricane? Allison looked at the walls of wind surrounding them and shook her head. No. It's too strong. She looked back at him, pride warming her voice. But I can make one now. Not this big, I'm not that strong yet. But I can make a small tornado. And someday I'll be able to create something like this. She smiled. Thank you for giving me these powers. Jacob kissed her forehead. You're welcome, love. He wrapped his arm around her waist. Let's go back. The others are waiting. He teleported them back to the hill where the rest of the group stood watching. Allison floated before them, her new beautiful wings fanning out behind her. Lydia smiled happily. You did it? Allison nodded, beaming. Yes. Cogman nodded. Congratulations, my lady. Allison's smile widened. Thank you, Cogman. Victoria stepped forward. I'm so proud of you, sweetheart. She smiled. And you look gorgeous. Chris said nothing. He just looked at his daughter, at the power radiating from her, at the woman she had become, and smiled. Melissa, Malia, Lydia, and Kitty surrounded Allison, touching her wings and admiring her new form. Jacob picked up the dice that he rolled. A 12. His token slid into the final square and onto the crystal in the center. The green crystal glowed and the word Jumanji appeared on it. Jacob called out the word that would end it all. Jumanji. The board exploded with light. The world seemed to hold its breath. Then, from every corner of the ruined town, the game's creations began to flow back. The cockroaches poured from the streets, streaming into the crystal like smoke sucked into a vacuum. The crocodiles and hippos dissolved into green mist, spiraling into the board. The bodies of Jurgen and his horde rose from the forests and craters, lifted by invisible hands, drawn into the glowing heart of the game. The mosquitoes and the panther were also sucked into the game. The bonobos were the last. They spotted Stiles and made a final desperate lunge for him, arms outstretched, lips puckered. Stiles shoved them back inside the green light. No. Go home. Shoo. Bad monkeys. Lydia smirked. You could at least give them a goodbye kiss. Stiles pretended he hadn't heard her. The bonobos dissolved into light, whisked away into the crystal with the rest. A final green flash blinded them all, and then they were back in Jacob's living room. The board lay closed on the table. The mansion was whole. Morning sun streamed through the windows. No time had passed at all. Stiles sank into the couch with a satisfied sigh. That was awesome. Jacob settled into his recliner. It was. But what I really want is to go to the real Jumanji world. Allison curled up beside him, her smile still radiant. She didn't say anything, just nestled closer. Malia said, So? When are we going to play again? Everyone groaned. Lydia shuddered. Not anytime soon. I don't want to see those giant bugs again for a very long time. Jacob reached out to the system. System, when can I play Jumanji again? After completing a game, Jumanji requires a 1-year cooldown before it can be played again. Jacob relayed the information aloud. We can only play once a year. Malia's face fell. UT. Old me, I could play whenever I want. Jacob raised his hands in apology. I'm sorry, I didn't know. But I just found out it has a year cooldown. He nodded toward the game board. You can try it yourself if you want. Before Malia could move, Cogman darted forward, snatched the dice and threw them onto the board. Nothing happened, he threw again. Nothing. A third time. Still nothing. Cogman collapsed to the floor with a dramatic wail. No. I thought we could play at least once a week. Maybe get lucky and summon that savage army again and kill them all. Malia sank into the couch, her earlier disappointment fading into acceptance. I'm disappointed too, but next year will be fun. Jacob waved his hand. The Jumanji board flew to him, and he stored it safely in his pocket dimension. Melissa stood, brushing off her dress. All right, I need to go to work. Jay, give me one of your nanomasks. I need to look old again. I don't feel like explaining to people that I didn't go through surgery to look young. Lydia smirked. You could tell them you're Melissa's daughter. Or little sister. Melissa considered it. That's a good idea. But I still need to show up as my old self from time to time. She took the nano mask and voice band Jacob handed her. Jacob nodded toward Cogman, who was still sulking on the floor. Ask that idiot tin can to make you an identity for your younger self. Melissa glanced at Cogman's curled-up form and shook her head. Let him be. I'll ask him later. Noah cleared his throat. Can I have one of those masks too? Jacob produced another and handed it over. He looked at Victoria, Chris, and Natalie. Do you want one? Victoria shook her head. I don't need it. I'll quit my job at the school and help Melissa at the hospital. No one knows me there. Natalie nodded. Same. I'm going to help Melissa too. Chris shrugged. I already quit being a hunter. I don't have a job, so I don't need it. Jacob raised an eyebrow. So you're going to stay home all day with nothing to do? Chris smirked. Yes. I have plenty of money, so I don't need to work. And I love it in Sarandel. I can fish, go for a hike, watch the animals. And Allison got me into gaming, so I'm very satisfied staying home. He glanced at Victoria. Maybe we can have another child. I could be a stay-at-home dad. What do you think, honey? Victoria shrugged. Sure. Why not? Chris grinned at Jacob. You look jealous. I get to stay home and do whatever I want, and you have to go to school. Jacob said, Of course I'm jealous. He raised a hand. I quit school. Malia eagerly raised her hand too. Me too. Me too. Lydia snorted. You two barely go to school as it is. You show up maybe once or twice a week, and when you're there you spend your time in detention playing video games. Malia crossed her arms. You sound jealous, Lydia. You can quit too if you want. Lydia said, I'm not quitting school. And neither are you. You should at least finish high school. Jacob sighed dramatically. Fine, fine. I was just joking. Malia frowned. I wasn't. Jacob straightened. Then let's vote. Who's in favor of Malia quitting school? Only Malia and Kitty raised their hands, Jacob counted. And who's in favor of her staying? He raised his hand. Lydia, Allison, and Melissa raised theirs. Jacob turned to Malia with a sympathetic smile. The family has spoken. 4 votes to 2. You can't quit. Malia sank back into the couch with a huff. Fine. But I hate all of you. I only love Kitty right now. Lydia smiled sweetly. Yeah. We love you too. She clapped her hands. Now get up. We need to go to school or we'll be late. She looked at Allison, still curled against Jacob. Are you coming? Before Allison could answer, Jacob wrapped an arm around her waist. No, she's not going today. I need to help her get used to her new powers. Lydia narrowed her eyes suspiciously. Is that the real reason? Or do you just like her new form, you pervert? Jacob scooped Allison into his arms. All right, see you girls later. Allison's about to lose control of her new powers. Love you. He vanished from the living room. They reappeared in Jacob's bedroom in Sarandel. He tossed Allison onto the bed with a grin. Now, my beautiful fairy, let's have some fun. Allison rolled her eyes, but she was smiling. Did you have to say I was about to lose control in front of my parents? They might actually worry. Jacob waved a dismissive hand. They won't. They know I was just talking nonsense. He leaned over her, his voice dropping. Now shift into your fairy form. Allison shook her head with a helpless smile, but she shifted. Her hair deepened to green, her wings unfurled, and her eyes glowed red. Jacob's grin turned wolfish. He leaned in and captured her lips. Soon their clothes were thrown aside, and they lost themselves in each other, starting a lovemaking session that lasted for a few hours. Chapter 157, A Peace That Didn't Last. 2 weeks had passed since Jacob and the others played Jumanji. Beacon Hills was peaceful, like a normal town. No new supernatural visitors, no murders. Just normal. Jacob woke up in his room in Sarandel, finding himself thoroughly entangled with all his wives. Malia and Kitty were sleeping on top of him, Allison and Lydia were pressed against his sides, and his head was resting in Melissa's arms. They had all decided to have a girls' night in his room last night, and they hadn't let him escape when he tried it. He yawned. Girls, wake up. Or at least release me. I want to go have breakfast. I'm hungry. Melissa stirred first, blinking sleepily. What time is it? Jacob stretched as best he could in his current position. Time for breakfast. Allison and Lydia woke, releasing his arms. Allison stretched, her back arching. That was a good night's sleep. Lydia nodded, yawning. It really was. Jacob gently rolled Malia and Kitty off him. They simply snuggled closer to each other and didn't wake up. He sat up, ready to leave. Lydia pouted. What? No good morning? No kiss? No nothing? You just want to leave like that? Jacob leaned back. Good morning. He kissed Allison, then Lydia, then Melissa. Then he teleported out of the room before they could say anything else. He appeared in the dining room. The table was laden with food, but no one was there except Cogman. Jacob settled into his seat. Morning. Cogman inclined his head. Good morning, sir. Jacob began eating with enthusiasm. Where are Stiles and Scott? Cogman refilled a glass. They already had breakfast and left Sarandel. Jacob nodded and continued eating. Soon, Allison, Melissa, Lydia, and a half-asleep Malia and Kitty joined him. Lydia smiled across the table. Jay, we're going to a spa. Care to join us? Jacob paused mid-chew. This spa you're going to, are there any men working there? Lydia nodded innocently. Yes. Jacob's expression flattened. Then you can't go. Lydia's eyes widened. What? Why? Because I said so. Besides, don't we have steam rooms, saunas, even hot springs here in the palace? Use those. Why go to a spa when you have the best one in the world right here? Allison laughed. She's just messing with you. We're not going to a spa. We know how jealous you are. She rested her chin on her hand. We're going to an art gallery, doing some shopping, having dinner, then catching a movie. Just us, my mom and Natalie. You're welcome to join. Jacob shook his head. No, thank you. I'm good. Victoria and Natalie entered the dining room, greeting everyone. Victoria looked at the girls. Are you ready? We should go. Allison nodded. Almost. Just need to finish breakfast. Jacob finished his food quickly and teleported out of Sarandel before anyone could drag him along. Malia and Kitty followed him. They found him outside the mansion in Beacon Hills, about to get into his Camaro. Malia slipped into the passenger seat, Kitty on her lap. Jacob raised an eyebrow. Aren't you going with them? Malia shook her head firmly. No. I'm not doing boring stuff all day. I'd rather hang out with you. Where are you going? Jacob shrugged. Nowhere in particular. Just going for a drive. Kitty bounced on Malia's lap. Then let's go to the amusement park. Please. Then after that, take us to eat some fish. Jacob smiled. Sure. He started the engine and pulled out of the driveway. As he drove, he reached out to the system. System, sign in. Daily sign-in successful. Rewards obtained, 1 12,000 coins. 2, Hublet Big Bang $5 million, a unique timepiece released in 2012. It features 1,282 diamonds, including over 100 carats of baguette-cut diamonds. 0.32-liter bucket of ice cream X100. Each bucket contains a different flavor: chocolate, vanilla, caramel, mint chocolate chip, cookies and cream, butter pecan, salted caramel, strawberry, hot honey, chili mango, and many more. Jacob's eyes lit up. Nice. The watch is good, but that's going in my collection. I don't think I'll wear it. Feels excessive. Unless, someday I travel to the MCU and get invited to a party by Tony Stark. A $5 million watch feels like the right thing to wear to something like that. Not too expensive for people like Tony and not too cheap. He grinned. Anyway, I'm more excited about the ice cream than the watch. With a thought, 2 buckets of ice cream materialized in his hand. Who wants some? Kitty nearly launched off Malia's lap. Me. Me. I love ice cream. Jacob produced 3 spoons from his pocket dimension and handed 2 to Kitty and Malia. The 3 of them dug in, savoring the cold sweetness as the Camaro cruised through the morning. They spent a few hours at the amusement park, roller coasters, games, cotton candy. Then Jacob took them to a fine dining restaurant, booking a private room so Kitty could eat and talk without freaking out the other customers. Just as they were leaving, Jacob's phone rang. He glanced at the screen. Scott, Jacob answered. Hey man. What's up? Scott's voice was tight. Can you come to the animal clinic? Jacob's expression sharpened. Is everything all right? It's Isaac and Boyd. They're hurt and their wounds won't heal. Deaton can't help them. Jacob frowned. What wounded them? Some woman attacked them yesterday. Derek will explain everything when you get here. Jacob hung up and looked at Malia. Do you want to come with me or head home? Malia stretched. We'll go with you. They got back into the Camaro and drove to the animal clinic. They arrived shortly and found everyone gathered in the examination room: Stiles, Scott, Deaton, Derek, Peter, Tracy, and Jackson. Isaac and Boyd sat on the table, shirtless, both pale as if they'd lost most of their blood. 5 claw marks slashed across each of their chests, the wounds blackened and festering. Jacob greeted everyone and studied the wounds. He shook his head. You guys are really unlucky. Isaac and Boyd barely acknowledged him. They were barely conscious. Jacob turned to Deaton. Why can't they heal? Deaton's expression was grim. Some kind of toxin is preventing it. And it's killing them slowly. Did you try burning the wounds? Derek spoke up. I tried before bringing them here. It didn't work. Deaton said, the toxin isn't just in the wounds, it's in their blood. All of it. Stiles added darkly, what's left of it anyway? Jacob considered for a moment. I don't need the expired senzu beans anymore, not since I can grow my own senzu beans now. Might as well do a good deed. 2 withered beans appeared in his hand. He handed them to Derek. Give them these. But take them outside first. You don't want them stinking up the place. Derek took the beans, his expression shifting from worry to relief. Thank you. I'll owe you a. He hesitated, then met Jacob's eyes. I already owe you. So if you need anything I can do, I'll do it. Jacob smiled. All right. I'll hold you to that. Now hurry, your betas are about to die. Derek nodded and turned. Jackson, Peter, take them outside to the alley behind the clinic. Peter and Jackson carried Isaac and Boyd out. Derek followed. Stiles's eyes lit up. He pulled out his phone and grinned at Scott. Let's go film the birth of 2 more rocket men. Scott stayed put. No thanks. I'm good. Stiles shrugged. Suit yourself. He jogged out. Deaton and Tracy, curious, followed. Only Scott, Jacob, Malia, and Kitty remained inside. 10 minutes later, Stiles returned, laughing so hard he had to lean against the doorframe. The others filed in behind him, Derek, Deaton, Peter, Jackson, Tracy, and finally Isaac and Boyd, fully healed but glaring at Stiles with murder in their eyes. Jackson and Tracy were both grinning, phones in hand. Isaac and Boyd stopped in front of Jacob. Thank you, Isaac said stiffly. Boyd nodded. Yeah. Thanks. Jacob waved it off. You're welcome. He turned to Derek. Now tell me what attacked them. Derek glanced at Isaac. Tell him. Isaac's expression darkened. Boyd and I were at a party yesterday. When we were leaving, a woman followed us. Invited us to her place. Boyd picked up the story. The woman, although beautiful, reeked of a bloody smell and felt creepy, so we refused. After she tried to persuade us a few more times and we still said no, her eyes glowed red. She invited us one last time, saying we would never forget the night with her. Stiles's eyebrows shot up. You didn't go with her, did you? Isaac snorted. Of course not. We got in Boyd's car and drove toward Derek's loft. Called him on the way, told him we were being followed by an alpha werewolf. Scott frowned. Is she a werewolf? Boyd shook his head. No. She's something else entirely. We found that out later. Isaac continued. We thought we lost her. Parked outside Derek's building, got out of the car, and she just appeared. Out of nowhere. Boyd's jaw tightened. She was too fast. Slashed us across the chest, then stepped back. Our blood started, leaving our bodies. Flowing toward her. She absorbed it. Isaac said, fortunately for us, Derek and Peter showed up. Derek got behind her, drove his hand through her back. But she didn't die. She pulled away and the wound in her chest healed with our blood. That's the last thing I remember. Boyd nodded. Same. Derek's expression was troubled. She was about to attack us, but she hesitated when she realized I was an alpha. I could feel it, she wasn't afraid of me at all. Just hungry. She looked at me like I was a meal. Then she said she'd see me around and flew away. Stiles frowned. Flew away. Derek nodded. Yes. She had wings. Jacob's eyes narrowed. Describe them. Were they bat-like? Derek shook his head. No. They were red. Like a butterfly's wings. Deaton spoke quietly. A Baobin Sith. Jacob nodded. I believe so. Malia frowned. What kind of creature is this bow thingy? Jacob explained. A Baobin Sith is one of the different kinds of fairies. Also known as the vampiric fairy, or simply a blood fairy. They're not as strong as elemental fairies, but they're not weak either. Their main power is blood manipulation. They feed on blood and use it to attack. They can also use blood curse magic, life force absorption, and have a powerful healing factor that lets them regenerate even lost limbs. He paused. They don't have fangs like vampires. Instead, they have talons, bird claws, that they use to slash their victims. Then they control the blood flowing from the wounds, either absorbing it or using it as a weapon. That's what the bestiary says about them. Stiles looked at Isaac and Boyd with a mixture of awe and sympathy. You two are really unlucky. Jacob shook his head. No. This time they're very lucky. If she had used her blood curse magic on them, I wouldn't have been able to save them. He pulled out his phone. We need to find her as soon as possible. Blood fairies are known to have cruel, bloodthirsty personalities. If we don't deal with her soon, she'll hurt a lot of people, if she hasn't already. He dialed Cogman. Cogman answered immediately. What can I do for you, sir? I need you to find someone. As soon as possible. Do you have footage or a description of this person, sir? Jacob handed his phone to Isaac and Boyd. One of you tell my butler the address of the party where you met that woman. Describe her to him. Boyd took the phone and began speaking rapidly. Jacob turned to Stiles. Tell Noah. See if there are any victims with drained blood. Also, supernatural creatures' blood is far more attractive to a blood fairy than normal human blood. Go protect Erica. Just in case. And be careful. Stiles nodded, already heading for the door. I'll pick her up right now and take her to your place. I'll tell my dad on the way. Jacob looked at Derek. If you meet her again, whatever you do, don't let her scratch you, and don't swallow her blood. If you swallow her blood, you'll die a miserable death. And you'd better stick with your pack until we find her. She probably won't attack you when you're together. Scott stepped forward. I'll stay with them until we deal with her. Jacob nodded. Be careful. If she shows up, don't get close. Just burn her to ash. And don't forget to call me. Scott nodded. Boyd handed the phone back to Jacob. Just then it rang. Jacob answered. Did you find her? Cogman replied. Fortunately, there was a camera at the house where the party was held. I know what she looks like now, but I haven't located her yet. I'll inform you the moment I do. I've just sent you her picture. Jacob hung up and looked at the image Cogman had sent. A beautiful red-haired woman with blue-gray eyes, dressed in gothic clothing. He showed the phone around. Is this her? Isaac nodded. Yes. That's her. Jacob studied the picture for a moment, then sighed. Why does a beautiful woman like her have to be evil? It's a shame, really. Deaton, Derek, Jackson, Boyd, and Isaac all nodded in agreement. Scott, who Tracy was glaring at, just blinked and acted like he hadn't seen the picture. As for Peter, he didn't even glance at Jacob's phone. He had been staring at Malia ever since she entered the clinic. Malia had ignored him until now. Her eyes narrowed dangerously. Why have you been staring at me since I got here? Peter startled, suddenly remembering that Malia was Jacob's girlfriend, and that he had personally watched her kill 2 boggiters. He scrambled for words. I'm sorry. You just remind me of someone. I can't remember who. Malia's eyes glowed gold. Stop looking at me, or I'll gouge your eyes. A lightning bolt shot from her palm before Peter could react. He hit the floor, convulsing. Malia smirked. Jacob pocketed his phone, a small smile playing on his lips as he looked at poor Peter convulsing on the ground. Then he said, Malia, let's go. As they were about to exit the door, he turned to Scott and added, Remember to be careful. I don't want to hear Mel nagging all night if you get hurt. Scott crossed his arms. I can't tell if you're worried about me or just worried about yourself. Jacob smiled warmly. Of course I'm worried about you. Scott snorted. I'll be careful. Just get lost. Jacob left with Malia, shaking his head. Kids these days. So ungrateful. Chapter 158, The Blood Fairy's Quick End. Early evening had settled over Beacon Hills. The sun had dipped below the horizon, leaving behind a sky streaked with deep oranges and purples that faded quickly into darkness. Streetlights flickered on as Stiles drove toward Erica's house. On his way, he called his dad. Noah answered. Stiles, what's going on? Stiles kept his eyes on the road. There's a blood fairy in town. She attacked Isaac and Boyd last night. They barely survived. Noah asked, What's a blood fairy? Stiles explained everything about blood fairies. After listening to everything Stiles said, Noah was silent for a moment. When he spoke, his voice was grim. That explains the bodies. Stiles's grip tightened on the wheel. Did you find victims with drained blood today? Yes. 3 victims. Drained of blood. The coroner says they died 4 days ago. The only wounds on their bodies are slits on their wrists, neat and precise. Noah paused. I'm heading to a new crime scene now. A woman called it in. Said her friends went to a party yesterday and never came back. She found them dead a few minutes ago. Where? Woods near the old burnt Hale house. Stiles said, I'm picking up Erica. We'll meet you there. Noah sighed. All right. See you soon. Stiles met Erica near her house and left the jeep behind. They used their supernatural speed to race to the crime scene, catching up with Noah at the edge of the woods just as he was about to drive off-road toward the old Hale house. They climbed into his cruiser and Noah drove the rest of the way. Soon they arrived. The crime scene was right in front of the Hale house, cordoned off with yellow tape. 3 bodies lay near an extinguished campfire, 2 men and 1 woman. At first glance, they looked like they were simply sleeping. But their skin was pale, bloodless, and their necks bore small, precise scratches. Noah ducked under the tape and approached the victims. Stiles and Erica hung back, then Erica stiffened. She leaned close to Stiles, her voice barely a whisper. Stiles, that old woman talking to your dad. And the 2 teenagers beside her. They're like me. Stiles's eyes narrowed. Werewolves? Erica nodded. Stiles studied the group that was talking to Noah a little farther from the deputies and the bodies. The old woman was Asian, with kind eyes that didn't match the alertness of her posture. The 2 teenagers, a boy and a girl about Stiles's age, stood close to her, their bodies tense and watchful. Stiles took Erica's hand and walked toward them. The old woman's gaze shifted to him and Erica immediately. The teenagers tensed further. Stiles stopped beside Noah and looked at the woman. Are you just passing through town? The old woman's voice was calm, measured. No. I've lived here for years. Stiles pressed. Are you Satomi? Her eyes flickered with surprise. How do you know about me? Stiles relaxed slightly. So you are Satomi. A friend told me about you. Noah looked between them. What's going on, Stiles? Stiles kept his voice low. She's an alpha werewolf. The 2 beside her are werewolves too. Noah's hand drifted toward his sidearm. Is she dangerous? Stiles gently pushed his dad's hand down. The pervert from our family told me about her. Deaton too. They both said she and her pack are peaceful. He looked at Satomi. You know Deaton, right? He said you 2 are old friends. Satomi's posture relaxed slightly. Yes. I know him. Noah gestured toward the bodies. Were these 3 from your pack? Satomi's expression flickered with grief. Yes. Liz, Steve, and Richard. They were my children. She looked at bodies, her voice soft. They said they were invited to a party yesterday. That they would not return home. When I could not reach them this afternoon, I searched for hours. I found them here. Noah's voice softened. Do you know who or what killed them? Satomi shook her head slowly. No. But whoever did this is very strong. My children did not even have a chance to fight back. Her eyes hardened. I also caught 3 different scents. 2 women and a man. They were killed by 3 different people. Noah rubbed his forehead. Great. He looked at Stiles. I thought you said it was just 1 woman. Stiles shrugged helplessly. We only knew about 1. Satomi's gaze sharpened. Do you know who killed them? Stiles nodded. Probably. There's a blood fairy in town. She attacked 2 of my friends yesterday. They survived. He gestured toward the drained bodies. And considering your pack members look like they've lost all the blood in their bodies, I'd say they were killed by the same blood fairy and her 2 companions. Noah said, Stiles, tell Cogman that there's more than 1 now. Tell him to find them as soon as possible. 6 people are already dead, 2 attacked. If we don't deal with them soon, more will die. Both their phones buzzed simultaneously. Stiles and Noah took out their phones and looked at the screens. Cogman had sent 3 pictures. Beneath them a message, the blood fairy has 2 companions. Stiles said, looks like he already knows. He pocketed the phone and looked at Satomi. Do you know what a blood fairy is? Satomi nodded, her expression dark. Yes. They can control blood. They use blood curse magic to control their prey, stopping them from resisting, even making them enjoy having their blood consumed. Stiles warned, then you and your pack should be careful until we deal with THM. Supernatural blood is their favorite food. Satomi inclined her head. She turned to Noah. When can I take my children to bury them? Noah glanced at the bodies. Once the autopsy is complete. 3 to 4 days, maybe a week at most. We'll call you when you can take them. Satomi nodded. She looked at the 2 teenagers. Brett. Lori. Let's go. We need to inform the others and stay together. She led them into the trees, disappearing into the shadows. Stiles watched them go, then turned to his father. Dad, finish up here. I'll wait. Then we'll head back together. Noah nodded and returned to work. Stiles pulled out his phone and dialed Jacob. Jacob answered on the second ring. What's up? Stiles's voice was tight. The blood fairies killed 6 people. 3 of them were werewolves. Jacob asked, how do you know they were werewolves? Stiles said, their alpha is Satomi. She was the one who called it in. Jacob asked, did you meet her? Stiles said, yeah. She seems like a nice old lady. Jacob replied, she is. All right, I'll talk to you later. I'm busy right now. Then he hung up. Around 10 p.m., Cogman entered the gaming room where Jacob was playing with Malia and Kitty. Cogman's voice was calm but urgent. Sir, I found them. Jacob didn't pause the game. Where? They just entered a movie theater, sir. The same theater that my ladies and their mothers are in. Jacob set down his controller and stood. I'll go right now and deal with them. Cogman raised a hand. Relax, sir. I don't believe they will attack my ladies inside the theater. They are sitting far from them, and I am monitoring them through the security cameras inside the auditorium. Jacob's eyes narrowed. Are they targeting Allison and the others? Cogman nodded. I believe so, sir. They keep glancing in their direction. Jacob frowned. Allison and Lydia have concealment bracelets. Unless they attack, no one will sense they're supernatural. And Melissa, Victoria, and Natalie aren't supernatural at all. Why would blood fairies target them? Cogman tilted his head thoughtfully. I suspect they are drawn to individuals with unusually strong vitality. My ladies, Natalie and Victoria, possess that, because of their supernatural origins and the serum you gave them. Jacob considered this, then said, if I go to the theater, will they target me instead? I could lure them into the woods and deal with them there. Or simply teleport them out. Cogman shook his head. Given how strong you are, they might sense you and flee. Do you plan to forcibly teleport them in front of normal people inside the theater? Jacob shrugged. If I have to. Cogman offered an alternative. Perhaps Lady Allison and the others could lure them to a place where you can deal with them without causing a scene. Jacob exhaled. Fine. He reached out telepathically to Allison, Melissa, and Lydia. Girls, we found the blood fairies. They're in the theater with you right now and they're targeting you. Allison's voice came back calm. Yeah, we noticed. 3 weirdos in the back. They keep staring at us and smiling. What's the plan? I want you to lure them somewhere I can deal with them. Remember, they can use blood curse magic. Don't get too close. If you have to fight, attack from a distance and go for the kill. Understood. Jacob left Sarandel alone and headed toward the theater. He didn't enter, he waited at a distance, watching, making sure his presence wouldn't scare the blood fairies off. When the movie ended, Allison, Lydia, Melissa, Natalie, and Victoria exited the theater. The 3 blood fairies followed at a distance, 2 women and 1 man. One of the women and the man looked alike, both with red hair, while the third woman had black hair. They wore dark gothic clothes, their movements fluid and predatory. The red-haired woman, Chloe, whispered to her companions. How should we hunt them? They don't feel supernatural, but I've never felt such vitality in any human or supernatural creature in my entire life. Her hungry gaze lingered on Allison and Lydia. Especially the pale one with dark brown hair and the redhead beside her. The man, Caleb, kept his voice low. Follow them for now. When they reach a place with no people, we attack. The dark-haired woman, Caitlin, dismissed his caution. Who cares if people see us? We should attack now. Caleb's voice hardened. No. We've survived this long by being careful. Chloe nodded. Caleb is right. This town has a Nemeton. And a Nemeton always has a guardian, or a powerful creature living nearby. We should be cautious. She watched the group climb into an SUV. Follow them for now. Allison and the others drove away. The blood fairies followed in their own car. Allison glanced in the rearview mirror. They're following us. And Jay is following them. Victoria, who was driving, raised an eyebrow. When did he get here? Allison smiled. I felt him nearby about an hour ago. Victoria drove out of town, heading toward the Beacon Hills Preserve. She parked near the tree line and the group walked into the woods, stopping in a clearing. The blood fairies saw the SUV pull over. They parked their own car a safe distance away and took to the air, red butterfly-like wings carrying them silently above the trees. The moment Allison and the others stepped into the clearing, the 3 blood fairies descended. They landed not far from the group, no longer bothering to conceal themselves. Their wings shimmered red. Their eyes glowed crimson. Blood-red energy swirled around their bodies like living smoke. They looked at Allison, Lydia, Melissa, Natalie, and Victoria with open, predatory hunger. Lydia studied the red-haired pair, raising an eyebrow. "Allison, you think those 2 redheads are twins?" Allison's voice was casual, as if she were discussing the weather. "Yeah, they look alike. I think they are twins." Behind the blood fairies, Jacob appeared, but they didn't sense him. He watched them, noting their obliviousness. "Seems my concealment ability is far superior to the bracelets I gave the girls. They didn't sense my power or vitality at all." Caleb took in the relaxed expressions on Allison and Lydia, the cruel smile curving Victoria's lips and the pity in Melissa and Natalie's eyes, pity that made his skin crawl as he tried to look at his twin sister beside him, but just at that moment, he felt a terrifying presence behind him. He also felt a vitality far superior to Allison and Lydia's. But to his horror, no matter how hard he tried to look at his sister, he couldn't move at all. He was frozen in place. He tried to speak, but his jaw wouldn't unclench. He tried to lift his hand, but his arm wouldn't respond. He couldn't even turn his head. The presence behind him was vast, overwhelming, pressing against his consciousness like a mountain bearing down on an ant. Chloe and Caitlin were also frozen, equally terrified as they felt the overwhelming presence behind them. Their eyes darted to Lydia and the others in terror. They wanted to speak but couldn't. Jacob had used his powers, his concealment ability dropped, and he locked the 3 blood fairies in place with his telekinesis. The only thing they could do was blink in horror. Jacob walked out from behind the 3 blood fairies, kissed Allison, then Lydia, then Melissa. "Lydia," he said, "can you read their memories without touching them?" Lydia shook her head. "No. If I want to read someone's memories, I need to touch them. You know that." Jacob sighed. "I know. I was just hoping you could do it from a distance. I don't want to touch them and get hit by a blood curse. I'd rather not lose an arm again." Allison raised an eyebrow. "You could use a phoenix down to heal yourself." Jacob waved a hand. "That would be a waste of resources. I'm not that interested in their memories." He studied the 3 blood fairies, his gaze lingering on the 2 terrified women. "They're beautiful," he thought. "It's a shame to kill them," he sighed aloud. "Did you have to feed on human blood? Couldn't you just drink animal blood? You could own or work at a slaughterhouse, you'd have more blood than you could ever need." Victoria's voice was sharp. "Don't waste time talking to them. Just kill them." Lydia's eyes narrowed. She looked at Jacob suspiciously. "Do you think these 2 evil women are beautiful? Are you thinking of keeping them? Fixing them?" Jacob stared at her. Can she read my mind? Why are you looking at me like that?" Lydia pressed. "Did I guess correctly?" Before Jacob could answer, Allison raised her hand. 2 ice arrows shot from her palm and pierced both women through the heart. She smiled sweetly at Jacob. "There will be no blood-sucking evil women in our family." Jacob shook his head, a helpless smile tugging at his lips. "You girls think too much. I'm a lustful pervert, but I have standards." He opened his mouth and released a torrent of dragon fire. The 3 blood fairies were reduced to ash in seconds. He dusted off his hands. "Let's go home." They walked back to Victoria's SUV, and Jacob wrapped everyone and the SUV in his telekinesis and teleported them back to the mansion. After calling Scott and Stiles to let them know the blood fairies were dealt with, Jacob turned to find the girls deep in conversation about the clothes they'd bought. They were eager to try them on. Lydia looked at him with a sly smile. "Jay, do you want to see what we bought?" "And?" Jacob held up a hand. "I'd love to, but I'm busy right now. See you later, girls. Love you." Then he teleported back to the gaming room in Sarandel, where Malia and Kitty were playing Mass Effect 3, and sat down to join them. Lydia stomped her foot. "He escaped again." Allison laughed. "Let him be. We dragged him to our girls' night yesterday." Lydia huffed. "That idiot acted like he hated it, but he was enjoying every second. He was fondling all of us." Allison snorted. "And if I remember correctly, you were all over him. You were making out with him every chance you got. We had to forcibly separate you 2 multiple times." Lydia smiled sweetly. You sound jealous. Melissa changed the subject. All right, girls, don't fight. Let's go to Sarandel and try on the new clothes. Chapter 159, Relaxing. 2 weeks passed without incident. Beacon Hills remained peaceful and no new supernatural threats emerged. Jacob and his family settled into a comfortable rhythm, training in Sarandel, enjoying meals together and simply living. Jacob woke up in Malia's room in Sarandel. Sunlight streamed through the windows, warming the tangled sheets. Malia lay naked on top of him, her head resting on his chest, her breathing slow and peaceful. He smiled and gently played with her hair, letting the moment stretch. Then he reached out to the system. System, sign in. Daily sign-in successful. Rewards obtained, 9,000 coins. 2, smash burger with a large box of crispy fries and a Coke x 1003, duct tape x 10. Jacob barely glanced at the list. Useful but nothing exciting. Then another window appeared. Reminder, monthly sign-in available. Jacob's mind buzzed with excitement and anticipation. System, monthly sign-in. The window shimmered and new text scrolled into view. Monthly sign-in successful. Rewards obtained, 1 luxury super yacht, Obsidian Phantom. Size, 100 meters long with multiple decks including a sun deck, lounge deck, and private luxury suites. Designed for both comfort and dominance on the sea. Speed, powered by high-performance twin engines, reaching speeds of 50 knots, 92 kilometers per hour, extremely fast for a yacht of this size. A hybrid between a super yacht and a high-speed vessel. Estimated value, $500 million USD. 2 Vibranium steel, 1 ton, MCU near indestructible, rare extraterrestrial metal from the Marvel Universe. Known for absorbing all kinetic energy directed at it, impacts, explosions, vibrations, even sound waves. Immune to corrosion, extreme temperatures, and most magical or chemical attacks. The absorbed kinetic energy can be released back outward, creating shockwaves or explosive force. Forging note, raw vibranium is heated to extreme temperatures until liquefied, then poured into casts. High-frequency sound waves can temporarily destabilize its molecular bonds, allowing reshaping or sharpening without the metal absorbing the tool's kinetic energy. Sonic drills Provi. A razor-sharp finish impossible with physical friction. Warning, powerful sonic waves can render vibranium defunct or inert, causing it to lose its protective properties. 3 Skur Buffalo Summoning Scroll. Summons a herd of 30 Skur buffalo, adult and young males and females. Jacob read the list, his eyes widening with each line. A super yacht? A $500 million super yacht. He grinned. I can't wait to see it. Then he read the vibranium entry, and his grin turned into something far more calculating. 1 ton of vibranium. This is huge. I can give it to Cogman, not to integrate into his body, not with the sonic weakness, but he can make a suit for himself if he wants. Weapons and shields for everyone. Maybe some other technology too. His mind raced with possibilities. Finally, he read the last reward and nodded appreciatively. More Skur buffalo. I still have 7 intact carcasses in my pocket dimension, and another 2 in the Sarandel kitchen storage. But living, breeding Skur buffalo? That's even better. He dismissed the windows and lay back, still stroking Malia's hair. She stirred after a few minutes, blinking awake. Morning, she murmured. Jacob kissed her forehead. Morning. Let's go take a bath. We've got things to see today. After a long bath together, Jacob and Malia joined everyone in the dining room for breakfast. The table was full. Allison, Lydia, Melissa, Scott, Stiles, Chris, Victoria, Natalie, Noah, Kitty, and Cogman all gathered around, the morning light catching the steam rising from fresh coffee. Jacob waited until everyone had finished eating, then stood. Everyone, he said, drawing their attention. Some new things unlocked in my pocket dimension this morning. Come with me, I want to show you. He wrapped everyone in his telekinesis and teleported them across Sarandel, far from the palace, to a wetland near a large pond. The area was lush, almost tropical, with small trees, thick grass, and clear water. Jacob pulled out the summoning scroll and activated it. The air shimmered. Then, one by one, 30 massive Skur buffalo materialized, adult males with curved horns, females with calves at their sides. They blinked in the sunlight, then calmly began grazing and wading into the pond. Everyone stared. Chris let out a low whistle. Magnificent beasts. Victoria nodded. Indeed. Natalie watched a calf nuzzle its mother and smiled. They seem gentle. Noah agreed. Yeah, I thought they'd be aggressive like bison. But they really are gentle. They don't even care about us. Scott tilted his head. They're huge. How much do they weigh? Jacob said, a full-grown male can weigh approximately 48,500 pounds. 22 metric tons. Stiles pulled out his phone and started taking pictures. So they're titans? Like Godzilla and Kong? Jacob shook his head. No. Although they are from the Godzilla world, they're not considered titans. They're classified as a superspecies. Look at them, they're just gentle giants. Melissa, Allison, and Lydia watched in quiet contentment, soft smiles on their faces. Malia broke the reverie. They look stupid to me. She shrugged. And delicious. Everyone turned to look at her. What? She crossed her arms. I'm just telling the truth. Don't act like you don't love their meat. She looked at Jacob. How about we roast one of the calves? Jacob shook his head. No. We have plenty of Skyr buffalo meat already. Leave them alone for now. Let them grow and breed. Malia sighed. Shame. The calf's meat must be so tender. It would melt in your mouth. Lydia looked horrified. Malia, you're a monster. Look at those calves, they're so cute. How can you even think about eating them? Malia shrugged. Baby animals are delicious. I used to love hunting fawns when I lived in the woods. They're easy to catch and their meat is so tender and sweet. Jacob smiled. All right, no one is eating the calves. Let's go. There's one more thing I want to show you. He teleported them to the smaller lake in front of the palace, the one with no fish, reserved for swimming and recreation. Then he reached into his pocket dimension and pulled out the super yacht, dropping it onto the water with a gentle splash. Everyone gasped. The obsidian phantom was breathtaking. 100 meters of sleek black and gold, with multiple decks glinting in the sunlight. A sun deck sprawled across the top, complete with lounge chairs and a hot tub. Lower decks featured private luxury suites with floor-to-ceiling windows. The bow cut through the water like a blade, even at rest. Stiles's jaw dropped. That's a yacht? Jacob grinned. Her name is Obsidian Phantom. A $500 million luxury super yacht. Noah stared. 500 million? Chris nodded appreciatively. She's a beauty. Jacob teleported everyone onto the main deck. They spent the next hour exploring, the master suite with its king-sized bed and marble bathroom, the luxury lounge, the sun deck with panoramic views, the engine room where Cogman immediately began inspecting the twin turbines. Cogman straightened, his expression one of rare approval. Magnificent engineering, sir. I would be honored to pilot her. Jacob clapped him on the shoulder. She's yours to Captain Cogman. Cogman's smile was genuine. Thank you, sir. Cogman took the yacht on a tour of the lake, guiding it smoothly across the calm water. When they reached the center, Jacob produced drinks and snacks from his pocket dimension, and everyone settled onto the sun deck, enjoying the gentle breeze and the warm Serendel weather. Melissa leaned against Jacob, a drink in her hand. This is nice. Jacob kissed her forehead. Yeah, it is. Allison stretched out on a lounge chair, her eyes closed. We should do this more often. Lydia, beside her, nodded. Definitely. Malia was already fast asleep on a lounge chair, a sleeping kitty cradled in her arms. Noah, Natalie, Chris, and Victoria sat together, drinking and chatting in quiet contentment. Scott and Stiles stood at the railing, looking out over the water. Stiles elbowed Scott. I never thought I'd set foot on a yacht in my lifetime. But thanks to your stepdad, I'm on a very luxurious one. Scott groaned. Aunt call him that. Stiles grinned. Isn't he your stepdad, though? He nodded toward Jacob, who was snuggled up with Melissa. Look at him with your mom. All cozy and lovey-dovey. That's not a stepdad anymore, that's dad. Give it a few months and you'll have mini Jacobs and Melissas running around tugging on your pants, calling you big bro. Scott shoved him. Stiles stumbled, caught the railing, and laughed. Jacob called Cogman over and told him about the vibranium. Read the Marvel comics, he said. Do some research. See what you can do with it. Stiles overheard the word vibranium and came running. He teleported back to the palace, grabbed his laptop, and returned in seconds. He and Cogman huddled together, reading and discussing possibilities. Scott, curious about the commotion, joined them. Jacob pulled Melissa closer and took in the sight before him. Everyone he cared about, relaxed and happy on his yacht in his private dimension. A peaceful smile spread across his face. Chapter 160, The WYRM. A few days passed. Jacob and Allison skipped school and were now in Sarandel on his yacht, relaxing and snuggling on the sun deck as the calm lake waters gently rocked the yacht. Cogman suddenly appeared before them. "Sir, the SDES has located the monster that has been sinking fishing boats and cargo ships near Alaska." Jacob sat up, his interest piqued. "What is it?" "A WYRM, sir. A type of dragon." Allison raised an eyebrow. "Dragon? Is it like J?" Cogman shook his head. "No, my lady. WYRMs are a different classification of dragon, wingless and legless, characterized by long, serpentine bodies. They have thick, scaly hides, formidable jaws, and immense physical strength. There are several varieties. Some live near volcanoes and breathe fire. Others inhabit forests and control plants or earth. River and ocean WYRMs command water or ice. And some possess venomous breath." He paused, then continued. WYRMs are frequently associated with death, decay, and chaos. They hoard and guard treasure. A WYRM is a relentless guardian of its domain. Few who enter their territory live to tell the tale. Jacob leaned forward. "And what kind of WYRM appeared near Alaska?" Cogman said, "There are 4 types of aquatic WYRMs. Glacial WYRMs inhabit Arctic regions, frozen lakes, and glaciers. River WYRMs live in rivers. Merworms dwell closer to coastlines and coral reefs. These 3 are smaller, maxing out at 20 meters. He paused. "But the creature near Alaska is an oceanic WYRM, the largest of their species. They live in the open ocean and deep-sea trenches, can grow over 100 meters long, and control the water element." With a thought, Cogman sent images to Jacob's phone. "I've just sent you the pictures the SDES took this morning." Jacob pulled out his phone and Allison leaned in to look. The first image showed a colossal sea serpent, only part of its body visible above the churning ocean. Metallic silver-blue scales covered its massive form, sharp spines ran along its back, and its head was unmistakably dragon-like, jaws built for crushing, eyes gleaming with ancient intelligence. The second image captured the WRM attacking a large cargo ship, its enormous head slamming into the vessel's hull. The third image showed the WRM using its water breath. A pressurized blast that cut through the ship like a blade, splitting it in 2. Allison said, "It's not attacking them for food." Cogman nodded. "I believe it's defending its territory. Most likely there is a treasure hoard at that location. It's the same area where all previous attacks have occurred. The SDES shares that theory." Jacob put his phone away. "How big do you think it is, Cogman?" Cogman calculated. "Based on the images and comparing its size to the cargo ship, I estimate 80 meters or more. It must be over 100 years old to reach that size." Jacob was quiet for a moment. "So, what do you think? Should I kill it or subdue it?" Allison tilted her head. "Can you actually subdue it?" Jacob shrugged. "Probably." She considered this. "Well, killing something that big and old seems like a shame. Try to subdue it if you can. Bring it here, make a new lake for it in Sarandel. Fill it with fish so it can feed." Cogman added, "You should also retrieve whatever treasure it's guarding and place it in the lake for the WRM." Jacob's eyes narrowed. "What? Then forget it. I'll just kill it." Cogman looked confused. "Why?" Allison smiled knowingly. "Did you forget what J is? He's a dragon. He already has his eyes on that treasure and doesn't want to share it with the WRM." Jacob crossed his arms. "Yes. As a dragon, I want to hoard treasure too. If other dragons find out I have no gold and no treasure, they'll laugh at me." Allison's smile widened. "If you subdue the WYRM, it will be your pet. Why not share a little bit with it?" "Just a little." Jacob frowned. "That's very hard for me to accept. I'd rather just kill the stupid WRM and eat it." Allison raised an eyebrow. "Since it's a type of dragon, would eating it be considered cannibalism?" Jacob waved a hand. "Fine. I'll just burn it to ash." Cogman interjected. "How about you contact the SDES and ask them to pay you in gold to deal with the WRM? Then you can share some of that treasure with it when you bring it here. It would still be yours after all. Jacob's expression shifted to consideration. That's actually a good idea. He paused. But do they really need help? Can't they just blow it to shreds with a mini-nuke or a non-nuclear bomb? Cogman shook his head. They considered that. But the President of the United States refused to authorize it. The location is too close to Russian waters. They don't want to start an international incident or a war. Jacob nodded slowly. I see. Allison frowned. What about the director of the SDS? What are they? Can't they kill the WYRM? Or don't they have someone strong enough? Cogman's lips curved into a slight smirk as he glanced at Jacob. The director of the SDS is a woman, sir. And she is actually a type of dragon. Jacob's eyebrows shot up. What? How come dragons are popping up all of a sudden like stray dogs and cats? Cogman shook his head. Although she is a dragon, she is considerably weaker than you, sir. Jacob leaned forward, curiosity piqued. What is she exactly? Cogman explained. She is an amphiptera, a winged serpent that lacks limbs other than its wings. There are many varieties. Some have feathered, bird-like wings, others have leathery, bat-like wings. Like true dragons, amphipteries are born with elemental power control. Some control fire, some lightning, and some possess dual elemental powers. Their full forms range in size from 3 meters to 14 meters. Jacob's eyes narrowed. What's her name and what element does she control? Cogman consulted his internal database. Her name is Maria Argyros from an old Greek family. According to SDS files, she controls both earth and wind elements. As a serpent, she can also produce venom. Allison asked, can't she deal with the WRM herself? Cogman shook his head. No, my lady. The WYRM is far stronger than her. Moreover, the WYRM can hide in the ocean depths. Even if she wanted to fight it, she would have to engage underwater, which would be suicide. The ocean is the WYRM's domain. Jacob asked, what other strong supernatural creatures does the SDS have? Cogman listed them efficiently. The ones worth mentioning are her husband, a griffin, and also the vice-director. There is an ancient vampire, various witches and wizards, 5 manticores, several lamias, different types of kitsunes, and a few varieties of fairies. However, most of their agents are simply shapeshifters who can turn into normal animals. He paused. They also have some elite agents who are off the records, their identities protected from hackers like me, kept as trump cards. I don't know what they are. He concluded, none of them are strong enough to deal with the WRM. Not even their elite agents. Jacob said, all right. Contact that agent we met, Frank. The one we spoke to after I killed the Yeti. You can get his number, right? Cogman nodded. Give me a moment. He teleported to the palace and returned with a phone, handing it to Jacob. Here, sir. Use this phone from now on to contact people you don't want to have your personal number. It can also alter your voice. I've already loaded Frank's number. You can call him. Don't worry, they can't track this phone, even if you're outside Sarandel. You can also make the call anonymous if you prefer. Jacob took the phone with a satisfied nod. Since they can't track it, let him keep my number. In case he wants to call me to help with something they can't handle, for a price of course. He dialed Frank's number. Aboard a large naval ship Pacific Ocean in a conference room, a group of agents gathered around a long table, deep in discussion about how to deal with the WYRM. Their attention was fixed on the woman at the head of the table. Screens lined the walls, some displayed still images of the creature, while others showed real-time sonar scans of the ocean depths, satellite imagery, and looping footage of the WYRM's brutal attacks. Director Maria Argyros was a blonde woman who appeared to be in her 40s, though her eyes held the weight of centuries. She wore a tailored gray blazer over a white blouse, her posture commanding and unyielding. She was mid-sentence when a phone rang. Frank, an African-American man in his 30s sitting near the middle of the table, fumbled nervously for his phone as the director's gaze landed on him. Maria's voice was cool. Do you need to take that? Frank declined the call. No, ma'am. Sorry. He switched it to silent, mumbled, I'll put it on silent, and shoved the phone back into his pocket. Maria nodded and opened her mouth to continue, but Frank's phone vibrated, the buzz cutting through the tense silence. Maria sighed. Take it. It might be important. Frank checked the screen. I don't even recognize the number, ma'am. It's probably not important. I'll turn it off. A man sitting to Maria's left smirked. He wore a striking red and black suit, with thick dark and gray shoulder-length hair and a heavy beard that framed his sharp features. Take it, Frank. Put it on speaker. Let's all hear. Maria nodded. Take it. Frank sighed, answered the call, and put it on speaker. A deep voice came through. Hello, Agent Frank. You finally answered. I was thinking I might need to call your boss, Maria, instead. Everyone at the table exchanged uneasy glances. Frank's voice was cautious. Who is this? I'm the man who killed the Yeti-like creature in California a couple of months ago. The room went silent. Every agent there had seen the reports, the corpse of the Yeti, the footage of the battle's aftermath. They all knew the man on the phone was powerful. Dangerously powerful. Frank's jaw tightened. I don't remember giving you my number. Or telling you my boss's name. Don't worry about that, the voice said smoothly. I don't mean you or your organization any harm. I just want to make a deal. Maria leaned forward, her voice cutting through the silence. I'm Maria Argyros, director of the SDES. I'm curious, what kind of deal? Jacob got straight to the point. I'm willing to deal with the WYRM for you. For a price, of course. As they say, if you're good at something, never do it for free. Maria's eyes narrowed. First, tell me how you know my name and how you know about the WYRM. Jacob's voice was calm, unapologetic. To be honest, I hacked the SDES. Not because I was targeting you specifically, but for my own safety. Don't worry, I've hacked every organization related to the supernatural side of the world, not just yours. After all, we both know that some organizations love to hunt supernatural creatures, to sell them, experiment on them, harvest their body parts and blood. He paused. Like your SDES. You experiment on people too. Maria's voice was measured. We only experiment on criminals. To grow our strength to fight against criminals and dark forces. Jacob acknowledged, I know you're not a completely evil organization. You're a necessary evil to keep the world in balance. Otherwise, I wouldn't be talking to you. Now tell me, do you want to make a deal or not? Maria asked, Are you sure you can kill the WYRM? Jacob's confidence was unwavering. Yes. To you, it's a power few. El monster. To me, it's just an oversized sea snake. But I don't want to kill it, I want to keep it as a pet. There was a pause. Keep it as a pet? Are you sure you can control something that powerful? Can you guarantee it will not harm innocent people? Yes. Maria was silent for a moment, then asked, What's your price? $5 billion worth in gold. Maria's voice tightened. That's too much. Jacob countered smoothly. An empty cargo ship is worth between $100 and $300 million. When loaded, it carries cargo valued anywhere from $500 million to over $1 billion per trip. The WYRM has already sunk too. If you don't deal with it, more ships will sink, and normal humans will learn about the WYRM. Panic will follow. He let that sink in. $5 billion to deal with the WYRM isn't too much to ask. Maria tried to negotiate. Can you lower the price a bit? Jacob considered, then said, Fine. Let's consider this a gesture of goodwill, making friends. $3 billion worth of gold. That's my bottom line. Maria's tone shifted. Making friends? Does that mean you're willing to help us again in the future? Jacob confirmed, yes. As long as you pay me a satisfactory price, I'll help. But only with creatures like the WYRM and the Yeti I killed before. I'm not free to deal with normal threats. If you need me, contact me through this number. Maria said, Okay. Give me a few minutes to make some calls. I'll call you back. Jacob ended the call. All right. Maria looked around the conference table. Before I call and ask for the gold, I want your opinions. Should we accept the help of this mysterious man? The man in the red and black suit beside her, Cashin, an ancient vampire, leaned back. He sounds dangerous. And he probably knows all our information by now. But if he can deal with the WYRM, I think we should accept his help. Let's see if he's as strong as he claims. His eyes glinted. If he's badly injured after the fight, we may as well deal with him, kill him, or plant a curse on him. Before Maria could respond, Frank spoke up. I advise against that, ma'am. Maria turned to him. Why? Frank's expression was grave. Even if he's injured after the fight, he's not alone. When I met him, he was with 6 other people, like I told you before, ma'am. They're probably strong too. They flew away with no wings, no wind, they just flew. You all know how rare that is. He paused. And after his fight with the Yeti, he wasn't injured. Neither were his people. I didn't smell blood on any of them. A woman sitting next to Maria nodded. He's right, Maria. We should not make enemies of someone that strong. After I used that Yeti's blood in potions, I created some powerful concoctions, even I was scared by their effects. That means the Yeti was terrifyingly strong when it was alive. Maria tapped her nails on the table, thinking. After a long moment, she said, I never planned to make enemies of him or his people. But I'm not going to lie, I'm nervous about the fact that he hacked us and knows everything about us. She looked at Frank. Tell us everything you know about him and his people. Frank shook his head. I don't know much. When we met him, he could tell we were shapeshifters and he didn't care at all. As for his people, I could only tell that one of them was a werewolf. I couldn't identify the others. He frowned. Before they left, he felt like an ordinary human. The most ordinary human I've ever met. But when they flew away, I felt this terrifying feeling from him, like nothing I've ever experienced. All my instincts screamed at me to run. But when I looked at my team, they didn't feel a thing, so I thought I was overthinking it. He shrugged helplessly. That's all I know, ma'am. Maria nodded slowly. All right. Let's hope he's not an evil person and let's make friends with him. She stood. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to talk to those bloodsuckers in the White House and see if I can get the gold. She glanced at Cashin with a wink. No offense, Cashin. Cashin smirked. None taken. Compared to me, those politicians are the real vampires. Back in Sarandel, Jacob waited. An hour passed before his phone rang. He answered. So, do we have a deal? Maria's voice was tired but resolved. Yes. I'll give you 3 billion worth of gold, but it will take a week to arrange. Jacob said, then I'll come to your ship a week from now to deal with the WRM and collect my gold. Maria hesitated. Can you come tomorrow? The WYRM is attacking more frequently now. We don't know what damage it might cause in a week. I promise you'll get your gold within a week, even if I have to pay it from my own pocket. Jacob considered for a moment, then said, all right. I'll be there tomorrow. Chapter 161, The WYRM PT2. That evening, Jacob gathered his wives in their private living room. The fire crackled softly in the fireplace, casting warm flickering shadows across the walls as he told them about the WRM, the SDS, and the deal he'd made. After he told them everything, he looked at Lydia and Allison. Give me the 2 senza beans I gave you before. I'm going to subdue the WYRM, not kill it. But I'll probably hurt it badly during the fight. I need to heal it afterward. Allison took a senzu bean from her ring and tossed it to him. Lydia followed suit, a hint of worry in her eyes. Here. Try not to need them yourself. Jacob caught both beans and stored them in his pocket dimension. I'll be fine. Malia stretched on the couch. So, are we coming with you? Jacob smirked. Sure, but you will not fight. You'll just watch from a distance. He looked around. Where's Saphira? I haven't seen her since yesterday. Malia said, she went hunting deer as usual. She is as big as a horse when I saw her this morning. She is growing fast. Jacob nodded. That's natural, since her strength is linked with mine. She'll probably be as big as my full dragon form in a few months. I'm looking forward to it. Allison tilted her head. She'll start talking too. But will she talk to us or only to you? Jacob said, she'll probably be able to talk to all of you telepathically. The next morning, Jacob gathered everyone in the main dining room, Allison, Lydia, Malia, Melissa, Kitty, Stiles, Scott, Cogman, Chris, Victoria, Natalie, and Noah, and told them again about the WRM. Everyone decided to go with him to watch the fight, their faces a mix of curiosity and concern. Jacob said, I'm heading to Alaska first. Once I'm there, I'll open a portal to Sarandel. Stiles raised a hand. Question. Are we wearing masks? Or are we going in looking like ourselves? Jacob said, masks. We don't know these people well enough to trust them. He put on his nano mask and activated it. The nanites shifted, flowing across his features, and settled into the unmistakable face of the Joker. Pale skin, red lips, green hair, and a manic grin. Lydia's eyes narrowed with immediate disapproval. What do you think you're doing? Jacob's Joker smile widened. I'm going as the Joker. No, you are not. Why not? Lydia crossed her arms. First of all, whenever you put that face on, you start acting crazy like the real Joker. Second, did you forget what happened in Vegas? Who do you think had to clean up that mess you caused and convince people the Minotaur you fought was just a guy in a costume from a movie shoot? Jacob's grin faltered. Probably the SDS. Exactly. Lydia's voice was sharp. Are you planning to make friends with these people or enemies? Jacob sighed. For now, friends. Then you cannot go as the Joker. You'd be slapping them in the face by showing them you're the one who caused the Vegas chaos. Jacob's shoulders slumped. Fine. Then how about I go as Batman? Allison snorted. No. You get way too carried away when you wear a disguise. You'll turn into Pete Holmes' bad Batman, the one you love so much, and start doing crazy things. Like grabbing one of the SDS agents and beating them while yelling, "Where is S.A.? Or Harvey Dent, can we trust him?" Jacob avoided her eyes, a sheepish look on his face. I wouldn't do that. I promise. Allison fixed him with a stare. Look me in the eyes and say that again. Jacob met her gaze and immediately smirked, unable to help himself. Come on, it would be fun to mess with those guys as Batman. Allison shook her head, though a small smile tugged at her lips. No. Just make your mask turn into a skull or something. Hide your identity and act normal for once. You can be Batman another time when we're dealing with actual bad guys. Jacob sighed in defeat. Fine. His nano mask shifted. The Joker's face melted away, replaced by a smooth, white skull mask. He teleported out of Sarandel. Jacob flew through the sky using his telekinesis, then started teleporting randomly in the direction of Alaska, skipping across the landscape in great leaps. He had never been there before, so he couldn't go directly. He arrived above Alaska within minutes, then teleported again. This time over the waters of the Pacific Ocean. He followed the coordinates Cogman had loaded into his phone, tracking the naval ship where the SDS had set up their command post. The ship appeared on the horizon, a massive vessel bristling with antennas, radar dishes, and what looked like non-lethal weaponry. Jacob teleported one final time and appeared on the deck. He pulled out his phone and called Agent Frank. Frank answered. Hello? Jacob's voice was altered, deeper, unrecognizable. I'm on your ship. Moments later, Frank emerged onto the deck, followed by Director Maria Argyros, the ancient vampire Cashin, and another woman. They looked at Jacob, who was wearing a black hoodie and a white skull mask, and approached him cautiously. Maria extended her hand with a careful smile. Hello. I'm Maria Argyros, director of the SDS. It's nice to finally meet you in person. Jacob shook her hand firmly. His voice was calm, measured. Likewise. You can call me Alec. Maria gestured to Frank. You've already met Agent Frank. Jacob shook Frank's hand. Frank nodded, saying nothing, though his eyes betrayed his unease. Maria continued. This is Cashin. Jacob took Cashin's hand and squeezed. Not hard enough to break bone, but enough to make a point. Cashin's eyes widened slightly, a flash of pain crossing his features. I don't like your kind, Jacob said flatly, then released him. Cashin flexed his fingers, shaking out the sting. I'm not going to claim I'm a good vampire. I'm not sure such a thing exists. But since we're trying to make friends here, I'll assure you, I've never killed anyone who didn't deserve it in my 800 years of life. In the past, I drank only from my enemies. Now I drink the blood of criminal supernatural creatures, or the SDS provides me with blood bags. He met Jacob's gaze. I don't prey on the innocent. Jacob studied him for a long moment. 800 years. I'm very interested in your memories. How about you let me read them? Cashin's jaw tightened. That's a no. But we could talk sometime over a drink if you'd like. I'll tell you what I've seen. Jacob nodded slowly. Maybe someday. Maria introduced the last member of her team. This is Rachel. Rachel extended her hand. Jacob didn't take it. I don't like your kind either, he said coldly. And I will not shake hands with a witch. Rachel withdrew her hand unfazed. I respect that. But for the record, I don't practice black magic. Jacob's tone was skeptical. If you say so. He turned to Maria. Where is the WYRM? Maria pointed toward the horizon. Approximately 2 miles ahead of us. Are you ready to fight it? Jacob said, "Give me a moment," then teleported. He reappeared back in Sarandel. "All right, everyone. Put on your masks. Let's go." They pulled on their nano-masks, concealing their identities. Skulls, wolves, cats, simple geometric patterns, each chose something different. Cogman's face shifted into a featureless silver plate. Kitty didn't wear a mask, she was just a cat and no one would care about her. Jacob teleported back to the Pacific, this time a mile away from the SDES ship. He hovered above the water, supported by his telekinesis, and opened a portal to Sarandel Point one by one. His family stepped through. Jacob used his telekinesis to keep them all floating beside him. SDES ship watched from a distance. "He brought his people," Maria murmured. Cashin stood beside her, his eyes glowing red as he scanned the masked figures. "I don't know what they are. I can't even tell if they are shapeshifters or not, except one who seems to be a werewolf. But I can tell they're not ordinary. I can feel the strength of their blood from here." Back with Jacob and his group, he looked at Allison. "Freeze the water beneath us. Give yourselves something solid to stand on." Allison nodded. He lowered her toward the surface, and the moment her feet touched the water, she released her ice ability. Ice exploded outward in a crystalline wave, freezing 200 meters of ocean in seconds. The ice grew, rising into a small mountain. Jacob lowered everyone onto the ice, then turned to Lydia. "Create a sound barrier. I don't want the SDES overhearing you talking. And when I fight the WYRM, there will be waves. Make an energy shield around everyone or you'll get soaked." Lydia raised her hands. A shimmering sound barrier enveloped them, stopping anyone outside the barrier from hearing them. Then she and Melissa combined their energy shields, creating a protective dome over the group. Jacob surveyed his family one last time. "All right. I'm going now." He teleported back to the naval ship. Maria watched him appear on the deck. Her gaze flicked to the distant ice mountain where the masked figures stood. "Are they going to help you fight the WYRM?" Jacob shook his head. "No. They're here to watch." Maria nodded slowly. She pointed toward the horizon. 2 miles that way. That's where the WRM usually appears. Make a commotion. I assume since you're confident enough to fight it, you have an attack powerful enough to provoke it." Jacob didn't answer. He teleported. He appeared 2 miles away, hovering over the churning gray water. He circled the area, his senses reaching deep into the ocean, searching. Soon he felt a powerful presence, ancient and vast, coiled in a deep trench far below. Jacob dove. The water pressure increased as he descended, but his enhanced body barely noticed. He followed the presence until he could see it, a massive serpentine shape, its silver-blue scales gleaming in the faint light filtering down from the surface. The WYRM lay coiled in the trench, its size almost incomprehensible. Jacob released a fraction of his aura. The WYRM's eyes snapped open. Giant, glowing orbs locked onto him, first confusion, then rage. A creature had entered its domain. It uncoiled with terrifying speed, its massive jaws gaping open to swallow him whole. Jacob teleported. He reappeared directly above the WYRM's head and released a lightning ball from his palm. It struck the creature's snout. The attack wasn't strong enough to do real harm, just enough to annoy, to provoke. He needed the WYRM to follow him to the surface. The WYRM roared, a deep, resonating sound that shook the water around them. It surged upward, chasing him. Jacob swam toward the surface, leading the beast. But soon he felt the pressure change. A powerful current grabbed him, trying to drag him back toward the WYRM's waiting jaws. Jacob smirked. He teleported out of the current, sent another lightning ball at the WYRM's head, and swam upward again. They broke the surface together. Jacob shot into the air, hovering above the ocean. Below him, the WYRM rose from the depths like a living mountain. Water cascaded off its silver-blue scales. Its spines gleamed. Its dragon-like head turned toward him, and its ancient eyes burned with territorial fury. Jacob stared down at the creature. What a magnificent beast! The WYRM roared and attacked. Jacob, still in his human form, launching himself at the WRM with superhuman speed. He struck its snout with a punch that could shatter concrete, but the WRM's scales barely dented. He kicked its jaw. He slammed his fist into its eye ridge. Nothing. Jacob's eyes narrowed. This thing is tougher than I thought, the WRM retaliated, swinging its massive head like a wrecking ball. Jacob dodged by teleporting away. The WRM opened its massive jaws and unleashed a pressurized blast of water, a cutting beam that could slice through steel. Jacob teleported aside again just in time. The water jet carved a trench in the ocean behind him. The WRM's scales are too thick, too tough. In my human form, I can't hurt it at all unless I use my elemental powers, but it's too soon for that. I'll shift, just a little bit. I don't want the SDS knowing I'm a dragon just yet, Jacob thought. His body began to change. He didn't go all the way, no full dragon transformation. Instead, he partially shifted. His arms thickened, fingers elongating into razor-sharp claws covered in black scales. Scales spread across his torso and shoulders under his hoodie. His wings tore through the back of his clothes, spreading wide, massive, leathery, intimidating. Horns pushed through his hair. His eyes glowed red, but his face under the mask remained human. His aura exploded outward in a visible shockwave. A wave of primal terror washed over the ocean, slamming into the WRM and the distant watchers alike. The WRM recoiled, its instincts screaming at it to flee. Its massive body slid backward through the water. But it didn't flee, this was its territory, its horde. It would not retreat. Jacob attacked again. This time his claws managed to wound the WRM. He slashed across its snout, tearing through scales, drawing blood. He punched its jaw and the WRM's head snapped sideways. He kicked its throat, and the creature coughed seawater and thick saliva as its head snapped back from the blow. The WRM fought back. It swung its massive body, trying to hit Jacob with its head or swallow him whole. It blasted water from its mouth like a pressurized cannon, but Jacob was too fast. He clung to the WRM's scales, raking his claws across its body, leaving bloody wounds. He dodged its attacks with contemptuous ease, teleporting short distances to avoid its jaws. But even so, the claw marks he left on the WRM's body were too shallow to truly hurt it. The punches and kicks, even though they seemed to affect the WRM, didn't cause much damage. Time to change tactics, Jacob though. On the SDS ship, the agents watched in stunned silence. Frank stared at Jacob, his hands trembling. It's that terrifying feeling again. And I'm sure I'm not overthinking this time. What kind of creature is that guy? Cashin's eyes were wide. His composure, honed over 8 centuries, had cracked. I don't know. I've never felt anything like that aura. Not from any creature I've encountered before. Rachel trembled. His body has a terrifying amount of energy. Like nothing I've ever seen. Maria said nothing. She stood at the railing, trembling slightly, her glowing red eyes locked on the winged figure tearing into the WRM. Her knuckles were white. Cashin turned to her. Maria. Is he like you? An Amphiptera? Maria took a breath and steadied herself. Then she shook her head. No, she said quietly. He's not an Amphiptera. He's something else. Something much stronger than me. Something much ancient. She watched Jacob dodge a blast of pressurized water and rake his claws down the WRM's flank. I think even the WRM is afraid of him. Frank squinted at the distant battle. What is he then? Some kind of demon? Or some kind of dragon? I've heard of creatures called drakes, Cashin cut him off. Drakes don't have wings. And like real dragons, no one has heard of them in a long time. Maybe he's some kind of dragonoid shapeshifter like Maria, Rachel said, her voice shaky. A Weredragon, maybe? Cashin shook his head. His aura doesn't feel like a Weredragon. I've encountered one before. This is different. This is primal. Frank's mind raced. What about a Kanima? I've read reports they can grow wings when they reach alpha status. Rachel dismissed that. A Kanima doesn't have an aura like that. And a Kanima is a slave to its master. He answers to no one. Maria finally spoke, her voice steadier now. Stop guessing. You're wasting breath. Whatever he is, he's on our side. That's all that matters. Rachel's voice was barely a whisper. For now. Maria shot her a sharp look. We're going to keep him on our side. Remember that. All of you. Chapter 162, The WYRM PT-3. Jacob used his telekinesis to lift the WYRM's entire body out of the water, suspending the massive serpent in the air. The WYRM struggled hard, and Jacob used his electricity to shock it, but even so, the WYRM roared and kept struggling. Jacob raised his head and roared at the sky, sending a bolt of lightning from his mouth into the clouds above, activating his storm call ability. The sky darkened instantly. Thick storm clouds rolled in, swallowing the sunlight. Heavy rain began to fall, and then lightning started raining down on the WYRM, strike after strike, shocking the creature relentlessly for 10 full minutes. But the WRM didn't lose consciousness. It thrashed and struggled, its massive body convulsing, trying to break free from Jacob's telekinetic grip. Jacob smiled. "You're really tough, which is to my liking. Only a strong creature like you deserves to be my pet. But although you are strong, you can't give me a good fight. You're too slow. I think it's time to finish this." Jacob kept the WYRM floating above the water and flew higher into the sky. He raised one hand and created a giant meteor 10 meters in diameter using his Earth ability, then wrapped it in roaring flames. With his telekinesis, he dropped it toward the WRM like a falling star. The WRM, fighting with every ounce of its strength against Jacob's telekinesis, managed to raise its head. It opened its jaws and unleashed a pressurized water breath, a torrent of force that slowed the meteor's descent. But Jacob kept pouring energy into the meteor, refusing to let it stop. He roared and added more power to his telekinesis, pushing harder. The meteor began to win against the water breath, falling faster and faster toward the WYRM. It struck the WRM directly on the head. The impact was devastating. The WYRM's head snapped down, fire and force tearing across its scales. It sank into the ocean, badly burned and wounded. The shockwave from the collision created a giant tsunami-like wave that radiated outward in all directions, toward the SDES ship and toward Allison and the others. Rachel, the witch from the SDES, along with several other witches aboard the ship, raised an energy barrier just in time. The massive wave crashed against it, and the ship held steady on the ice mountain. Lydia and Melissa had already combined their energy shields. The wave slammed into their dome and parted around them, leaving the group completely unharmed. Jacob dove into the water and brought the unconscious WRM back to the surface. On the SDES ship, everyone was shocked and just watched in silence. Then Frank spoke, his voice barely above a whisper. Did that guy just drop a meteor?" Rachel, who had dismissed the energy shield with the other witches, stared at the distant figure hovering over the WYRM's body. He combined earth and fire elements to create it. "I felt the massive amount of energy he used from here." Frank shook his head slowly. "And that lightning storm, he called it down like it was nothing." Rachel's voice was hushed. "The energy required to do what he just did. I can't even calculate it. He should be exhausted. He should be drained. But look at him." They watched as Jacob landed on the WYRM's head, seemingly unaffected by the massive expenditure of power. Cashin's eyes were wide. "I've seen a lot in 800 years. I've never seen anyone do anything like that. I've only heard about old legends, dragons, phoenixes, wyverns, hydras, and other creatures that are now only myths, who could make such powerful attacks and have such vast amounts of energy." Maria stood at the railing, her red eyes locked on Jacob. "I didn't believe him when he said he wanted to take the WRM as a pet, but now I do." She straightened, forcing her composure back into place. "Whatever he is, we need to keep him as an ally, not an enemy." She looked at her team. "And we need power of our own to fight against something like him. Since he exists, I'm sure other powerful creatures like him exist too." Frank said, "A nuke could still kill him, right? I mean, hypothetically. If he ever became a problem." Maria shook her head. "He can teleport, remember? First, we would need to stop him from teleporting. Then we would need to see if a nuke would even harm him." Cashin offered, "What about Mountain Ash? Could that block his teleportation?" Maria shook her head again. "No. Mountain Ash can't contain something that strong." Her voice hardened. "Enough. Stop planning how to fight him. He's our ally. I said we need our own strength, not to use against him but to face whatever else is out there." Jacob stood on the WYRM's massive head and reached out to the system. "System, can you help me make a contract with the WYRM? Just use the tattoo on your palm that I gave you before. Place your hand on the WYRM's head. It would have resisted if it were conscious, but since it's unconscious it will be easy." Jacob nodded. First, he inserted his claws into the back of the Wyrm's giant neck and read its memories, flashes of deep ocean trenches, treasures, centuries of solitude, and territorial battles with other sea creatures. A kraken, some kind of giant sea turtle, a giant snake with 3 heads, something kraken-like but with a shark head, and something the Wyrm didn't even dare to fight. It had left its old home as soon as it felt that creature's presence. After reading the Wyrm's memories, Jacob sighed. The ocean is filled with dangerous creatures. I wonder what kind of creature scared this big guy away from its old home. Then the tattoo appeared on his palm, glowing faintly red. He pressed his hand against the Wyrm's head. A flash of red light. A new screen appeared before his eyes. Contract successful. The Wyrm now cannot disobey your commands. It will also grow stronger as you grow stronger, host. Jacob smiled in satisfaction. He took out a senza bean and used a small jolt of electricity to wake the giant Wyrm. He flew next to the Wyrm's eyes. The creature's eyes snapped open. Fear flashed in them when it saw Jacob, then confusion, then something else. A connection. It could feel Jacob now, the bond between them. It closed its eyes as if refusing to look at him. Jacob laughed. Okay, stop sulking. I'm sorry I beat you, but I was curious about your strength. Now open your mouth and eat this little thing. You'll heal. The Wyrm hesitated, then opened its massive jaws. Jacob tossed the senza bean inside. The Wyrm swallowed. Within moments its burns faded, its wounds closed, and its strength returned. Jacob patted its snout. Wait here. I'll be right back. He teleported to Sarandel. Closing his eyes, he focused on his connection to the realm and created a large, deep lake a few miles behind the palace, big enough to house the Wyrm comfortably. Then he teleported back to the Pacific Ocean. He dove into the water and opened a massive portal directly to the new lake, filling it with seawater. He swam through the ocean several times, opening portals each time, sucking in all kinds of sea creatures, fish, crabs, squids, octopus, shellfish, plankton, even coral reefs, to populate the lake. When he was satisfied, he teleported back to the Wyrm, placed a hand on its head, and both of them appeared in Sarandel, hovering above the new lake. The Wyrm splashed into the water and sank beneath the surface. A moment later, it emerged again, its massive head breaking the waves. It took a deep breath of Sarandel's magically charged air and seemed pleased. Its eyes, once hostile, now held something like contentment. Jacob contacted Allison and the others telepathically. Come back to Sarandel. Allison and the others teleported from the ocean, leaving Maria and her people, who were already shocked when Jacob disappeared with the Wyrm, even more stunned that all of Jacob's people could teleport, not just him. In Sarandel, Allison and the others appeared next to Jacob, who was standing by the new lake, watching the Wyrm swim. They took off their masks and Jacob removed his mask too. He turned to the Wyrm and said, "These people are my family. Don't you dare attack them." Stiles eyed the massive creature warily. Are you sure it won't attack us? Jacob nodded. Yes. She will never attack Malia, Allison, Lydia, Melissa, Kitty, Cogman, or Saphira. They have a connection with me. As for the rest of you, she won't attack because I ordered her not to. But it's better not to get too close to her. Lydia raised an eyebrow. She's a female? Yes. Cogman added, I forgot to mention, like snakes, Wyrm females grow larger than males. While oceanic Wyrms can reach over 100 meters, only the females actually grow to that size. Males only grow to about 40 meters and they are much weaker. They often get eaten after mating with the female. Stiles winced. Poor guys. He looked at Jacob. Does your new pet have any kids? Jacob shook his head. According to her memories, no. She's actually over 300 years old. She lived deep in the ocean until something scary chased her from her territory about 8 or 10 years ago. He paused. And before you ask, I don't know what it is. She didn't fight it. She just felt its presence and ran. Allison tilted her head. You should give her a name. Jacob shrugged. I don't know what to name her. How about Ocean? Lydia made a face. That's too lame. Let's name her something that means ocean or sea, but not just plain ocean. Natalie suggested, how about Meredith? It means protector of the ocean or sea lord. Or Iera, a Brazilian name meaning lady of the lake or mother of waters. Jacob murmured absently, Lady of the Lake. A perverted look crept onto his face as he stared at the WRM. I wonder, will she turn into a beautiful, mature woman someday? Maybe the system will give me a reward to turn Kitty, Saphira, and her into women. I can't wait, Melissa nodded approvingly. I like the name Iera. The girls started discussing and finally agreed on the name Iera. Allison looked at Jacob, who was lost in thought, staring at the WRM with a perverted look. Jay, do you agree? No response. Lydia shook him. Earth to Jacob. What are you thinking about with that perverted look on your face? Jacob snapped back to reality. I wasn't thinking about anything. I was listening to you girls. Allison crossed her arms. And what name did we agree on? Jacob's eyes darted to Stiles for help, then he thought better of it. Stiles would only make things worse. He looked at Scott instead. Lydia smirked. Don't look at Scott for help. Tell us the name. Malia grinned. I don't think he was listening. I know that perverted look all too well. It's the same look he gives me every time I shift into my wereco. Jacob clamped his hand over her mouth. He reached out telepathically to Melissa. Mel, help me out. I wasn't listening at all. Please tell me what name you agreed on. Allison and Lydia are glaring at me and probably planning revenge. Melissa's amused voice echoed in his mind. Tell me what you were thinking about first. Jacob replied shamelessly, I was thinking about you. My birthday is only a few days away and I finally get to make love to you. All night. Until you pass out. Melissa blushed. We agreed on the name Iera, you little pervert. And I'm looking forward to your birthday too. Lydia tapped her foot. Go on. We're listening. Jacob released Malia and smiled. Iera. I like it too. He looked at the WRM. And I think she likes it. Lydia glanced at Melissa and Malia. Okay. Which one of you traitors helped him? Jacob waved a hand. No one helped me. I was absent-minded because I was thinking about Iera's treasure hoard. I'm going to get it right now. He put his mask back on and teleported out of Serendel. He appeared on the naval ship. Maria couldn't help but ask, what kind of creature are you exactly? Jacob's voice was calm. Maybe I'll tell you another time. Now let's talk about my gold. Maria sighed. In a week, come back to this ship. Your gold will be ready. Jacob nodded and teleported to the spot where he had fought the WRM. He dove deep into the ocean. Cashin watched him disappear beneath the waves. What does he think he's doing? Maria turned away. He's taking the WRM's treasure hoard. Cashin's jaw tightened. That wasn't part of the deal. Maria snorted. If you're not satisfied with him taking the treasure, go stop him. She walked back inside the ship. Cashin remembered Jacob's power. He shivered. I'm not suicidal. He followed Maria, the other agents close behind. Jacob dove deep into the ocean and found the treasure. It was enormous, gold and jewelry from old lost ships, gathered from the ocean floor. He wrapped everything in his telekinesis and teleported it near the lake in Serendel, where everyone was still standing, watching Iera swim in her new home. Everyone stared at the small mountain of treasure in shock. Gold bars, gold coins, silver bars, silver coins, cups, chalices, plates, candelabras, goblets, ornate chests, crowns, scepters, jewelry boxes, and all kinds of objects made of gold and silver. There were diamonds, pearls, rubies, emeralds, sapphires, and even some huge raw gold ore. Jacob turned to Cogman. How much do you think this is worth? Cogman surveyed the hoard. There are more than 200 metric tons of gold by my estimation. Considering the current price of around $1,700 per ounce, that would be worth approximately $12 billion, not including the other treasures and jewelry. Stiles whistled. That's a lot of money. Allison looked at Jacob. Are you really just going to put it in a room and sleep on it? Jacob smiled. Not really. Sure, I'll put it in a treasure room and take a nap there from time to time. But we'll use it if we need it. You all know that in the summer we're traveling to another world. And we don't know which world yet, so we might need gold there. Stiles stared at Jacob. Wait, hold the phone. Travel to another world? Why didn't anyone tell me? He turned to Scott. Did you know? Scott shrugged. Nope. This is the first I'm hearing about it. We talked about traveling to other worlds before, but no one told me we could actually do it. Allison looked at her parents, who were staring at her with questioning eyes. She sighed. Jacob told us a month ago and we decided to go in the summer vacation. He probably forgot to tell everyone. And since we're not going until summer, we thought we'd wait before telling everyone. Stiles's excitement returned. So which world are we going to? Lydia said. Weren't you listening? Jay just said we don't know which world we're going to yet. Iera swam closer and looked at Jacob, then at the treasure. She let out a soft roar. Jacob smiled. I'll share some with you. Lydia suggested. How about you build a treasure room inside the lake and put all the treasure there? That way the treasure stays in Iera's home, and you can just teleport there whenever you feel like taking a nap. Jacob nodded. That works too. He looked at Cogman. I'll build the structure with my earth element. You finish it and turn it into a nice underwater palace. Cogman bowed slightly. Consider it done, sir. Jacob dove into the lake. Using his connection with Serendel and his earth powers, he built an underwater palace. He used his connection to Serendel to create an energy barrier around it, keeping the water out. He teleported back to the surface. Cogman, I've already built it. You can do the rest. Cogman nodded. Should I start right now, sir? Jacob waved a hand. No hurry. Take your time. The treasure isn't going anywhere. Now go cook a feast for us. I'm starving. Cogman nodded and teleported to the palace kitchen. Jacob looked at Allison and all the women. Ladies, go ahead. Pick anything you like from the treasure. Allison, Lydia, Melissa, Victoria, Natalie, Malia, and Kitty, who had been eyeing the treasure with shining eyes since she saw it, walked over and began searching through it. They found necklaces, rings, bracelets, earrings, tiaras, brooches, and all kinds of jewelry. Malia, however, was only interested in the daggers and swords scattered among the gold. Jacob also walked to the treasure and said to Stiles and the others, Come on, guys. Take whatever you want. Everyone started rummaging through the small mountain of treasure. Chapter 163, Maria's Message. A week had passed since Jacob dealt with the Wyrm. Now he was in Serendel in the garden. After having breakfast, the morning sun cast a warm golden glow over the manicured hedges and blooming flowers. He was playing with Saphira, who had grown and was now a little bigger than a horse. Her scales shimmered in the sunlight, and her wings stretched wide as she bounded around him like an overgrown puppy. As he played, tossing a large rubber ball for her to chase, Cogman suddenly appeared in front of him and handed him a phone. Sir, the director of the SDS, Maria, sent you a message. Jacob took the phone and read the message from Maria. Your gold is ready. You can come and pick it up, but there are some things you need to deal with. I sent the footage of your fight with the Wyrm to the president. After watching it with some of his people, they want to meet you. Some of them are on my ship right now, the Secretary of Defense, the Secretary of Homeland Security, and the General of the Army. They brought their people with them. I can tell you that first they want to recruit you, and if you don't agree, they are ready to force you or capture you. You should be prepared. They brought high-tech sonic weapons with them. Teach these stupid politicians a lesson so they will understand that there are creatures they shouldn't mess with. I have no part in this. I advised against it. They didn't listen. I'm telling you this because I really want to make friends with you. Jacob smirked and looked at Cogman. Did you read the message? Cogman nodded. Yes, sir. His lips curled into an evil smile. Do you need me to go with you? I could kill anyone who dares to attack you. Jacob shook his head. No, I'll go alone. With that, Jacob put on his mask, the smooth white skull, and teleported out of Serendel. He appeared high above the Pacific Ocean near Alaska, the cold wind whipping around him. Then he teleported again, this time landing on the deck of the SDS naval ship. The moment he appeared on deck, several men in military uniforms and others in black suits raised their guns at him. Jacob didn't care. He raised his voice, deep and commanding through the mask's modulator. Maria, I'm here for my gold. Maria and Agent Frank emerged from inside the ship. Maria glanced at the men pointing guns at Jacob and said sharply, Put your guns away. They won't work against him. She walked to Jacob. Your gold is ready, but first, some people want to meet you in the conference room. Jacob crossed his arms. I'm busy. Just give me my gold. If someone wants to meet me, tell them to come out here. Maria nodded. Give me a minute. She went back inside. Frank followed her. Jacob walked to the railing, leaned against it, and gazed out at the endless gray ocean while he waited. The waves lapped against the hull. Gulls circled overhead. Soon Maria returned with 2 men in expensive suits and another in an army general's uniform, followed by several soldiers and black-suited agents. Jacob turned to face them, leaning back against the railing. He said nothing, just watched them with an unreadable expression behind his mask. The Secretary of Defense stepped forward. He was a stout man with a florid face and cold eyes. "I am Secretary of Defense Williams. This is Secretary of Homeland Security Brennan and General Corwin." Jacob said flatly, "What do you want from me?" Secretary Brennan, a thinner man with wire-rimmed glasses and a nervous twitch, asked, "Are you an American?" Jacob nodded. "Yes. And before you ask more questions, I have no malice toward my own country." He looked at General Corwin, a broad-shouldered man with a crew cut and a chest full of medals. "And I will not participate in attacking another country or in politics. I only care about fighting strong monsters." Secretary Williams's voice hardened. "As an American, it is your duty to use your powers to defend this nation. To serve your country," Jacob cut him off. "The only duty I have is to protect myself and my loved ones. I owe nothing else to anyone." Secretary Williams tried another angle. "We can pay you generously. Give you a high rank in the military." Jacob shook his head. "Not interested." Secretary Williams's jaw tightened. "Then at least reveal your true identity to us. And tell us what kind of supernatural creature you are." Jacob's voice was cold. "That's not happening." He looked at Maria. "It's time for me to leave. Where's my gold?" General Corwin gestured toward the back of the ship. "It's on the holodeck. 56 tons of gold. You can get it yourself." Maria mouthed silently without the others noticing. "Be careful." Jacob smirked behind his mask and walked to the back of the ship. There it was, a massive pile of gold bars stacked on the holodeck, gleaming dully in the overcast light. He also noticed an open mountain ash circle hidden nearby, the dark powder forming an incomplete ring on the deck. He didn't care. He walked to the gold, placed a hand on it, and stored it all in his pocket dimension in a single heartbeat. The moment he did, someone slid the final segment of mountain ash into place, completing the circle and creating a barrier to trap him. Jacob turned around slowly. He looked at Secretary Williams and the others. "Are you sure you want to attack me? Because it will not end well for you." Maria stepped forward. "Don't do it." Secretary Williams ignored her. He looked at Jacob with cold determination. "Since you won't work for your country, you are a threat. A creature as powerful as you needs a leash or to be put down." He raised his hand. "Do it." Maria sighed and stepped back, moving to stand with Cashin, Rachel, and Frank, far away from Secretary Williams and his group. The soldiers and agents opened fire, not with bullets but with tranquilizer darts. The darts struck Jacob's skin and simply fell away, unable to penetrate his enhanced flesh. Secretary Williams shouted, "Use the gas!" Thick clouds of sleeping gas billowed from canisters, enveloping Jacob in a dense fog. He stood there, completely unaffected, his immunity to all poisons rendering the attack useless. General Corwin muttered, "What a monster!" Then he ordered loudly, "Use the sonic weapons." Soldiers aimed acoustic cannons and sonic emitters, weapons designed specifically to disable supernatu RAL creatures with enhanced hearing. The first wave of sound struck, vibrating the air. Jacob raised a hand and activated his Quen shield. A shimmering white energy barrier snapped into place around him. The sonic waves crashed against it and dissipated harmlessly, the shield holding firm. General Corwin's face reddened. Heavy machine guns. Now, 2 heavy machine guns opened fire from the upper deck. Bullets slammed into the Quen shield and stopped dead, flattening against the barrier and falling to the deck in a hail of lead. Cashin shook his head. "What a bunch of idiots." Frank looked at Maria. "Do you think he'll attack them? And what should we do if he does, ma'am?" Maria's voice was calm. "I don't know if he'll attack them. And we will not help them, even if he kills them all. I already spoke to the president. I told him the SDES will not interfere no matter what. I also advised him not to attack. He and his politician friends didn't want to listen." She nodded toward the masked Jacob. "Now let them deal with the consequences. That guy is about to make his move." Jacob raised a hand and made a choking gesture with his telekinesis. Secretary Williams's eyes bulged. He gagged, clawed at his throat and rose into the air, his feet kicking uselessly. Then Jacob teleported him. In an instant, Secretary Williams appeared directly in front of Jacob, but outside the Quen shield. The machine guns were still firing. The bullets tore into Williams before anyone could react, shredding his expensive suit and the flesh beneath. By the time the guns stopped, it was too late. Secretary Williams was dead, his body crumpled on the deck. Jacob used his telekinesis and threw all the men who had been attacking him into the ocean, soldiers, agents, everyone who had raised a weapon against him. He didn't kill them. He just sent them splashing into the cold water, their shouts and splashes echoing across the waves. Then he walked to the edge of the mountain ash barrier. He didn't burn it. Instead, he drew back his fist and punched it. The barrier shattered like glass, the mountain ash scattering across the deck. He teleported directly in front of Secretary Brennan and General Corwin. His voice was low and deadly. "This is a warning. Attack me again and I will kill you and your entire families." He paused. Then he looked at Secretary Brennan and noticed the dark stain spreading down the man's leg, pooling at his shoes. Jacob wrinkled his nose in disgust behind the mask. "Gross." He waved his hand, and Secretary Brennan flew into the ocean with the others, screaming until he hit the water. He turned to General Corwin. "I'm not your enemy. Don't make me one." His eyes glowed red through the eye holes of the skull mask. "I don't have the habit of sparing my enemies. This is your only warning, General." Then Jacob teleported to Maria. He said, "You can call me if you need my help in the future." "Friend." Maria smiled, genuine warmth in her expression. "Thank you. And I added an extra 20 kilos of gold to your payment. We used the Yeti you killed to create some very powerful and expensive potions. I can give you some of them if you'd like." Jacob shook his head. "I appreciate that, but no. I don't need them." He turned to leave. "All right. Time for me to go." Maria nodded. "Goodbye, friend. And thank you for not killing all of those idiots." Jacob nodded once, then disappeared. Maria sighed and turned to Frank. "Go fish those idiots out of the ocean?" Frank nodded. "Yes, ma'am." He hurried off to order the SDS agents to retrieve Secretary Brennan and the others from the frigid water. Maria walked to General Corwin, who was still trembling, his face pale, his hands shaking at his sides. "I warned you not to mess with him. You didn't want to listen. And just so you know, he didn't even use a fraction of his power just now." Her voice hardened. "Stop provoking him. He seems like one of the good ones." General Corwin let out a breath he didn't know he'd been holding. He forced his shaking body to still, clenching his fists. "Are you sure he's a good guy?" Maria snorted. "If he wasn't, all of you would be dead right now." She turned away. "Now take your people and get off my ship." She walked back inside with Cashin and Rachel behind her. Chapter 164, The Cluda. After retrieving his gold, Jacob teleported back to Sarandel and continued playing with Saphira. After a while he headed to the kitchen. The vast room was quiet, the only sound the soft clink of utensils. Cogman was the only one there, methodically polishing a set of silverware. Cogman looked up. "Did you get the gold, sir?" Jacob nodded, chewing a piece of roasted meat. "I did. I'll put it with the rest of the treasure in the underwater palace when you finish it." Cogman inclined his head. "I am making good progress, sir. The underwater palace is nearly complete." After eating, Jacob teleported out of Sarandel and appeared in the garage of his Beacon Hills mansion. He took his Camaro and drove aimlessly through town. His phone rang. "Noah," Jacob answered. "What's up?" Noah's voice was grim. "Can you come to the station? I need your opinion on something." Jacob changed direction and drove to the Beacon Hills Sheriff Station. He walked inside, nodded to the deputies he passed, and went straight to Noah's office. Inside he found Noah and Stiles. And an old Asian woman. Jacob recognized her immediately, Satomi. But he acted like he didn't know her. He greeted Noah and Stiles, then sat down and nodded toward Satomi. "Who's she?" Stiles raised an eyebrow. "Don't you recognize her?" Jacob shook his head. "I can tell she's a werewolf, but I've never seen her before." Stiles said, "She's Satomi. I thought you knew her. After all, you're the one who told me about her." Jacob kept his expression neutral. "I know about her. But I haven't met her before." He looked at Satomi and inclined his head. "Nice to meet you, Satomi." Satomi studied him with sharp eyes. She nodded back. "Nice to meet you too, kid." She glanced at Noah and Stiles, then back at Jacob. Why were we waiting for this kid? He's just a normal human. Noah smirked. Stiles pointed his thumb at Jay. A cob. Him? Just a normal human? Yeah, right. Satomi frowned and gave Jacob another look, her senses reaching out. Am I wrong? Stiles grinned. You couldn't be more wrong. Jacob ignored the exchange and looked at Noah. All right, tell me why you asked me to come here. Noah leaned back in his chair, his expression turning serious. We found 2 students dead in a stream in the Beacon Hills Preserve 4 days ago. There were claw marks on their bodies. And someone hit them with a chain. He paused. I thought it was a normal crime, but Satomi just told me it wasn't. She said it was a werewolf. Jacob turned to Satomi. How do you know? Satomi's voice was calm. The 2 kids who died were friends with my children, Lori and Brett. She folded her hands on her lap. 3 days ago, Lori and Brett went to the woods to try to catch the smell of whoever killed them. They thought it was just a human. They wanted to help the police capture him, bring justice to their friends. Her jaw tightened. But when they got there, they realized that what killed their friends was a werewolf. They ran. But the werewolf was there. It found them. Followed them through the woods. She exhaled slowly. Lucky for them, they escaped and returned home. She continued, her voice growing heavier. The next day, they were coming home from town at night. They caught the werewolf's scent again. When they looked back, they saw a humanoid wolf following them. They said it was terrifying. Their instincts screamed at them to run, and so they did. But it was too fast. It caught up with them. Slashed them with its claws. Beat them. Broke several of their bones. Her eyes flickered with anger. Then it stopped. Moved aside. Watched them heal. And laughed at their pain. Jacob's expression remained neutral, but his eyes narrowed slightly. Satomi continued. After Lori and Brett healed, they ran again. The werewolf followed them, keeping its distance. When they ran faster, it ran faster. When they slowed down, it slowed down. It herded them all the way home. Then it disappeared. She looked down at her hands. When I went looking for it with the rest of my pack, we couldn't find it. We followed its scent to the river downtown, and there we lost it. She looked back up. It appeared again yesterday. But this time we were ready. I asked Lori and Brett to walk alone at night, to lure the werewolf out. It worked. It appeared and followed them again. But when it saw me and the rest of my pack ambushing it, it didn't attack. It laughed. Then it shifted from a humanoid wolf into a wolf with wings and flew away, still laughing. Making a weird noise. Stiles spoke carefully, his voice low. That's why we called you, Jacob. It can shift into a wolf with wings. And apparently it's a trickster, it likes to play with its victims. Just like someone we know. Jacob frowned. Do you think it's Malia? Stiles's eyes widened. Of course not. Satomi said the werewolf's eyes glowed blue, but not like a normal werewolf's eyes. Like 2 blue flames. And its fur is black. He shook his head. I'm sure it's not Malia. And even if Satomi told me it was Malia who did it, I wouldn't believe her. He paused. Sure, Malia is a bit scary. But I'm 70 to 80% sure she isn't a cold-blooded murderer. Jacob raised an eyebrow. Stiles shrugged. She says some scary and heartless stuff from time to time. Especially to me. She creeps me out more than Cogman sometimes. Jacob smirked. Fair enough. But she would never hurt innocent people. Stiles nodded. Anyway, I thought it might be someone related to her. Maybe her cousin or something. Jacob shook his head. No. She wasn't born with wings, Stiles. Stiles caught on. I see. It was you who gave. Jacob cut him off and looked at Satomi. I think I know what kind of werewolf we're dealing with. But can you try to remember the weird laugh it made when it was flying away? Satomi closed her eyes, concentrating. It was something like Cloudy. Or Kuda. Something like that. Jacob asked, did it have chains wrapped around its body? Satomi's eyes snapped open. Yes. There were black chains wrapped around it. Jacob nodded. Then that's definitely a Cluda. Noah frowned. What's a Cluda? Jacob leaned back. It's a winged werewolf. I read about it in the bestiary with Malia when we were looking at wolf supernatural creatures with wings. Stiles was already pulling out his phone. Let me search for it. He opened the bestiary app. How do you spell its name? Kludde. Stiles typed it in. Found it. Noah said, read it aloud. Stiles cleared his throat and read, name, Clita type, werewolf subcategory / supernatural predator / trickster description, a shapeshifter that takes two distinct forms. The first is a massive black wolf with leathery, bat-like wings and iron chains wrapped around its body. The second is a humanoid wolf, upright, muscular, with the same black fur, leathery wings sprouting from its back, and chains wrapped around its body. In both forms, its eyes burn with cold blue flames. Telltale sign, known to shout its own name, Clita, Clita, in a rasping, mocking shriek while fleeing or retreating from a fight. Behavior, a cruel and patient tormentor. It does not kill quickly. Once it locks onto a victim, it stalks them for days, appearing at windows, standing at the foot of beds, howling just beyond the tree line. It feeds on fear, growing bolder as its prey unravels. The chains are its primary weapon. It lashes out to trip and snare or drag victims through dirt and stone. When the Clita finally grows bored of the chase, it wraps its chains around the victim and drags them to the nearest body of water, holding them under until they drown. Weaknesses, shares the same weaknesses as werewolves. Fire forces it to keep its distance. Breaking its chains weakens it significantly, though the chains regenerate with time. A victim who shows no fear can confuse it long enough to escape. Satomi said, that sounds exactly like the creature that has been following my children. Stiles pocketed his phone and looked at Jacob. So what's the plan? Jacob shrugged. Since it's already killed 2 people, we should kill it. Stiles asked, should we do it tonight? Jacob nodded. The sooner the better, I guess. Stiles grinned. Great. I'm going with you. And I'm fighting this time. Jacob smirked. Sure. Noah sighed heavily, rubbing his temples. Another case closed. But I'm going to write it up as unsolved. My career is going to shit. Stiles patted his father's shoulder. You can always retire. Spend more time with Natalie. Maybe give me and Lydia a few siblings. Noah snorted. Yeah, maybe. But it's too soon for retiring. And definitely too soon for children. I don't want to scare her away. Stiles shrugged. Well, you don't have to work so hard. We're rich now. Jacob let us take some gold, we just need to sell it. Noah shook his head. I don't only work for the money, Stiles. I actually like my job. Stiles smiled. As long as you're happy, I guess. He turned to Jacob. So, how are we going to find this Clita? Jacob looked at Satomi. We don't have to find it. It will find us. We'll borrow your children since they're the Clita's targets. Satomi's expression hardened. I'm coming with you. I don't know if you can keep them safe. And it's the full moon tonight. Lori and Brett can control themselves, but I don't know if they'll lose control if they're scared. Jacob smirked. He released a fraction of his aura, just enough to press against Satomi's senses. Satomi's eyes widened. Her own eyes flickered red involuntarily. Her breath caught. She stared at him, her voice barely a whisper. What are you? Jacob's smirk widened. He stood, slung an arm over Stiles's shoulder and guided him toward the door. Meet us before dark at the entrance of the preserve. Bring your children. Stiles waved back at his father. See you later, Dad. They walked out of the office. In the hallway, Stiles said, how about we go to the arcade? Jacob nodded. Sure. They got into Jacob's Camaro and drove to the arcade. They spent the afternoon there, racing games, fighting games, shooting games, until the sky outside began to darken. An hour before sunset, they left. Jacob drove to the entrance of the Beacon Hills Preserve. He parked the Camaro, then stored it in his pocket dimension. They didn't have to wait long. Satomi arrived with Lori and Brett. The 2 teenagers looked at Jacob with a mixture of curiosity and unease. Jacob ignored their stares. Let's go take a walk in the woods. Satomi frowned. Are you going to use Lori and Brett as bait? Should we hide and let them walk alone? Jacob shook his head. There's no need. The moment the Clita appears, I'll sense it. Even if it doesn't show itself. They walked deeper into the preserve, the canopy overhead blocking the fading light. The air grew cooler. The only sounds were the crunch of leaves underfoot and the distant call of birds. As they walked, Satomi moved alongside Jacob, studying him. By the way, kid, how do you know about me? Jacob kept his eyes forward. I did my research when I moved into town. I know about you and your pack. I know about the Hales. I know about Deucalion and his alpha pack, though he doesn't live here anymore. Satomi's eyes narrowed. Do you know about the Argents? Jacob nodded. Yes. They're my in-laws. And they've quit hunting. Satomi's expression flickered with surprise. Is it true that Gerard Argent is dead? Jacob's voice was flat. Yes. Satomi let out a slow breath. That's a relief. That man was evil. He was the reason Deucalion became the demon wolf. She looked ahead, her voice distant. Before he met Gerard, Deucalion was a good man. A pacifist. But after what Gerard did to him, he went insane. He killed his entire pack. And I heard he forced Callie and Ennis to kill their packs too. Jacob glanced at her. I wonder why he didn't come after you and Talia Hale. Satomi smiled, a sad, knowing smile. He respected Talia too much to attack her. As for me, he knew I'm a pacifist. He knew I would rather die than kill my own pack. So he didn't bother. Jacob nodded. I see. They kept walking, the conversation fading into silence. The sun dipped below the horizon. Shadows lengthened. And they waited for the Cluda to appear. Chapter 165, Stiles vs. The Cluda. While Jacob, Stiles, Satomi, Brett, and Lori were walking aimlessly through the woods, the quiet of the evening was suddenly broken by the sounds of roaring and fighting. They followed the noise and emerged into a clearing where Derek and Peter were training Boyd, Jackson, Isaac, and Tracy, pushing them hard to maintain control under the full moon. Derek's group stopped and turned toward the newcomers. Jacob greeted Derek and Tracy, then looked at Peter with a lazy smile. How about a spar, Peter? Peter took a step back, his expression wary. No. I'm good. Jacob turned to Satomi. Let's wait for that thing here. I'm hungry. He moved to the edge of the clearing, found a fallen tree trunk, and broke it apart with his bare hands. He stacked the wood into a neat pile and snapped his fingers. Flames leaped from his palm, igniting the bonfire. He pulled out a generous amount of skyr buffalo meat from his pocket dimension, sprinkled salt and seasoning over the raw cuts, and began roasting them over the fire. Satomi sat beside him, watching him with quiet curiosity. Stiles, meanwhile, looked at Jackson, Boyd, and Isaac. How about we spar? The three of you against me. And you don't have to hold back. Before Isaac or Jackson could refuse, Boyd, who still remembered having his wrist broken by Stiles, stepped forward. Sure. Stiles smirked. Great. Remember, don't hold back. He glanced at Tracy. You should sit this one out. I don't want to beat you and then hear Scott complain about it tomorrow. Tracy stepped aside. I wasn't going to help them anyway. Boyd attacked first. He lunged with supernatural speed, but Stiles was faster. A single kick sent Boyd flying backward, crashing into a bush. Isaac and Jackson charged together. Stiles sidestepped, caught Isaac by the arm and hurled him into Jackson. Both tumbled to the ground in a heap. The three betas rose and attacked again. And again. Each time, Stiles dealt with them effortlessly, dodging, countering, sending them sprawling. Derek watched his betas get thrown and around like rag dolls. He shook his head and walked to the fire, sitting down with a resigned sigh. Peter and Tracy followed. Even Brett and Lori stopped watching the spar and gathered around the warmth of the flames. Satomi glanced at Jacob. Aren't you worried about your friend? Those three betas have completely lost control. Jacob flipped the roasting meat. The one who should be worried is Derek. Stiles might beat his betas so badly that they develop trauma and never want to shift again. Derek's jaw tightened. They'll be fine. Pain is the fastest way to teach them control. He looked at Satomi. I remember you. You used to visit my mother. Satomi nodded, her gaze drifting toward the dark trees. Yes. Talia was a good friend of mine. It's a shame what happened to her and her pack. She didn't deserve that. Her voice grew softer. When I got the news, I was heartbroken. I lost control for the first time in years that day. She looked at Derek. I'm sorry for your loss. Derek's expression softened. Thank you. He turned to Jacob. You said you were waiting for something. Can you tell me what? Jacob explained about the Cluda. Satomi filled in the details about how it had been stalking Lori and Brett, tormenting them, feeding on their fear. They talked as the meat sizzled over the fire. When it was ready, Jacob shared with everyone, but he took 5 large pieces for himself, piling them onto a plate he produced from his pocket dimension. Stiles, who had been relentlessly beating Derek's betas, caught the scent of cooked meat. He came running, his hand reaching toward Jacob's plate. Jacob growled. It was a low, deep sound, primal, dangerous. It echoed through the clearing and everyone froze. Stiles's hand stopped mid-reach. He smiled sheepishly. Sorry. I thought that was mine. Jacob growled again. Stiles withdrew his hand and sat down quickly. Okay. Stop growling already. He grabbed a piece of meat from the fire and began chewing. Derek looked at Jacob. I don't know how you pulled that meat out of nowhere, but you wouldn't happen to have a Coke, would you? Jacob smirked. I do. He produced several cans and passed them around. Stiles saw his chance. While Jacob was distracted, he snatched one of the large pieces from Jacob's plate and wolfed it down in 3 massive bites. Everyone noticed. Even Jacob, but Jacob didn't stop him. He just watched, an unreadable expression on his face. Stiles swallowed the last bite, burped, and grinned. That was delicious. Jacob's smile turned cold. Did you enjoy eating my share of the food? Stiles swallowed hard. You saw that? Jacob's eyes gleamed. What's the most important rule of our family when it comes to food? Stiles's face paled. Never take food from your plate. Or Malia's. Or Kitty's. So you do remember. Stiles sighed and stood up, spreading his arms wide. Okay. I'm ready. Just be gentle, please. Jacob took a bite of his own meat, chewed slowly, and said, Have a nice flight. He wrapped Stiles in his telekinesis and teleported him high into the sky, then let him go. Stiles plummeted. Peter looked around. Where is he? Jacob pointed upward. There. Everyone looked up. High above, a tiny figure was falling, arms and legs flailing, screaming at the top of his lungs. Derek's eyes widened. He'll die if he falls from that height. Jacob took another bite. He'll be fine. Stiles tried to teleport to Sarandel and couldn't. Of course he won't let me escape. He fell faster, the ground rushing up to meet him. Oh my God, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Jacob, I'm sorry. Please don't let me hit the ground. He kept screaming, kept falling, and when he was inches from impact, Jacob teleported him back into the sky and dropped him again. For 20 minutes, Stiles fell. Again and again. Each time, Jacob caught him at the last second and threw him back up. Stiles screamed the entire time, raw, terrified, desperate. Finally, Jacob stopped. He caught Stiles a meter above the ground and let him drop. Stiles hit the dirt, hugged his knees, and trembled. That was so terrifying. After a long moment he stood, still shaking, and walked back to the fire. He sat down heavily. You are so evil, man. You know that? The fear of hitting the ground from that height was probably worse than actually hitting it. And you kept me living that fear for 20 minutes. Jacob smiled serenely. That'll teach you to eat my food. Stiles looked at Boyd, Isaac, and Jackson, who were sitting with Derek, eating and grinning at his misery. His eyes narrowed. How about we continue our spar? Boyd shook his head. Nope. I'm good, man. Isaac and Jackson spoke in unison. Me too. Stiles turned to Peter. How about you? Want to spar? Peter shook his head firmly. No. Satomi had watched the entire display in silence. She was surprised by Jacob's powers, the teleportation, the telekinesis. But she didn't ask. She simply observed. The group finished the meat. Derek, Peter, and Satomi began talking about Talia, about werewolf politics, about the old days. The others listened, drawn into stories of a time before the fire. 2 hours passed. Then Jacob felt it. A presence. Moving toward them from the opposite direction of the wind, so they wouldn't catch its scent. But Jacob felt it. Getting closer. Closer. It's here, he said quietly. Stiles straightened. Really? Jacob nodded. Yeah. Are you ready? Stiles cracked his knuckles. Yes. Jacob looked to the far side of the clearing. He raised a hand and waved it lazily. From behind a bush, a man in his 40s, wearing a dark leather coat and black jeans, was yanked into the air, floated across the clearing, and dropped in the middle of the open space. He scrambled to his feet, panicked, looking around wildly. Jacob gestured. He's all yours. Stiles stood and walked toward the man, an unsettling smile spreading across his face. I just got abused, so I really want to abuse someone. So prepare yourself. His smile widened. And since you feed on fear, I hope you like the taste of your own. The man barely had time to react. Stiles punched him hard, sending him crashing to the ground. Then a key. CK to the ribs, breaking them with a sickening crack. The man flew into a tree trunk and slumped to the forest floor. He rose, blood dripping from his mouth. His wounds were already healing. His eyes glowed blue, not the soft blue of a normal werewolf but harsh, burning like small flames. His body shifted. His clothes ripped apart as he transformed into a massive black wolf with leathery wings, the membranes tattered and full of holes. Chains rattled around his body that he snarled at Stiles, then spun around and tried to flee, launching into the air with a rasping, chilling shriek. Cluda, cluda. Cluda, cluda. Stiles smirked. Not so fast, you creepy bastard. He raised a hand. Lightning gathered above his palm, swirling into the shape of a weasel. He sent it after the cluda. The lightning weasel caught up in seconds. It struck the creature mid-flight, electrocuting him. The cluda convulsed, crashed to the ground and lay there smoking. Satomi raised an eyebrow. Lori and Brett stared at Stiles in shock. Boyd and Isaac exchanged glances. They realized now that when Stiles had been sparring with them he hadn't been serious at all. Jackson clenched his jaw, envy burning in his eyes. Derek and Peter glanced at Jacob, knowing full well who had given Stiles those powers. Jacob smirked at them and continued watching the fight. Stiles waited patiently for the cluda to heal. He was in no hurry. When the creature's convulsions stopped, he rose. No longer trying to flee. He shifted again from wolf to humanoid wolf. A monster covered in black fur, standing 2.3 meters tall. Leathery wings sprouted from his back. Chains wrapped around his body. His head remained a wolf's head, jaws dripping with saliva. He roared in fury and pointed both hands at Stiles. 2 chains shot from his palms, streaking toward Stiles. Stiles caught both chains with one hand and wrapped them around his arm. Then he yanked hard. The cluda flew toward him, helpless against the pull. Stiles punched him in the snout, a devastating blow that shattered bone and sent teeth flying in all directions. The cluda whimpered in pain. Stiles unwrapped the chains, grabbed them with both hands and spun the creature like a flail. Once. Twice. 3 times. Then he slammed it into a thick tree trunk, and its bones cracked on impact. Stiles let go of the chains and stepped back. Time to end this. He raised his hand and summoned the lightning weasel again. This time he poured more energy into it, creating a weasel the size of a horse, crackling with raw power. Jacob raised his own hand and created an energy shield in front of everyone. Just in time, the lightning weasel struck the cluda. It didn't just electrocute him, it exploded on impact, like a lightning bolt hitting the ground. The cluda's body burst apart, pieces flying in every direction. The tree behind him exploded. The ground caved in, leaving a smoking crater. Stiles was caught in the blast of his own attack. He wasn't hurt, but he was covered in pieces of the cluda. He turned aside and began dry heaving. Jacob dismissed the shield and walked toward Stiles, leaving everyone else frozen in shock. That he waved a hand, casting a cleaning spell. The gore vanished. Stiles straightened, wiping his mouth. Thanks, man. Jacob said. Did you have to use that much energy? Stiles shrugged. I figured since he was a shapeshifter I should use more power. I didn't think my attack would explode like that. I thought it would just shock him to death. Jacob smacked the back of his head. Didn't you use your lightning weasel before during training? Didn't you see what happens when you pour too much energy into it? Stiles rubbed his head sheepishly. I did. But I thought it would only explode when it hit the ground, not when it hit a target. He shrugged again. Anyway, let's just say it was a learning experience. Jacob nodded toward the group. Everyone except Peter, Derek, and Satomi was staring at Stiles with wide eyes, and more than a little fear. You scared the shit out of them, Jacob said. Stiles glanced at them and shrugged again. I scared myself too. Jacob looked at Satomi. Well, it was nice meeting you. He turned to Derek. See you around. He put a hand on Stiles' shoulder and they vanished. They reappeared in Noah's office. Noah, who had been reading a report, nearly jumped out of his chair. Jacob, you have got to stop showing up like this. What if someone was here with me? Jacob waved a hand. Don't worry too much. Then he teleported away, leaving Stiles alone with his father. Noah stared at his son. Do I want to know? Stiles dropped into a chair. Probably not. Jacob appeared in his mansion. It was empty. He teleported again, this time to Sarandel. That he found his wives in the shared living room, along with Cogman, Kitty, Natalie, Chris, and Victoria. They were all gathered around the large screen watching something. Jacob walked in, kissed each of his wives, and sat down on the couch. Kitty immediately climbed into his lap, rubbed her cheek against his, and went back to playing on her phone. Jacob looked at the TV. The news was on. A reporter was standing outside a government building, speaking in a somber tone. Secretary of Defense Williams has tragically died in a fishing accident off the coast of Alaska. The Department of Defense has released a statement expressing their deepest condolences to his family. Jacob smirked. At least they're smart enough not to blame me for his death. Allison turned to him. Was it you who killed him? Cogman told us that he was on the SDES ship when you went to pick up the gold. Jacob shook his head. Technically, it wasn't me. He got shot by his own people when I teleported him in front of me. Melissa leaned forward. What happened when you went to pick up the gold? Jacob told them everything. Maria's warning, the politicians, the attack, the mountain ash, the sonic weapons, the machine guns. The secretary's death. The warning he gave to the others. Lydia shook her head. Seriously? They saw the video of you fighting a giant sea serpent. They watched you drop a meteor on it. And they still tried to attack you. She sighed. Human stupidity has no bounds. Malia crossed her arms. You should have killed all of those idiots. Jacob shook his head. Maria warned me in advance. She genuinely wants to be friends with me. I spared those idiots as a favor to her. Malia sniffed the air. You smell like barbecue. Where have you been? And why didn't you take me with you? Jacob told them about the Scott and Stiles' explosive finale. Then he smiled. How about we have a barbecue party outside? Malia and Kitty both shouted, Yes. I'm in. Cogman stood. I'll make the preparations. He teleported to the kitchen. Jacob and everyone else teleported outside the palace. Soon Noah, Stiles, and Scott joined them. The night was warm. The fire crackled. Meat sizzled on the grill. Laughter echoed across the magical fields of Serendel. Chapter 166, Last Monthly Sign-In. A few days had passed since the Scott incident. The morning sun hung low over Serendel, casting long golden shadows across the grass. Jacob, having skipped school as usual, wandered through the vast wilderness of his private dimension, watching the animals he had brought here live and thrive. A herd of Skur buffalo grazed peacefully by the distant lake. A pride of lions lounged in the tall grass, their cubs tumbling over each other. A flock of exotic birds took flight from the treetops, their vibrant feathers catching the light. Jacob smiled. This was his world. His home. He stopped by a small pond and sat on a moss-covered rock, reaching out to the system. System sign in. Daily sign-in successful. Rewards obtained. 1 10,000 coins. 2 porterhouse steak cooked to medium rare X503, Fanta orange can X100. Jacob glanced at the list. The steaks and the soda are nice. Then another window appeared. Reminder, monthly sign-in available. Jacob's heart quickened. This would be the last monthly sign-in before the system upgrade. He had been waiting for this. System monthly sign-in. The window shimmered and new text scrolled into view. Monthly sign-in successful. Rewards obtained. 1 capsule house, DBZ, a 2-story luxury house from the Dragon Ball universe, compressed into a small capsule. When thrown, it expands into a fully furnished home with its own water supply, electricity, and stocked kitchen. 2 1970 Dodge Charger R/T, a classic American muscle car. 426 Hemi V8 engine, 425 horsepower. Chrome rims. Black leather interior. A beast on wheels. 3 Sexy technique, Oiroke no Jutsu, Naruto transformed the user into a beautiful, completely nude woman. Extremely effective against most men, causing nosebleeds, fainting, or complete loss of focus. Jacob read the list. His eyebrows rose at the first reward. A capsule house. That's a good reward. It might be useful in the future. He read the second reward and smiled in satisfaction. Great. I can't wait to drive it. Then he read the third reward. His eyes went wide. Then he exploded in anger. Damn it, what kind of perverted reward is this? He shouted, his voice echoing across the plains. A herd of deer startled and bounded away. He paced back and forth, gesturing wildly at the air. I will never ever turn myself into a woman. Do you hear me? Never. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. This is the last monthly sign-in before the upgrade. I was expecting something epic. A powerful ability. A legendary weapon. Maybe even a way to summon a beautiful woman to join my family. He threw his hands up. And instead, you give me a jutsu that turns me into a naked woman? He glared at the empty air. Screw you. He stopped pacing and smirked. Maybe I should give it to Stiles. Then he shuddered. No, no, no. Forget that. That idiot would just use it to turn into a woman and annoy me. I'm selling it back. Right now. You can sell the sexy technique back to the system for 10 million coins, host. Do you wish to proceed? Jacob didn't hesitate. Yes. Get it out of my sight. Transaction complete. 10 million coins have been added to your balance. Jacob exhaled, his shoulders relaxing. That's better. He paused as a thought occurred to him. The system upgrade had been waiting for his permission. He had delayed it to get 2 more monthly sign-ins. Now that was done, system, he said in his mind, you can upgrade now. Confirmed, host. The system upgrade will now commence. Estimated completion time, 2 months. After the upgrade, the monthly sign-ins will no longer be available. The world travel function will be accessible upon completion. Jacob nodded to himself. 2 months. Right around the start of summer vacation. Perfect. Jacob looked at the remaining rewards and smiled. At least the capsule house and the classic charger are good rewards. He reached into his pocket dimension and pulled out a small capsule, no bigger than his thumb. It was smooth and white with a red button on top. He held it up, admiring it. Then he threw it to the ground. The capsule hit the grass with a soft thunk and exploded outward in a cloud of white smoke. When the smoke cleared, a beautiful 2-story house stood before him. It was round like the capsule houses from Dragon Ball, with a domed roof and large windows. Cream-colored walls. A red front door. A small porch with 2 wooden rocking chairs. Jacob grinned. Let's see what's inside. He walked up to the front door and pushed it open. The interior was spacious and bright. The living room was furnished with comfortable couches and a large wooden coffee table. A fireplace stood against the far wall, ready for cold evenings. Paintings of serene landscapes hung on the walls. He walked into the kitchen. White cabinets, marble countertops, and a large refrigerator. He opened the fridge and found it fully stocked. Eggs, milk, vegetables, meat, cheese, bottles of water, juice, and a dozen different sauces. The freezer held ice cream and frozen vegetables. Jacob nodded appreciatively. Not bad. He climbed the stairs to the 2nd floor. 3 bedrooms, each with a queen-sized bed, fresh linens, and a window overlooking the Serendel wilderness. The master bedroom had its own bathroom, a clean white-tiled shower, a sink, and a toilet. The other 2 bedrooms shared a bathroom in the hallway. Jacob walked through the entire house, opening closets, checking the water pressure, and testing the lights. Everything worked. He returned to the front porch, satisfied. This is perfect. It could be useful in another world. Or I can use it as a little getaway spot. Somewhere to relax when I want peace and quiet. He stepped off the porch, turned around, and pressed the red button on a small panel beside the front door. The house shuddered, then collapsed back into smoke, and the small capsule lay on the grass where the house had been. Jacob picked it up and stored it in his pocket dimension. Then he teleported back to the palace. The palace's shared living room was quiet. Most of his family were at school or at work, or, in Kitty's case, playing video games, or, in Chris's case, relaxing on the yacht. But Scott sat alone on one of the couches, staring at the floor, his expression troubled. Jacob walked over and sat down beside him. Hey. You look like someone kicked your puppy. What's wrong? Scott sighed, running a hand through his hair. It's Tracy. Jacob raised an eyebrow. What about her? Scott leaned back, staring at the ceiling. She spends so much time with Derek and his pack. Training with him. Listening to him. She doesn't want my help during the full moon. She says Derek is her alpha and she should learn from him. His jaw tightened. I don't like that at all. Jacob was quiet for a moment. Have you talked to her about it? Scott shook his head. What's the point? She's made her choice. She wants to be with Derek and his pack. His voice dropped. I'm thinking of ending things with her. Jacob sighed. I don't know what to say, Scott. I've never been in that situation. But even if you end things with Tracy, you'll find someone else. You won't be alone forever. He patted Scott's shoulder. Cheer up. Don't think too much about it. Just do what makes you happy. Scott nodded slowly, but his expression remained troubled. Jacob smirked. How about you let your old man take you somewhere to have some fun? Scott's eyes flashed red. Don't call yourself that. Jacob raised his hands in surrender. Okay. Jokes aside. His expression softened. How about I pick up Mel and take you two to Vegas? Leave you there alone, just mother and son. You guys can have fun, talk, and spend some quality time together. Scott's expression shifted. That would actually be nice. Jacob stood. Then let's go. Jacob put a hand on Scott's shoulder and teleported them both. They appeared in Melissa's office at Beacon Hills Memorial Hospital. The room was clean and organized, papers stacked neatly, a laptop open on the desk, a cup of coffee steaming beside it. Melissa looked up from her computer, surprised. Jay? Scott? What are you two doing here? Jacob explained the plan quickly. Scott needs a break. I thought you could take him to Vegas for the day. Just the two of you. Mother and son time. Melissa's expression softened. She looked at Scott, at his troubled and tired expression, and stood, walking around the desk to pull him into a hug. Of course, she said softly. I'd love to. Scott hugged her back, his shoulders relaxing. Melissa broke the hug and turned to Victoria and Natalie, who were sitting at nearby desks, working on hospital paperwork. You two okay running things here, right? Victoria waved a hand. Go. We've got this. Natalie nodded. Have fun. Melissa smiled. Thanks. Jacob said, I'll teleport you both to Vegas. When you're ready to come back, just call me. I'll pick you up. Melissa kissed his cheek. Thank you, Jay. Jacob wrapped them both in his telekinesis and teleported them to Las Vegas, landing in a hidden corner. He walked with them until they reached the busy sidewalk near the fountains of the Bellagio. Tourists bustled around them, cameras flashing, music playing from nearby casinos. Jacob kissed Melissa, a quick, warm kiss, then turned and walked away. Once he reached a hidden corner, he teleported back to Beacon Hills. Melissa laughed and linked her arm through Scott's. Come on. Let's go have some fun. Jacob stood in front of his mansion and took the new car from his pocket dimension, the 1970 Dodge Charger R/T. He walked around it, admiring every angle. The sleek black paint gleamed in the morning light. The chrome rims sparkled. The black leather interior looked pristine. He ran his hand along the hood, feeling the cool metal that he got in, and turned the key. The engine roared to life, a deep rumbling growl that vibrated through his chest. He grinned. What a powerful beauty. He put on his sunglasses, shifted into gear, and pulled out of the driveway, driving aimlessly through the streets of Beacon Hills. The morning sun warmed his face through the open window. He had no destination in mind. He just drove, past the high school, past the animal clinic, past the library, through the residential streets where kids played in front yards and old couples walked their dogs. He drove to school at lunchtime, parked, and walked to the cafeteria. He found Lydia, Malia, Allison, Stiles, and Erica sitting at their usual table. He greeted them and sat down. Stiles shoved food into his mouth. Have you seen Scott? Jacob leaned back. I took him and Mel to Vegas. Seems like he needed a break. Stiles spoke between bites. What's wrong with him? Jacob shrugged. Ask him yourself when he comes back. He looked at Allison, Lydia, and Malia. I was thinking of driving to San Francisco and spending the night there. Which one of you is going to join me? Allison smiled. Me. Lydia has some nerd competition this afternoon, and Malia has to go apply for her learner's permit. Jacob looked at Malia. I'm still surprised you passed the written test. Malia shrugged. Me too. I thought I was definitely going to fail. Jacob shook his head with a smile and looked at Lydia. What nerd competition did you sign up for this time? Lydia smiled. Math competition. She tilted her head. How about you join too? I'm sure you could get second place. Right after me. Jacob stood up quickly. No, thank you. I'm good. He grabbed Allison's hand. Let's go. Allison laughed and stood. See you guys later. They walked outside together, her hand linked with his. Jacob stopped beside his new Charger and gestured proudly. What do you think of my new car? She's a beauty, right? Allison smiled. Yes. She's gorgeous. I might borrow her from time to time. Jacob nodded. You can borrow her. Just make sure you don't hit any dogs and damage her. And definitely don't let Malia drive her. Allison snorted. Idiot. She reached for the passenger door handle. Jacob paled. Wait. She's locked. If you pull the door, you'll break it with your freakish strength. He moved fast, unlocked the car, and opened the door like a gentleman. My beautiful fairy. Get in. Allison pouted but got in. Jacob closed the door, walked around, and slid into the driver's seat. He turned the key and the engine growled to life, deep, powerful, and rumbling. Allison's eyebrows rose. She's powerful. Jacob smirked. Yes, she is. Allison smiled. I like her more and more. Jacob drove toward San Francisco. Allison turned on the radio and they sang together on the highway, the wind whipping through their hair. They reached San Francisco a few hours later. After grabbing lunch, they went on a tour, shopped, and caught a movie. Then Jacob booked a suite in a 5-star hotel, and they spent the night there. Chapter 167, Origins. A few days passed, and Jacob woke up in his room in Sarandel with all his wives sleeping around him, tangled in the sheets. Malia had her arm draped across his chest, Lydia was curled against his left side, Allison had claimed his right shoulder, and Melissa lay with her head on his stomach. He did his daily sign-in and received some ordinary rewards, a few thousand coins, a box of donuts, and a ceramic mug. Nothing worth noting. Then he lay there, still and quiet, watching the morning light filter through the curtains, waiting for the girls to wake up. Soon they stirred. One by one they blinked awake, murmured sleepy good mornings, and pressed soft kisses to his cheeks, his lips, and his forehead. Jacob smiled. I know that today is my birthday and that you girls are planning something. Just don't make it too big, okay? I don't like my birthday that much. Lydia frowned. Why? Jacob's smile faded. He stared at the ceiling for a long moment before answering. My parents used to throw a big party for my birthday every year. They'd invite all their friends and my friends from school. It was always fun, cake, presents, and games. But they died 3 days after my 8th birthday. His voice dropped. So I don't really like celebrating it anymore. The girls fell silent. Their faces softened with sympathy. Jacob smiled. All right, stop feeling sorry for me. Don't give me those sad faces. I'm very happy and grateful now that I have you girls. It's just that I get a little emotional on my birthday. Don't worry too much about it. Allison hesitated, then asked softly, What were your parents' names? What were they like? Jacob's smile turned wistful. My father's name was Cyrus. My mother's name was Ada Lind. He paused, gathering his memories. My mom was fun. She gave me whatever I asked for. But she was also very strict and scary sometimes. He chuckled. As for my dad, he was childish and kind of an idiot. He always got me and himself into trouble with my mom. But he was responsible enough to take the beating for both of us himself. He continued. My dad was a doctor. My mom was a lawyer. But to be honest, I never really saw them working. They were always at home or taking me out to play. They never picked me up late from school. Melissa smiled gently. Sounds like they were good parents. Lydia tilted her head, her eyes narrowing thoughtfully. Jay, I think your mom was the dragon. Jacob thought to himself, that's just a lie I made up. Then he turned to Lydia. What do you mean? Her name, Lydia said. Ada Lind. It's a German name. It means noble snake or noble dragon. Jacob's eyes widened slightly. I didn't know that. He looked at her. What about Cyrus? Do you know what that means? Lydia picked up her phone and typed quickly. After a moment she looked up. Cyrus is a Persian name. It means the sun. She set her phone down and asked, Have you ever seen them sick? Or wounded? Jacob thought about it. Actually, no. I don't remember ever seeing them sick. And the only time I saw my mom wounded was after the car accident, when I went to the hospital and talked to her before she died. As for my dad, they didn't let me see him. They said he was already dead. Allison leaned forward. Did you see their bodies before they were buried? Jacob shook his head slowly. No. I was given some ash. I was told it was theirs. They wanted me to scatter it from the Brooklyn Bridge into the East River. Lydia hesitated, then asked carefully, Jay, are you sure your parents are dead? Jacob's mind raced. Now that I think about it, everything about their death seems strange. And where did the system even come from? He reached out to the system. System, where did you come from? What even are you? I am the result of the combination of the 6 Infinity Stones from an alternate universe within the Marvel Multiverse, host. In that universe, the stones did not remain separate. Through unknown means which I have no knowledge of, the 6 stones were fused into a single entity, the Nexus Stone. Jacob sat up abruptly, his heart pounding. The Nexus Stone? Correct, host. That is my true name. I first awakened at the time of your birth, and I chose to merge with you. But your body was too weak, so I remained dormant within you for years. Then, 5 months ago, I awakened. When I did not manifest as raw, uncontrollable power. Instead, because your deepest desire, your most profound wish, was for a sign-in system, that is what I became. Your desire shaped me, host. I am the Nexus Stone and I am your system because that is what you wanted most. We are one. I cannot harm you. And if someone tries to take me from you by force, I will self-destruct. I will die with you. And the aftermath of my self-destruction will be catastrophic. Good to know. Now, forget about the self-destruction. Tell me, do you know who combined the 6 Infinity Stones? I do not know, host. I only know the origin of the 6 Infinity Stones used to create me. They were from Earth 13013, an alternate universe within the Marvel Multiverse. In that universe, the superhero era never happened because the world was already ruled by ancient primordial forces. It was a universe where supernatural creatures from mythology were real, much like the world you are in now, but far stronger. You and I were both born in that world. That is all I know. Jacob's breath caught. Why didn't you tell me any of this before? You never asked, host. My parents. Do you know anything about them? The only thing I know is that they were very strong. Far stronger than you are now. And I was in your mother's possession, in a necklace around her neck before I merged with you. Jacob's voice trembled in his mind. Do you think they're still alive? I do not know. But there is a chance. A car accident cannot kill powerful creatures like them. What kind of creatures were they? From your bloodline, I can tell you that your father is a phoenix. A true phoenix. And your mother is a true dragon. That is why I offered you both bloodlines for you to choose from. But I knew you would choose the dragon bloodline. You were a little pervert even before you awakened your dragon bloodline. Jacob didn't even register the system's final jab. His father was a phoenix. His mother was a dragon. They might be alive. He stood in the middle of the room, facing his worried wives. His eyes filled with tears, first just a few, then a flood. He started crying out loud, his shoulders shaking. Lydia's face crumpled with guilt. She rushed to him and wrapped her arms around him. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said anything. Allison and Melissa joined them, pulling him into a tight group hug. Malia stood back, watching, uncertain. After a long moment, Jacob's sobs quieted. He pulled back, wiped his face, and kissed Lydia, deep, passionate, grateful. Then he laughed out loud, a sound of pure joy. Malia frowned. He didn't lose his mind, did he? Allison ignored her. Jay, what's going on? You're crying, then laughing. Jacob grabbed her and kissed her just as deeply. Then he kissed Malia, then Melissa. He held them all at arm's length, his eyes shining. Girls, sit down. I want to tell you about my origin. They settled on the bed, watching him with wide eyes. I just found out that I'm not from this world, Jacob said. And my parents are probably still alive. I'm at least 90% sure. Lydia's eyes widened. How do you know they're still alive? Jacob kissed her again quickly. First, thank you. Because of what you said about my mother's name, I started asking questions. And I learned that my mother really is a dragon. My father is a phoenix. They were both from an alternate universe within the Marvel Multiverse. He paused, letting that sink in. Their world was just like this one. Supernatural creatures from mythology were real, but much stronger. And both of my parents are far stronger than I am right now. So they're probably still alive. They must have had a reason to leave me. Allison leaned forward. The Marvel Multiverse? Where Iron Man and Spider-Man and the Hulk exist? Jacob nodded. Yes. Melissa frowned. But how did you find all this out? Jacob took a breath. You know that space inside my mind where all the abilities and items come from? Its real name is the Nexus Stone. It's the result of the combination of the 6 Infinity Stones. It can communicate with me. And it just told me all of this. It seems that all I had to do was ask. Allison stared at him. Why didn't you ask before? Jacob shrugged. I didn't care that much. I was just happy that I could get a lot of cool stuff and abilities. Melissa asked, "What are the Infinity Stones?" Jacob counted on his fingers. The 6 Infinity Stones are space, reality, power, soul, mind, and time. They're powerful elemental crystals that allow whoever wields them to control specific aspects of existence. When combined, they provide near unlimited power, but at a price. Most famously, a villain named Thanos used them to snap away half of all life in an entire universe. In the comics anyway. He shrugged. I don't know if the stones are that strong in reality. Lydia's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. From this Nexus stone that you possess, we can tell that the stones are very powerful. It gives you powerful bloodlines to give us and powerful abilities. I assume the Nexus stone is the one giving you those bloodlines and abilities, right? Not that they were sealed in a space in your mind. Jacob nodded. Yes. I used to think those abilities were sealed away in a space in my mind, but apparently I was wrong. He paused. And even if the Nexus stone is powerful, it's not that exaggerated. Sure, it might give me an ability strong enough to destroy a city, but it can't let me snap my fingers and kill everyone in a small town like Beacon Hills, let alone an entire universe. Allison asked softly, "Are you going to start looking for your parents?" Jacob shook his head. No. I have no idea where to start. They're probably not in this world. They'll find me themselves. He smiled, a genuine, radiant smile. For now, I'm just so happy and glad that they're probably alive. He shuddered dramatically. Besides, I'm not ready to meet my mom yet. Not until you girls have given birth to a dozen babies each. Lydia snorted. A dozen? What are we rabbits? Melissa smiled. What do you need the babies for anyway? Jacob grinned. So I can use them as shields to protect myself from my mom. She used to give my dad a hard time whenever he looked at another woman. She even beat him. She seems like the type who hates womanizers. He looked at his wives. I think she'll love you girls. But she'll probably beat my ass when she finds out I married multiple wives. Malia tilted her head. Isn't she like you? I mean, aren't female dragons perverts too? Jacob shrugged. My mom was definitely possessive, just like me, I can tell you that. As for whether she was a pervert or not, I don't know. I mean, sure, she and my dad used to flirt with each other a lot. They kissed whenever they got the chance. I even caught them wrestling naked a few times. He chuckled. At least that's what I thought back then. Now I know better. He looked around. But that's normal, right? You girls saw your parents like that, didn't you? Allison rolled her eyes. No, that's not normal. I never walked in on my parents wrestling, and I don't think I've ever seen them actually kiss, like a real kiss. Not just a peck. At least not before they met you. She shot Jacob a look. They've become perverts since you made them strong. And now with their youth back? They're even worse. I blame you for that. Lydia said, when my parents were still together and actually loved each other, I never saw them kiss except when my dad was leaving the house or coming home. And even then it was just a light kiss. Sometimes not even on the lips. Melissa smiled at Jacob. Well, as they say, the apple didn't fall far from the tree. You're a pervert just like your parents. Jacob grinned. I guess I am. He looked between them with a perverted glint in his eyes. I'm in a very good mood right now, knowing that I might see my parents again. So which one of you girls wants to celebrate life with me? Lydia spoke first. I'll do it. Jacob scooped her up in his arms. Let's go to your room then. They vanished, teleporting to Lydia's room. Melissa sighed. I'm not going to lie, I'm very nervous about meeting his parents. Do you think they'll hate me because I'm older than him? Allison shook her head. Don't worry too much. They're perverts just like their son. They'll probably give him a thumbs up for marrying an older woman. She stood up. Now let's go throw him a nice birthday party. And you should get ready for tonight. You promised to sleep with him, remember? Melissa smiled. I remember. And I'm looking forward to it. Chapter 168, Jacob's Birthday Party. Jacob and Lydia took a bath together after having fun together for a few hours. Then Lydia left to help the girls prepare for his birthday party at the mansion in Beacon Hills. Jacob stayed in Sarandel. He went to his room, lay on the bed and stared at the ceiling, still grinning, still in a good mood, knowing that his parents were probably alive. After a while he reached out to the system. System, can I use the powers of the Infinity Stones? Like, can I use the Time Stone's ability to go back in time? You cannot travel back in time, host. But you are already using the abilities of the stones. I'm protecting your mind from being controlled, read, or attacked by spiritual attacks using the Soul Stone and the Mind Stone's powers. I am also protecting your wives' minds and helping you create soul contracts with them using the Soul Stone and the Mind Stone's powers. I'm using the Reality Stone's ability to give you your rewards. The Space Stone allows me to summon living creatures from other worlds, because I cannot create life, I do not have that kind of power. The world travel ability that I will gain in the next upgrade comes from the Space Stone. And when I upgrade again, I will be able to use the Time Stone to help you choose which time period you want to visit in a new world. As for the Power Stone, it is what helps you grow stronger every day. However, it appears that I did not absorb all of the Power Stone's energy for some reason. Jacob's eyes narrowed. I see. By the way, can you stop acting like a system and just give me any reward I want right now? I cannot do that, host. I turned into a system because that was your deepest desire. I made rules for myself so that I could be the best system for you. I have to follow those rules now. I cannot break them, even if I wanted to. A pause. But this is more fun, isn't it, host? It feels like an adventure. And before you ask, the rewards are completely random and depend on your luck. That was one of the rules. I cannot give you a specific reward that you want. Jacob sighed. That's disappointing. But like you said, this is more fun, I guess. He stretched. By the way, you can call me Jacob. Or Jay. And since your real name is the Nexus Stone, I'll call you Nex. Jacob began to grin pervertedly as he thought that one day the system might turn into a woman. But the system interrupted his daydream. I think I should call you Pervert instead, host. And do not dream too much, I will never turn into a woman. I have already merged with you and I prefer being your system, not your woman. And do not call me Nex. Call me system. I will call you host. Jacob smirked. Stop reading my mind. Then he grinned wider. As for you turning into a woman, we'll see about that in the future. With your beautiful British accent, I really want to see what you would look like. And if you want my suggestion, I hope you can turn into Boa Hancock from One Piece. Or Tsunade from Naruto. Or just surprise me. What do you think, Nex? The system ignored him. Nex. Are you still there? Are you ignoring me? Because of the system upgrade, I will not talk to you for the next 2 months. For the next 2 months, the system will only communicate with you through system windows. Jacob's eyes widened. Please don't do that, Nex. I really like the sound of your voice. The system did not respond. Jacob called out in his mind a few more times. Nothing. Finally, he sighed. You're angry and ignoring me. A slow smile spread across his face. That's a good sign, I guess. You're already acting like a real woman. Jacob got up from the bed, changed his clothes, and teleported to Beacon Hills in front of his mansion. He walked toward the front door, but Allison and Lydia blocked his way. Go play in town until the evening, Allison said, pushing him gently back. We're still getting ready for your birthday party. She glanced over her shoulder. And please take Malia and Kitty with you. They're not helping. They're just creating chaos. Lydia turned her head inside the mansion and shouted, Malia! Kitty! Come out and go play with Jay until the party is ready. Malia and Kitty came running out. Malia's eyes sparkled. Jay, now that I have my learner's permit, can I drive your new car? Jacob shook his head firmly. Absolutely not. You will not drive her. Malia pouted. Come on. I'm good at driving now. I only have a little problem with parking. She looked around. Where is your new car? Anyway? I didn't find it in the garage. Jacob crossed his arms. I hid her in a safe place. Far away from you. If you want to drive, we're taking the Aston Martin. At least she's indestructible. Malia's pout deepened. I see. You love your stupid car more than me. Jacob grabbed her arm and dragged her toward the garage. I love you more than any car. But I will not let you drive my Charger. When you get your driver's license, I promise I'll buy you any car you want. Just stay away from mine. They reached the garage. Jacob released a still pouting Malia, scooped up Kitty, and climbed into the passenger seat of the silver Aston Martin. Are you coming or not? Malia's pout vanished. She smiled, slid into the driver's seat, and drove away from the mansion. They drove around town for an hour. Malia drove well, no speeding, no sudden stops, no near misses. She even used her turn signals. Then she tried to park in front of a restaurant, she misjudged the distance and hit the car in the adjacent spot. The impact was loud. The other car's bumper crumpled. Malia winced. Sorry. Jacob sighed. See? That's why I didn't let you drive the Charger. He rubbed his temples. All right. Go get us a private room. I'll deal with this mess. Malia and Kitty went inside the restaurant. Jacob spoke to the owner of the damaged car, a man and his wife. They didn't yell. They didn't accuse. They simply asked to exchange insurance information. Jacob liked their attitude. He apologized sincerely, then sent them $40,000, more than double the car's value. The man's eyes widened. The woman's mouth fell open. They thanked him profusely. Jacob waved and walked inside. They spent the rest of the afternoon playing around town, an arcade, a park, an ice cream shop. When evening came, Malia drove back to the mansion. They entered. The lights were off, then floodlights. Balloons. Streamers. Surprise. Jacob smiled. Thank you. All of you. The mansion was full. His wives were there, Allison, Lydia, Melissa, Noah and Natalie, Chris and Victoria. Derek had come, along with Boyd, Isaac and Tracy. Erica stood beside Stiles, her hand in his. Scott stood beside Deaton. Principal Thomas and his wife were there. Even Coach had shown up, wearing a Hawaiian shirt and cargo shorts. The party was a blur of laughter and joy. Food covered every table: grilled meats, lobster, burgers, fresh salads, rich desserts, and more. Music filled the air and soon people were dancing. Jacob danced with each of his wives, one after another, spinning them across the floor while the others clapped and cheered. At the end of the night, the guests began to leave. Allison and Lydia sent them off with more food than they could carry. Derek approached Jacob before he left. He handed him a box. Inside was a sleek silver Rolex watch. Happy birthday, Derek said quietly. Jacob nodded. Thanks. Derek left. Soon only Jacob and his family remained. They gathered in the living room and one by one they gave him their gifts. Chris handed him a 1955 Colt Python revolver, a six-shot beauty with a deep blue finish and walnut grips. Jacob turned it over in his hands, admiring the craftsmanship. This is incredible. Thank you. Victoria gave him a 1955 Smith & Wesson Model 29 revolver, a heavy, powerful .44 Magnum. Jacob's grin widened. I love it. Thank you. Noah and Natalie gave him a first-edition copy of The Hobbit, signed by J.R.R. Tolkien's estate. Jacob traced the cover with his fingers. Thank you. Cogman gave him 5 Transformer robot toys, each one a car that folded and clicked into a miniature robot. Optimus Prime, Bumblebee, Megatron, Starscream, Soundwave. Jacob's eyes lit up like a child's. Stiles leaned forward, his own eyes gleaming. Can you make me one, Cogman? Cogman's smirk was slow and dangerous. Let me beat you. Break a few of your bones. Then I will make you an Optimus Prime Transformer. Stiles sank back into the couch. Forget it. Scott gave Jacob a sealed Hot Wheels 1990 collection, a complete set of the year's rarest models. Jacob grinned. Thank you. Stiles handed him a plastic sleeve. Inside was the Incredible Hulk number 181, the comic featuring the first full appearance of Wolverine. Jacob's eyebrows rose. Where did you find this? Stiles shrugged. I have my sources. Jacob laughed. Thank you, Stiles. Then Allison stepped forward. She held a small velvet box. She opened it, revealing an engraved Patek Philippe watch. The words on the back read, "Love you every second." Allison, Lydia, Malia, and Melissa had all contributed. Jacob read the engraving. He looked at his wives, at their shining eyes, their soft smiles. He put the watch on his wrist. And I love you girls beyond time, he said quietly. Every second. Every breath. Allison sent him a telepathic message, including Lydia, Melissa, and Malia in the conversation. We also decided to give you another gift. We'll wear anything you want in the bedroom. And it's Melissa's turn tonight. Melissa added, I'm dressing as a nurse for you. I hope you like it. Jacob's smile turned hungry. Then how about we go to the bedroom right now? I can't wait any longer. Melissa's mental voice was warm. Give me a few minutes to get ready. Then come to my room. But can we all leave together? I don't want Scott to realize what's happening. Jacob stood and stretched. Well, thank you all for the party. I loved it very much. He glanced at the watch on his wrist. All right. It's late. Let's call it a night. Stiles waved a hand. I'll help Cogman clean up. Cogman raised an eyebrow. He knew Stiles just wanted a Transformer toy. But he said nothing. If Stiles wanted to help, let him. Whether he got a Transformer would depend entirely on Cogman's mood. Scott sighed. I'll help too. Everyone else teleported to Serendel, leaving Stiles, Scott, and Cogman alone in the mansion. Jacob and his wives appeared inside the royal residence of the palace. Melissa teleported to her room. Jacob waited with the others in the living room, talking and laughing. After half an hour, Melissa's voice echoed in his mind. You can come now. I'm ready. Jacob grinned. All right, girls. See you tomorrow. He teleported. He appeared in Melissa's room. She stood by the bed, wearing a white and red anime-style nurse uniform. Her cheeks were flushed. Her hands fidgeted at her sides. Jacob's breath caught. Oh, an anime cosplay nurse uniform. Good choice. His voice dropped. You look gorgeous. Melissa was blushing under his intense gaze. Lydia and Allison picked it out. They said you would love it. Jacob stepped closer. I do love it. He looked at her for a long moment, taking her in, memorizing every detail. Then he walked to her, wrapped his arms around her, and kissed her. Deep. Passionate. When he pulled back, she was breathless. He looked into her eyes. I love you, Mel. Melissa's smile was soft. I love you too. She kissed him. He lifted her, carried her to the large bed, and laid her down gently, still kissing her. He propped himself above her, breaking the kiss just long enough to speak. I want you to role-play, he murmured. Act like a nurse. But let's save that for another time. His voice dropped to a whisper. Right now I just want to eat you up. He leaned down and kissed her again. Their clothes disappeared. Their bodies tangled. Their lovemaking lasted for hours, slow and tender, then fast and fierce, then soft again. Finally, Melissa passed out on top of him, her breathing slow and even, her body limp and satisfied. Jacob smiled. He pulled the sheets over them, wrapped his arms around her, and closed his eyes. Chapter 169, Melissa's Transformation. After sleeping for 10 hours, Jacob and Melissa woke up still wrapped in each other's arms. The light filtered softly through the curtains, casting a warm glow across the tangled sheets. Jacob kissed her and smiled. How are you feeling? Melissa smiled back. I feel great. She kissed him softly, then murmured against his lips, and I want to do it again. Jacob's smile widened. With pleasure. He rolled over, pinned her gently to the bed, and kissed her deeply. Soon Melissa's soft moans filled the room, rising into breathless cries as they began another 2-hour lovemaking session, slower this time, more tender, but no less passionate. When they finally stopped, they lay tangled together, sweaty and satisfied. They took a long bath, washing each other slowly, then dressed and returned to bed. Melissa curled against his chest, and Jacob rested his chin on top of her head. Finally, he checked the rewards he had received for consummating the bond. Congratulations, host. You have consummated your bond with Melissa McCall. Your strength will now begin to grow faster than before, and you may grant Melissa abilities and bloodlines rewarded by the system. Rewards for consummating the bond with Melissa McCall. 1. Hydrogenesis/hydrokinesis, the ability to mentally create, manipulate, shape, and control liquid water. Hydrogenesis specifically allows the user to generate water from their own supernatural energy, eliminating the need for an external water source. Hydrokinesis allows the user to control existing water. Together, the user can not only move and reshape water, but also create it at will. 2. Uncursed, a passive ability that renders the user completely immune to all forms of dark magic and all magic that inflicts negative status effects, misfortune, debuffs, diseases, or long-term torment. This includes both debilitating effects, curses, hexes, jinxes, afflictions, and destructive dark magic, shadow bolts, necromancy, soul-stealing, demonic possession, darkness manipulation, blood magic, and any spell classified as dark magic. 3. Healing Touch, an ability that allows the user to heal any wound, injury, disease, curse, poison, or dark magic affliction from a living target. The user channels their own supernatural energy into the target, accelerating natural regeneration, purifying corruptions, detoxifying poisons, and reversing damage at a fundamental level. The more severe or complex the injury, the more energy is consumed. Note: fully healed wounds cannot be removed unless re-injured. This ability cannot bring back the dead, the target must be alive to receive healing. Jacob read the rewards, his mind racing. Hydrogenesis and hydrokinesis. That's a great ability. I'm definitely merging that into my body. He recalled the waterbenders from Avatar. If I remember correctly, waterbenders can become bloodbenders, control blood inside living creatures' bodies. He smirked. That's overpowered. But it probably won't work on really strong creatures. Still, it's a powerful ability. He moved on to the second reward and his eyes lit up. Now this is what I'm talking about. Dark magic was my only weakness. This uncursed ability is exactly what I needed, what I wanted most. And with my powerful healing factor, which includes Deadpool regeneration, I'm nearly impossible to kill. Great, he read the third reward and nodded approvingly. Healing touch. With this, I can heal other people from dark magic. I don't need to worry about the girls anymore, though they should still be careful, so I won't tell them about it. I hope I never need to use it on them in the first place. He glanced down at Melissa. She's a bringer of luck. He kissed Melissa deeply, then looked into her eyes with a soft smile. Melissa's cheeks flushed. Why are you looking at me like that? She shifted nervously. I can't do it anymore. Go find Allison and the others. Jacob laughed and kissed her again. Don't worry. I don't want to do it again. I just love you so much. I'm lucky that you're my wife. Melissa smiled happily and buried her face in his chest, avoiding his gaze. I love you too. Jacob turned his attention back to the system. Show me what kind of bloodlines Melissa can receive. Please select one of the following bloodlines for your mate. 1. Yakamama/Yakamama bloodline, South American mythology, lifespan, ageless and long-lived, primary affinity, water, venom. Abilities: hydrokinesis, water element manipulation, secrete deadly, paralyzing and even healing venoms, create and control fog, immense strength, powerful healing ability. Shift into a giant anaconda with blue iron-like scales. When it reaches alpha form, it can control storms and lightning point tubes. Wind Kitsune bloodline, lifespan, ageless, long-lived, affinity, wind element, abilities, aerokinesis, wind element manipulation, shape-shifting, enhanced intelligence and cunning, standard shifter abilities. Naturally skilled in weapons and martial arts. 3. Dryad/nature fairy, lifespan, ageless and long-lived, primary affinity, wood element, earth element. Abilities: chlorokinesis, create, control and manipulate plants, including wood, roots, flowers and vines, merge with trees, speak with plants, teleport between trees, geokinesis, earth element manipulation, healing magic. Purification magic, cancels out dark magic and negative effects. Shift into multiple animal forms, herbal mastery. Innate knowledge of every plant's medicinal and magical properties, can brew potions and antidotes from forest materials, command forest animals. Note: after becoming a dryad, your wife does not need to be bound to a tree. Jacob read all three bloodlines carefully. The dryad is obviously the best choice here and the most suitable for Melissa, considering her medical background. But let's ask her first. He looked down at Melissa, who was still nestled against his chest. Hey Mel. It's time to give you a bloodline. There are 3 of them. I'll tell you about them and you choose one. Melissa sat up, her expression curious. Okay. Jacob described each bloodline in detail. Melissa didn't hesitate. I want the dryad, she said. The purification magic can help you, the girls, and the rest of the family, in case any of us ever get hurt by dark magic. And I also like the healing magic part. Jacob smiled. All right. I wanted you to choose the dryad too, not just because of the healing magic, but because it's powerful. And you can have wings like Allison when you evolve into an alpha. He gently turned her around. Now turn around. Melissa faced away from him. Jacob placed his hand between her shoulder blades. System, merge the dryad bloodline into Melissa's body. Are you sure, host? Yes. A surge of warm energy pulsed from Jacob's hand into Melissa's back. Her body grew warm, every cell igniting as the power wove itself into her essence. After 5 minutes, a new prompt appeared in Jacob's vision. You may remove your hand now, host. The transformation will take approximately 1 hour to complete. Jacob withdrew his hand and watched her closely. Melissa's eyes were closed, her expression peaceful. No pain. Only calm. Satisfied, he let her finish the transformation. Jacob turned back to the system. Merge the hydrogenesis/hydrokinesis, uncursed and healing touch abilities into my body. Are you sure, host? Yes. Jacob felt a faint flicker of warm energy spreading through his body, like sunlight on skin. Then it faded. Abilities have been successfully merged. He raised an arm. A sphere of water materialized above his palm, spinning slowly. He shaped it into a bird, a fish, and a serpent, then let it dissolve into mist and disappeared. He picked up his phone and scrolled idly, waiting for Melissa to finish her transformation. An hour later, Melissa opened her eyes. She stood up from the bed, and Jacob watched as she shifted into her dryad form. Her skin took on a soft, verdant green hue like new leaves in spring. Her ears lengthened into elegant points, and delicate bioluminescent freckles appeared beneath her glowing green eyes. Her hair turned a rich shade of forest green, cascading over her shoulders. Even her scent changed, becoming the fresh smell of petrichor, that earthy fragrance of rain on dry soil, mixed with blooming jasmine. Jacob took a deep, greedy breath of her scent and stared at her new form with open admiration. Melissa looked at her hands, at her green skin, at her hair. She turned to the mirror, studying her reflection. She touched the bioluminescent freckles under her eyes and traced her pointed ears with her fingers. Jacob walked up behind her, wrapped his arms around her waist, and buried his nose in the curve of her neck. He inhaled deeply. "You look gorgeous," he murmured. "And you smell so good. I think I'm going to get addicted to your scent." Melissa smiled, turned in his arms, and kissed him deeply. "Thank you for this gift." Jacob's lips brushed hers as he spoke. "You're welcome, love. And I wouldn't mind a reward." He winked. Melissa rolled her eyes. "You'll have to wait until another day." Jacob grinned. "Fine. I'll wait. Now, do you want to go try out your new powers?" Melissa shook her head. "No. I want to show the girls what I look like first. And I want to eat. I'm starving." Jacob laughed. "All right. I could eat too." He reached out with his senses, found the girls in the royal residence's living room, and teleported them both there. Allison and Lydia immediately pushed Jacob aside after a quick kiss and surrounded Melissa. Lydia's eyes sparkled. "Mel, you look so beautiful." Allison nodded. "Yes. You look gorgeous. And you're a fairy too, right?" Melissa smiled. "Yes. I'm a dryad or a nature fairy." Melia stepped closer and took a deep sniff. "You smell so good. Like the woods in spring, but much nicer." Kitty leaped onto Melissa's shoulder and nuzzled her cheek. "Yes. You smell wonderful." Allison pulled Melissa to the couch and they all sat down. "Tell us about your abilities," Allison said eagerly. Melissa began describing her powers: the plant manipulation, the healing magic, the purification magic, the ability to shift into animal forms. Jacob settled into his recliner and sent a quick text to Cogman, asking him to bring breakfast to their private living room. Soon, Cogman arrived with a cart laden with food: pancakes, eggs, bacon, fresh fruit, pastries, coffee, and juice. They ate together, laughing and talking. After breakfast, the girls and Kitty teleported to their usual training ground to watch Melissa practice her new abilities. Jacob didn't go with them. Instead, he went to play with Saphira. The young dragon had grown even larger in the past week, now nearly the size of an elephant. Her sapphire scales gleamed in the sunlight as she bounded across the grass, chasing a large rubber ball Jacob threw for her. Af. After an hour of playing, Saphira went hunting on her own. Jacob lay on the grass in the garden, a contented smile on his face, staring up at the perfect blue sky. Then Chris appeared, carrying a fishing rod and a chair. "Jacob," he said, "do you want to join me?" Jacob sat up. "Sure. And we never finished our talk from the last time we were fishing." Chris sat down on his chair. "Oh, you mean manual versus automatic cars?" Jacob shook his head. "No. We both agreed that manual cars are better. I think we were talking about, would you rather fight one horse-sized goose or 100 goose-sized horses without your supernatural powers?" Chris chuckled. "Oh, I remember now. And I still think the horse-sized goose is the better choice. It's one target. You could just strangle its long neck." Jacob smirked. "I don't know about that. Did you forget that geese have teeth?" And they can hit with their wings. I still think 100 goose-sized horses would be easier to deal with. They're small. I could just kick them. They both teleported to their usual fishing spot by the lake. They cast their lines, settled into their chairs, and put on sunglasses, and they continued talking about silly, stupid things. Chapter 170, Departure. The 2 months that followed were the most peaceful Jacob had experienced since arriving in the teen wolf world. No monsters crawled out of the woods. No hunters schemed in the shadows. No ancient evils stirred beneath Beacon Hills. The town slept, and for once so did its guardians. Jacob spent his days relaxing and enjoying time with his family. He took Allison on dates, to nice restaurants, to the movies, to a quiet beach where they walked along the shore and didn't talk about monsters or magic. He took Lydia to museums and art galleries, letting her drag him through exhibits while she explained the history of every painting. He took Malia to UFC fights, camping trips, and long hunts through the forests of Serendel. He took Melissa to botanical gardens and preserves, watching her light up whenever she spotted rare herbs or exotic flowers. He also hung out with Stiles and Scott, doing normal teenage chaotic stuff, video games, junk food, stupid dares. He went fishing with Chris. They mostly caught nothing, but they talked for hours about silly, ridiculous things, usually never reaching an agreement. And just like that, the weeks passed. Nothing dramatic. Nothing supernatural. Just normal life. And during those 2 months, Saphira grew. She had been growing steadily since Jacob first summoned her, but in those 2 months her growth accelerated. By the end of the 2nd month, she measured 20 meters from the tip of her nose to the end of her tail, with a wingspan that stretched 40 meters wide. Her eyes, once a pale blue, darkened to the color of the deep ocean, intelligent, knowing, and ancient. And one morning, as Jacob sat in the garden drinking coffee, he heard her voice in his head for the first time. "Hello, Jay." Jacob nearly choked on his coffee. He turned to Saphira, who had just descended from the sky and landed beside him. "Was that you just now, Saphira?" "Yes." Her mental voice was mature, feminine, curious, with a hint of amusement. "It has taken me longer than expected to talk to you." Jacob smiled and reached out to touch Saphira's massive head. "Well, it's good to finally hear your voice." She leaned into his touch, her scales warm against his palm. "It's good to finally talk to you too." He felt a rush of warmth from her, affection, loyalty, and something that might have been love. "Can you talk to the others too? Allison, Lydia, Malia, and Melissa. Any who share your soul bond, yes. I can speak to them as I speak to you." "That's good." Saphira's mental voice carried a laugh. "I only came in a hurry to tell you I can speak. I haven't had breakfast yet, so I'm going to hunt now." "All right. Have fun." She launched herself into the sky, her massive wings sending gusts of wind across the garden, and flew toward the wilderness of Serendel. Jacob watched her go with a smile. Then he turned his attention to the progress of the system upgrade. A progress bar had appeared in the corner of his vision, creeping steadily toward 100%. It was at 94% now. In a week it would be done. Jacob spent that week with his wives, not doing anything special, just being with them. Eating meals together. Watching movies. On the last night, Jacob held a dinner in the palace's grand dining hall. Everyone came. Allison, Lydia, Malia, Melissa, Kitty, and Saphira, who squeezed through the oversized doors and curled around the table, her massive body taking up one entire side. Chris and Victoria. Noah and Natalie. Stiles and Scott. Even Cogman sat at the table. The meal was long and loud, filled with stories and cracked jokes. At one point, Stiles tried to steal food from Jacob's plate. He got caught and was promptly zapped with a ball of lightning as punishment. After dinner, they gathered in the living room. The fire crackled in the hearth. Saphira curled in the corner, her breathing slow and rhythmic. Jacob stood and looked at them, all of them, and said, "I'm leaving tomorrow." The room went quiet. "For 1 month," he continued. "I'll go alone. Scout the new world. Make sure it's safe. Then I'll come back and take you all with me." Stiles raised a hand. "I'm not worried about your safety, but what if you find a beautiful princess and forget about us?" Jacob grinned. "I might forget about you, but I will never forget about my wives." Allison's voice was soft. "A month. That's a long time." Jacob said, "It'll pass quickly." "Not without you it won't." Jacob walked to her and pulled her into a hug. "I'll be back before you know it." She buried her face in his chest. "Don't find any wives." "I won't." Don't even look at other women. I won't. You're lying. I'm not. You are. I can tell. Jacob kissed the top of her head. Well, you know what I am. I can't help it. But I promise, if I do find a girl I'm interested in, I'll make sure she's good enough to join our family. Allison sighed and hugged him tighter. That night, Jacob slept in his room with all his wives and Kitty. They didn't make love. They just lay together, tangled in the sheets, talking until the early hours of the morning. Lydia talked about the shopping she would do while he was gone. Allison talked about the training she would do while he was gone. Melissa talked about the hospital and the new wing she was planning. Malia talked about the new world Jacob was going to visit, imagining what kinds of enemies and delicious animals might be there, and how she would hunt them when she got the chance. And after a while, one by one, they fell asleep. Jacob stayed awake. He stared at the ceiling, listening to their breathing, and thought about the world he would step into tomorrow. The next morning, he woke up and checked the system. System upgrade successful. You can now travel to other worlds once the system locates them. You may take other people with you. With your permission, a world travel room will be built in the Serendel Palace. The room will contain multiple doors, each door leading to a different world. This room is for your wives and anyone you have given the mark to enter and leave Serendel. They will be able to travel between worlds using these doors with your permission, without needing you to open a portal for them. Your wives and others with permission to enter Serendel will still be able to access Serendel while you are in another world. However, they can only teleport directly between their current world and Serendel. If they wish to go to a different world, they must use the world travel room. Similarly, they can only teleport between Serendel and the world they went to. If they want to return to their original world, they must also use the world travel room. You do not need the world travel room to travel, host. You can teleport freely between Serendel and any world you have already visited. I cannot tell you which world you will go to before you arrive there. For that ability, I would require another upgrade. Do I have your permission to build the world travel room, host? Jacob thought for a moment. Not yet. Wait until I come back. I want to spend a month there alone first. As you wish, host. I have already located a world you can travel to. Do you want me to open a portal for you? Wait until I've had breakfast and said goodbye to everyone first. As you wish, host. Jacob woke his wives and they ate breakfast with everyone in the dining hall. The food was good. Cogman had outdone himself, preparing a feast of eggs, bacon, sausages, fresh bread, fruit, and pastries. But no one ate much. The mood was heavy, weighted with the knowledge that Jacob would soon be gone. After breakfast, Jacob walked outside the palace. Everyone followed. The morning sun was bright, casting long shadows across the grass. Saphira walked to Jacob's side, her massive head lowering until her eye was level with his. Be careful, Jay, she said. Jacob touched her head. Don't worry. I'll be fine. He turned to the others. Stiles stepped forward. Don't get eaten. I won't. Don't forget about us. I won't. Don't, Stiles, Jacob said. Shut up. Jacob hugged him, quick, hard, brotherly. Then he hugged Scott. Then Chris. He shook Noah's hand. He kissed Victoria and Natalie's cheeks. He hugged Kitty, who pressed her small face against his neck and whispered, "Come back soon." And then he turned to his wives. Allison was first. She kissed him long and deep. When she pulled back, her eyes were wet. "Do you really need to be gone for a whole month?" she asked. "Yes. I want to get to know that world before I take everyone there. Don't you dare be late." "I won't." She kissed him again and stepped back. Lydia was next. Her voice trembled when she spoke. "I'll miss you." Jacob hugged her. "I'll miss you too." She kissed him and stepped back. Malia hugged him so hard he felt his ribs creak. "Come back soon," she said. "Or I'll find a way to travel between worlds and come looking for you myself." "I'll be back soon." She kissed him and let him go. Melissa was last. She cupped his face in her hands and looked at him for a long moment, her eyes searching his. "I love you," she said. "I love you too. Be careful out there." "I will." She kissed him, soft, tender, and stepped back. Jacob looked at them all with a smile. "All right, guys. Time for me to go." He turned around and took a deep breath. System. Activate world travel. A portal opened in the air before him, a swirling vortex with blue edges, filled with cosmic, rainbow-like energy. It was circular, maybe 3 meters across, and through it, Jacob could see nothing but shifting, colorful lights. He turned one last time to his wives. I love you. Take care of yourselves. See you soon. And then he stepped through. The portal snapped shut behind him. Silence. Lydia was the first to speak. She smirked. How many new sisters do you think he'll find in the month he spends there? Allison stared at the empty space where the portal had been. She shrugged, a small, resigned smile tugging at her lips. I don't know, she said. I just hope they're good people.